This is for maybe we.
Yeah, the PC election, right?
Yeah. So, good morning to the IPv6 working group session in Edinburgh. I'm Chris, one of the co-chairs of this working group, and I'm doing this together with Wolfgang and Ray. And this nice IPv6 cat, the RIPE has put on the new t-shirts. And we put an agenda together and found 4 great speakers for today. But we have some administrative matters before. First of all, the RIPE PC election voting will close at 5 p.m. today. Please remember to vote. And the RIPE NCC members who have registered for the general meeting can vote until 9 a.m. on Friday. Please, we have a code of conduct for this meeting, and please make sure to be polite to each other, treat everybody with respect, so everybody feels good on this meeting. Remember, this is a hybrid session. The session is being recorded, so please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. Thanks to the stenographers and our scribes. The scribes also took the minutes from the RIPE 91 session. Ray sent them to the list some month ago, and there were no comments.
No, I haven't heard or seen anything, so no.
And they are on the website. If there are no comments now, they are approved. Okay, thank you. We have some newcomers here, like on every meeting, and just a few words about the IPv6 working group. It exists to promote IPv6 adoption. We still need to do that in 2026. And we always try to find some presentations that cover these topics. For example, also experiences from IPv6 deployments. Share those experiences, because not everybody has to make the same faults or have the same issues after deploying IPv6. And we are trying to make the IPv6 world better with these presentations. So if you are in the room, you can simply go to the microphones if you have a question. Please don't forget to state your name and affiliation. And if you are participating remotely, just add the question to the Q&A section in Meetecho, and we will make sure to give it to the speaker after his presentation.
Yeah, it's a week of birthdays. Well, happy birthday, IPv6. I'm doing these videos and workshops, and in my IP workshop, I had the idea, how old is IPv6 actually? IPv6 was first specified in December 1995, so that makes it more than 30 years old. And IPv4 was specified in 1980, it's 46 years old. That means IPv4 is just 16 years older than IPv6. And in 2010, most of you should remember 2010. You were all using the internet already, I guess. And in 2010, IPv4 was that old as IPv6 is today. And some people still struggle and think it is not mature. IPv6, 30 years old, is definitely a mature protocol now.
So this may also be a lack of training or knowledge. So I would like to point out the RIPE IPv6 trainings in the RIPE NCC Academy. There are already 3 of them. Just 1 exams you can make, but 3 trainings. And I looked through the content, and from my personal point of view, this is really good work from RIPE NCC, and this is really good training material. So if you want to learn something about IPv6 or how to secure IPv6 networks, this is a real good start. The trainings are open for everybody with a RIPE NCC Access account. If you want to take the exams, you need a voucher from an LIR. Each LIR gets 3 vouchers per year, and you have to use them within the calendar year, but you can also give it to somebody outside of your organization who wants to take the exam. And yeah. And now we start with our presentations, the interesting part of this session. And we begin with Ondřej Caletka from RIPE NCC, who will talk about the year of IPv6 only desktop. And he will also bring the IPv6 cat with him. Welcome, Ondřej.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much for the introduction. Again, my name is Ondřej Caletka. I'm working for RIPE NCC, actually learning and development. So I'm part of these people that are bringing you training courses to locations, but also the questions for the certification exams, and also the content for the RIPE NCC Academy, which is free for everyone. So give it a look, and maybe after session, if you stop by at our stand here and look at the sign up for the advanced IPv6 exam, you might get this T-shirt as well. But yeah, at least that's what I heard. Anyway, so the talk here is about something that you might have heard before. That is the year of something desktop. It's usually like the running joke is the year of Linux desktop, which happens the next year always. So I have this idea that maybe next year would be actually the year of IPv6 only desktop, and I will try to get through this presentation to convince you why I think this might happen. But let's first start by looking at some funny cat pictures, because if my talk is boring, you can entertain yourself by looking at the lots of animations that are throughout these slides. So this slide is about this IPv6 cat called Hex. That is unfortunately in the box, and it's in the box of IPv4. Why is it in the box? Well, because apparently you cannot just transition to IPv6 without considering IPv4. IPv4 is the protocol of the internet. Everybody needs IPv4, so your transition to IPv6 has to somehow consider IPv4. The most obvious solution is dual stack. That basically you have IPv4 as you have it, and you just deploy IPv6 next to it. I can say that after all these years, we can sort of like conclude that dual stack failed in this, because just by the fact that on top of what you already do with IPv4, you start doing something more with IPv6, you will never transition to IPv6. You will just have IPv6 as an extra burden on top of your IPv4 burdens, and of course this means that your focus will be always on IPv4. All the work is doubled, and the worst of all is that all IPv6 problems that you have are pretty much by the safety net of IPv4. So I have some examples with RIPE meetings. So this is how we tried and failed during RIPE meetings. So in Athens in 2013, during RIPE 67, we introduced this IPv6 only experimental network as a second SSID, which supported NAT64, so you could reach IPv4 destinations, and it sort of works. But back then, like many things failed, like basically no app on iPhone worked, for instance, and so on. However, we kept doing this, so we used to provide 2 networks at the RIPE meeting up until RIPE 84 in Berlin 2022. In Berlin 2022, the situation was much better. Actually, many things worked. Normally, you barely noticed any brokenness on the IPv6 only network, but there was this issue. Basically, there were 2 networks. One was working all the time, and one was working almost all the time, and the first one was the default, and the second one was the alternative. So basically, even though the alternative worked pretty much well, nobody was using it, because why would you use some alternative if you can use the main thing? So then, well, you see some participants that kept asking about whether the IPv6 only network could be the default. This is the one from RIPE 79 in 2019. And yeah, eventually that person got hired by RipeNCC, got himself a side job of running RipeNCC meeting tech, and then that person changed the main network settings in Ripe 85 to be IPv6 mostly. So now the main network does have IPv4, but it hides it for many participants. So basically the main conference network is now IPv6 mostly. That's this new-ish concept. And it basically means that many devices on the networks, basically all mobile phones and MacBooks, are opting out from IPv4. IPv4 is there, but they are not using it. They chose not to use it. And the nice thing is it's not user, it's the device vendor to decide that IPv4 is not going to be used, which means that your device vendors knows better than you what you want to do with your computer. Yeah, the good thing is there was no big drama observed, so we kept doing this, and we kept doing this to this day. So we still have the main conference network as IPv6 mostly. We have some backup network that is called Legacy, which is the good old dual stack, but we keep changing name every meeting, so you don't accidentally connect to it if you try it once. And yeah, and we have this trend of more and more devices opting out of IPv4. I will show in a moment how many. So this sort of seems like this is working, and this is sort of like pushing us a little bit forward. So the question is now, what needs to be done if you want finally to go IPv6 only? So there are things that have to be done on the network side, and there are things that have to be done on the host side. So from the network side, the most obvious but not so easy to achieve thing is that if you want IPv6 only, well, your IPv6 has to work without issues. And maybe you can say, yeah, of course, I have a dual stack in my Wi-Fi for 10 years. Of course, it works without issues. You wish. Well, we have, unfortunately, an example right in his meeting where we have been chasing some strange issue with the new access point in this and the room next door, which gives connectivity issues to some people. These connectivity issues are apparently only happening over V6, but as I said, most people are using only V6 in this network, so for them, it manifests as no connectivity at all. The other requirements for IPv6 only network is that you have to have NAT64 in your networks to be able to reach IPv4, because as I said, like, you cannot transition to IPv6 only without some support of IPv4, except for some, of course, special cases. Don't take my word like for granted. But anyway, important point here is that yes, there might be superior transition technologies that are better in one or the other aspect than NAT64, but no, you cannot choose. This industry has already chosen NAT64, and yeah, all this MAP-T, MAP-E, lightweight 4/6. Yeah, no, for network where people connect their devices, you unfortunately cannot choose. And yes, NAT64 has NAT in its name, and it's as annoying as any other stateful NAT. So scaling it is a problem. High availability is a problem. State sharing is a problem. Cycling between different IPv4 addresses for the same endpoint is a problem, especially with video on demand services. So yes, it is still annoying, but yeah, that's how annoying the internet gets until finally everybody reaches IPv4. So maybe why did NAT64 win? Well, I feel that NAT64 has one interesting and unique feature, and that is that basically it makes the client devices send normal IPv6 everywhere. They don't care whether the destination is IPv4 or IPv6. They just send IPv6 everywhere, and it's the network problem if the destination happens to be IPv4 to translate it into IPv4 or IP over avian pigeons or whatever and deliver it to the destination. Which is also good for network engineers, because that means that they just see IPv6 packets everywhere, and it doesn't matter whether they get translated at one point or not. It's still IPv6 packets that they can inspect just like native IPv6 transition. And of course, also all the other All the other transition mechanisms are usually like two-box solution where there is like one box before. So there is a dual stack, then there is the box before that will make it IPv6 only, and then it goes via the network with IPv6 only to another box that is after, which makes it dual stack again. Typical example is DS Lite, where the boxes are actually called B4 and AFTR, like before and after. So, and NAT64 in theory, like, is only the after box. It basically, yeah, just gets normal IPv6 on left side and produces normal IPv4 on the right side. So this is the network side. What about the device side? First of all, if you want device to work on IPv6 only, there has to be 0 IPv4 dependencies. Typical example for most devices, if DHCPv4 client fails to get IP address, it doesn't mean that it should produce errors saying you have no connectivity or the network doesn't work, because maybe it works even if DHCP didn't give you any address. But also, and this is the annoying part for all general purpose devices like computers, this applies to all applications as well. So every single application has to support generating IPv6 traffic. This might be easy to achieve in some closed network like IP telephones. I remember many companies basically when they run out of IPv4 addresses, the first thing they do, they just migrate their IP phones into IPv6 only because, yeah, they support it and they only talk to restricted set of endpoints. The other option is the one that Apple is using for their iOS, where basically they said that from 1st June of 2016, which will be 10 years soon, they will just not accept any application that would not work well on IPv6 only. And that is, yeah, if you have this power over all the applications that are running on the platform, this is also easy. But there are still operating systems that are sort of like free for people to run whatever software they like. And in that case, the only help here is like some sort of operating system workaround, which is called CLAT, Customer Translator, that will save the day in this case. Which sort of negates what I just said in the previous slide, because if we add CLAT to NAT64, aren't we just creating a two-box transition mechanism? And the answer is yes, we are doing exactly this. It is even called 464xLAT as a transition mechanism. But there are still some advantages. First of all, not every packet has to go through CLAT, because still it's just a workaround for broken applications. So most non-broken applications should just generate IPv6 packets and be done with it. Anyway, you cannot prevent people from running broken applications. So definitely, if you want to run IPv6 on network and you want people to have seamless experience, there has to be CLAT one way or another, or on such a computer. So it's something that unfortunately is needed. And then, of course, something that you might have heard from me, but just in case you're new to this and you heard IPv6 mostly for the first time, like 5 minutes ago, how this thing works. Well, it's pretty clever, actually, because it's a dual stack network that has this one extra option in DHCP version 4 server. This option is numbered 108, and because its name is v6 underscore only underscore preferred, everybody just calls it 108 because it's easier. The protocol is pretty simple. Basically, the network will indicate by putting this option in the list of offered options that that particular network segment the client connected to supports IPv6 only operation. So basically, in other words, it will tell the client there is NAT64 in this network, so if you prefer, you can use NAT64 instead of native IPv4. And then the device is the thing that is making decision based on this. So that if the device is capable of IPv6 only operation and it prefers it, then it will just like opt out of IPv4, not use IPv4 anymore. Yeah, in other words, a device should only do this if there is CLAT ready to be used, or if this is the case of Apple iOS when there is enforced IPv6 compatibility by like enforcing the applications. In theory, it should not opt out if IPv6 is disabled, because like if IPv6 is disabled and you opt out of IPv4, you end up with no connectivity. But in practice, this happens, and this is one of the biggest issues when people with MacBooks cannot connect to RIPE meeting network, because they, at one point in time, turned off IPv6, and it always wasn't the problem until they came here and they had IPv6 off, and IPv4 is refused to use by the computer because it's capable of IPv6 only. So then it ends up with no connectivity. Yeah, and this brings me to the point of the year of IPv6 on the desktop. So in order to be able finally to get rid of IPv4 from networks that our desktops connect to, we basically need to have all the desktop computers supporting this mode of CLAT and opting out of IPv4, which we are already quite there, because it already started when we started back in those 3 years ago. It was already, you know, all Android and iOS devices have been opting out, because with mobile devices, you know, NAT64 is the translation mechanism of choice for mobile network operators. Mobile network operators have quite a strong influence on what mobile devices would support. Because in many countries it's a vertical market where the mobile network operators are buying lots of mobile devices to be sold to their customers. And because Apple probably likes to do the things in similar fashion, Mac OS was the first operating system, desktop operating system, that supported this as well. And it makes it special because Mac OS is much more unrestricted platform. You still have root, and you can still run whatever software you like there, which means you can also run very broken software which doesn't support IPv6, or you can just turn off IPv6. I don't think you can easily turn off IPv6 in your Android phone or iPhone, but you can do it definitely on Mac OS. So which brings some interesting issues with, for instance, with broken VPNs. Apparently, most VPNs are IPv4 only, and recently they got this feature called IPv6 kill switch, because they figured out that if you are on a dual stack network and you fire up your IPv4 only VPN, the IPv6 is still going and bypassing the VPN. So in order to stop this bypass, most VPN clients now have IPv6 kill switch, that they will kill IPv6 as soon as the IPv4 VPN will connect. Of course, if the IPv4 VPN is connecting via v6, it will immediately kill everything. This is also an issue that we see regularly. Or the other option is that you, as a user, will just turn off IPv6 and then you are screwed. Some stats from our RIPE meeting. So as I said, we introduced this IPv6 mostly in RIPE 85. And here you see I'm trying every meeting basically count with the same methodology. So I'm counting unique MAC address that I see in the DHCP query logs. And I'm counting how many of these MAC addresses are containing the option 108. So how many of them are opting out of IPv4. And you can see that we started somewhere around 74%, and now we are already at 85%. So you can see that it's a dramatic amount of clients that are not using IPv4 at all already. And we are still missing Windows, we are still missing Linux, and that is exactly what happened recently. So last year, I believe Microsoft released a preview version of Windows 11, which supports CLAT and supports IPv6 only operation hopefully without any disruption. And for this, I will actually send you to the following presentation, which will talk exactly about this. And I don't have any experience with that myself, but I do have experience, and I was also trying to push the other part of it, which is Network Manager. This one of the most popular network managers in Linux is called Network Manager, and it got support for CLAT in version 1.58. So I would like to tell you something about this. So first of all, it's a development version. It's not released yet. How does it work? It uses eBPF program. eBPF is a bytecode that is runtime loaded into Linux kernel, so it doesn't need any special proprietary modules or whatever. It can load into normal vanilla Linux kernel, and it can do things. In this case, it just hooks up on the network interface, and every time it tries to generate v4 packet, it will translate it into v6. Unfortunately, it's disabled by default in this version, but you can easily enable it with this configuration option. In order for it to work, it needs pref64 option in router advertisement. So you need to detect NAT64 prefix by this option that you have to put in your router advertisements. Otherwise, it will not detect it. And then when it starts working, it's pretty invisible to you as a user. You will just notice that there is this weird address 192.0.0.1/32 on your interface. And if you look into your routing table, you will only see the default IPv4 route via IPv6 next hop, which is something that Linux is capable of doing. And here is like a nice example how to make use of it. So to wrap this up, with IPv6 only operation, right now we have already iOS, Android, and macOS on board. And we already have coming soon on for Windows and Linux. So when these two will come, we will get to this year of IPv6 only desktop, I'm pretty sure. And I'm thinking maybe next year, maybe the year after that, but definitely soon. Unfortunately, there are other devices that people are connecting to networks, which I usually put into category like IoT and smart home. These are quite bad, but maybe if you were in security sessions and heard about this Android TV boxes that are doing DDoS attacks, maybe you don't even want these devices in your network. So it might not be that bad actually not to support them. So what can we expect when the year of IPv6 only desktop happens? The number of DHCP releases will drop close to 0. And if you have like 1 or 2 IPv4 clients, is it still worth having IPv4 deployed in that network? Well, probably if you undeploy it, you will break treadmills, which is the presentation from Genlinkova from RIPE81. But again, this might be acceptable after all. I think you can still use treadmill even if it's not connected. It's not the main feature of this device, is it? So in the end, this all IPv6 mostly networks might have been just a phase, quite short, something like Blu-ray in the sense of like in the long run of time. But it finally seemed to help transition to IPv6 only. It finally allowed the device vendors to figure out that this is something that is wanted and implementing it into the desktop operating systems. On that note, again, Genlinkova has been busy in IETF writing draft about how you deploy and operate IPv6 mostly networks. She even invited me to join as a co-author, which I'm very grateful for. And it's in the working group last call, so there might be an RFC soon. It might be still useful if you cannot afford to break these treadmills. And with that, yeah, I will just point you to the website that we have now. So after 20 years of saying IPv6 Act now, we now revamped the website and now it says IPv6 CAT now.
All right. Thank you, Ondřej. Yes, there are questions. Again.
Hi, Genlinkova, someone you can blame for some of it. First of all, yeah, Andrei, thank you for contributing to the document. And again, if people who have deployed that, if you've done that, we'd like to hear from you, because the document Andrei mentioned is what we experienced and what we think is the right way of doing this, but you might have different opinions, and we'd like to get as many operational experience on this as possible. I was curious, Andrei, we see increase to 85%. I'm curious if you look how much of it in the same device doing MAC address randomization, and because it may be correlated, right? Devices doing MAC address randomization may be also doing option 108, and devices which do not. So I am just curious if you see like distribution by operating system or something to normalize and make sure we are not seeing artificial increase when the same client appears many times.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't, because well, the thing with random MAC addresses is that they are random, so it's hard to figure out whether you can find out whether they are randomized or not. So, but I believe this randomization happened already before this RIPE85. So, and also it sort of correlates, you know, like if I go back to the slide, there is you see that the number of the MAC addresses is sort of along the same thing. It's quite higher here in this meeting, and the numbers are not final, but I attribute this to the fact that we are in -2 and mobile data doesn't work here, so people actually you know, put effort into connecting their phone into the conference Wi-Fi, which they usually don't these days. So it seems to me that in this sense, the number of if there is randomization, it was there even before, so it should look the same.
Okay, thank you. Benedikt?
Benedikt, Stockebrand, Stepler IT, speaking for myself. You say that IPv6 caused very few problems. Maybe you should put that into perspective a bit. The number of problems we have with IPv4 in some cases pretty much outweighs the problems we have with IPv6. So moving towards IPv6 can actually make things better for your user than trying to keep IPv6 up and running with double, triple, quadruple NUT because you only have one address for entire coverage, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. This is as helpful and as interesting as it is, but I think we're way past the point where IPv6 is the part causing the problems that really affect people. So another reason why I agree with you, we are heading towards IPv6 only desktops, especially because of the large number of machines that to provide dual stack is just a double pain in the ass.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the queues. After Gert, there's no one else. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ulrich from ICANN. I want to agree with my speaker before me. In the beginning, you said IPv4 is hiding all your IPv6 problems.
Yes.
And what I hear is the IPv4 network works and IPv6 still has problems.
Well, yes, because that's what the vendors are doing. And that's exactly what this Wi-Fi in this room is doing. IPv4 would work perfectly, but we don't use it. Therefore, if IPv6 doesn't work and you have dual stack, you will barely notice it. But if you have IPv6 doesn't work and you have IPv6 only, you will notice it quite a lot.
Yeah, but that is now we have a problem because you're saying IPv6 is not working properly and IPv4 is working properly, and then people start thinking, oh, why should
it will not get better unless people start using IPv6.
Okay, we have, yeah, sorry, the line was closed. You?
Yeah, so where to go from here? I think the next thing we should think about is what to do with the network clients that don't even have an IPv4 stack in the kernel. So do we need to do something special, for example, in the stub resolver or something like that?
Provision them into some special old network that is basically for super legacy devices and don't care about them anymore.
No. Not without IPv6, without IPv4 stack.
Oh, you mean the IPv4? Okay, yeah. I know that there are some experiments to remove IPv4 dependencies from Linux, for instance. It doesn't really, yeah, it's harder than it looks like. So yeah. But that's definitely the next steps. Why would you maintain something that you don't use for 30 years?
We're already over time. Wolfgang, we have...
Yeah, we have some online comments. We have 3 comments. I'm reading out 2 of them because 2 of them actually say the same. Yanis Nikolopoulos from Horizon Telecom remarks, dismissing dual stack as a transition mechanism in 2026 is easy but also unfair, since dual stack was our playground 20 years ago, and without it, I really doubt we would have this progress and conversation today. And also Patrick Schenk actually remarked quite similar. And there was another comment online also from Robachevsky. Thanks for your effort in pushing CLAD support in Network Manager. Network Manager 1.58 is supposed to land in Fedora and Red Hat releases shortly after RIPE 93.
Awesome. Yeah, actually, thank you, Robert Check. Let me look at the camera. Thank you a lot, because I believe it's your effort that, well, it got merged into Network Manager code. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. You have to keep a bit of timing. So.
Yeah, but last thing.
Yes.
It's a good closing word anyway. I just want to say thank you for the effort in going ahead with the IPv6 network at RIPE and persisting even if things break, fixing them, improving things, making IPv6 a reality here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrei. Next up, we have Wilhelm Boeddinghaus and IPv6 only network design.
So, does my microphone work? Great, thanks. So, my presentation follows up on Andrei's presentation. We are also talking about the desktop and the network that runs the desktop. And we want to get only IPv6 only there, of course, and I've got a few ideas how we can hopefully improve our networks. So does this work? It does. This is not so interesting. Okay, if we talk about network design with our customers, we have three areas where we think about IPv6. They ask us, should we do dual stack or should we do IPv6 only? And I always answer, well, we have to look into the core, into the data center, and into the office LAN, and maybe the wireless LAN. And in the core, we run mostly dual stack. It runs just usually on a few routers, maybe a few firewalls, so you can have dual stack there. You need to transport both of the protocols anyway. So it is a good idea to have IPv6 and IPv4 running in parallel. Maybe in future we will have IPv6 only backbones and running IPv4 just as a service on top of it. But today, reality is we just turn on IPv6 and have it run in parallel. In the data center, in the virtualized data center at least, we usually tell our customers to put in new interfaces for IPv6. So they have two interfaces in their servers, one for IPv6, one for IPv4. You have all your security settings separated, all your firewall rules separated. And in one day, if you don't need IPv4 anymore, you just can turn off this one interface. Of course, you need the double number of network interfaces, but as long as they are virtualized, usually you don't care. But this is all not true if you look at the millions of devices we run in our offices. And I'm not talking about the home office, I'm talking about the real office space where people do their daily work. And there we have PCs or laptops, and usually these devices just have one interface. So we don't have the option like we have in the data center that we can just put in another interface, because these boxes don't have room for another interface, or the cabling in the office building has no room for a second interface, and you don't want to double your rack switches where you connect your devices. So this is not an option, and here we need both protocols to run, and one of the options, of course, is to run it dual stack. What else do we see today in our networks, in our office networks, very large networks? I have seen networks with more than 2,000 clients in the flat network. The reason was that they didn't separate it. They had to run multicast, and they were not able to do multicast routing. I don't know whether it was a lack of knowledge or a lack of features in the hardware, but they couldn't run it. So they had one flat network in two buildings, from the basement of one building to the roof of the other. Not a good network design, was it? When we have our users, and these users in these large networks, in this office space, they open email attachment with malware. So we have a security threat here, and the security threat usually is not the box, it is the human being sitting behind the box. So what we sometimes call in the OSI model, the layer 8 problem. And then you have absolutely mixed networks. So people come back from business trips and bring their not patched laptops back to the office network, and maybe they picked up some malware because they were connected to unsecure networks, like in a hotel, in an airport, in a restaurant, name it. Maybe they visited family members and got their viruses there. So we have absolutely mixed and insecure environment in our office networks, and we have somehow to deal with this. And we find a lot of old software. You cannot imagine how old software can be in enterprises and in public administrations. They are just not written for IPv6. Some software has been written 20 years ago, and they are happy it still runs. So there is no chance of getting this software to IPv6, but they still need it for some purpose. And you have got very special software in the public administration because they have very special tasks and very special they have very special software. Let's say, who runs an airport? It's the public administration. Yeah, so they have special use cases. So NAT64 is not enough because many of this old software, much of this old software is not capable of opening an IPv6 socket. They have IPv4 and they will stick with IPv4. So we cannot go to IPv6 only, and we cannot go to pure NAT64 where we ask our client to open IPv6 sockets, and then we translate it into IPv4 to reach an IPv4 service. We have to open an IPv6 socket, and we have to offer an IPv6 socket on this client. And if we just put dual stack into these networks, the IPv6 network design has to follow the IPv4 network design. So we cannot take advantage of all the new features of the vast address space, of the many addresses we have. So we just put IPv6 into the IPv4 networks, and it is nothing really gained. And as Andrei said, we don't even save IPv4 address space, even if it is private address space. So IPv6 mostly to the rescue. As you all know, we offer an IPv4 address on the client. Here on the right-hand side, we translate it to IPv6 on our client device, and then somewhere in the network we do the translation back to IPv4 on a NAT64 box. So this basically is how it works and how it should work in the office space, not just in the space of mobile phones. We need our toolkit. Andrei talked a little bit about it. We have the DHCP option 108. We need the router advertisement with our pref64 prefix. DNS can be used as an alternative. Not all clients support it, but the router advertisement, I think, is the preferred way of doing it. And we need our NAT64 gateway somewhere in the network. This is just the toolkit we have. And remember, 108 is an IPv4 option, so we still need some kind of IPv4 DHCP for it. Basically, the client and the server agree on no IPv4 is needed in this network, and not having IPv4 on the networking interface is the new normal. Still today, if you start on a Windows box and you don't have IPv4 on this box, this operating system thinks, oh, this is an error. It is not the new normal, but this option 108 changes this. And on the Windows 11, where this CLAT now is running in beta, this exchange of option 108 turns on this CLAT mechanism. Meaning, if you're in a network without option 108, it works the regular way we have been, we've seen the last 30 years, I think, something like this. So this turns on the Win CLAT, as they call it. Then for our toolkit router advertisement, CLAT needs Slack. We cannot run DHCP v6 for this. DHCP v6, of course, can be added. Yeah, and we end up usually with 3 IPv6 addresses plus the link local address. This is, I call it the main IPv6 address, a temporary IPv6 address if you have these privacy extensions turned on, but most of them have, and we get a third one. We get the CLAT IPv6 address. So there is a special IPv6 address, global unicast, for the CLAT. And we see this on all operating systems, not just on Windows. So 3 addresses that make source address selection really nice. Okay, this is a router advertisement. I've taken this from a Linux box, from the router advertisement daemon. You have got a prefix you send out, you've got a DNS, and you've got the NAT64 prefix. So this is not anything really special. It runs in my home network. This is why we have unique local for the DNS, because the Fritzbox on my DSL line does it like this. It does work. Everything is fine. I could use another DNS server for this. This is quite easy to set up. And then it works with many operating systems. I've checked it with Android operating systems. It does work. Then it is called 464 XLAT. It does work on Macintosh and other Apple devices. Linux now can do CLAT, and it gets easier as soon as it is integrated into the network manager, but it has been running before with other software. And in Windows, we now are in a private beta. So on the Windows operating system, we are talking about Windows 11, not Windows 10, of course, and the older operating systems. We now have this in private beta. Windows was capable of doing CLAT for a long time, but just on their mobile interfaces. So if they were to connect to a mobile network, they had to behave something like a telephone or like a tablet. So the software has been running in Windows for quite a long time, but now it comes to the Ethernet interface and it comes to the wireless interface, to the Wi-Fi interface. And they are in the private beta. We have a few people here in the room who are part of this private beta. I'm one of them. And I want to show you what is going on there and how they implemented it. And then something happened a few minutes ago. The dream of every presenter, Thomas came to me and told me, oh, Microsoft just announced that they changed things. Great. So we have no idea what they are doing, because they will do it somehow in 2 weeks' time, and then we will get a new beta version. But we have an idea. So we are at the edge of new technology here. Yeah, a dream. So why is WinCLAT so important? Because we have millions of devices running Windows. We are talking about the regular office spaces on all 5 continents, in public administration, in enterprises, and most of them run Windows. Usually you find Mac in enterprises with the technicians and with the board, because they want to have these shiny devices, but the rest of the regular workers have to do Windows. So this brings a lot of impact to the desktop and to our desktop networks. We have no information so far when this feature will be a regular feature that everyone can use. Today it is private beta, meaning you even get a little piece of software that activates it on your preview, Windows preview software. So there will be a public beta, I suppose, and then there will be regular, the regular software. And as we know from Microsoft, even the regular software maybe has to go a few iterations before it runs perfectly well. And it does not run on the older operating system, so if you want to use it, you have to make sure that your network runs Windows 11. And I know of many networks who have bought this extended support for Windows 10. So they will not get this feature at all. So how is it implemented? I hope you can read it here. It should be large enough. We have 3 global unicast addresses here in this example. We have got the temporary address. This is the third one. We don't talk about this. We have the regular one. And then we have the one in the middle that ends on C0:0:100:0. This is the CLAT address that is being built just for the CLAT feature. And this maps to the 192.0.0.1 address. So this is the same address we use on our mobile phones. This address is just significant to our local computer. It will never be visible in the outside world. And you see that they use the 192.0.0.0 as a default gateway. Andrei told us that on other operating systems, they use an IPv6 address as a default gateway. In Windows, today we have it like this. So whether this will be true in 2 weeks' time, I don't know. But this is how they implemented it today. Do we see any problems with this? Here you see again the mapping. I wrote out the address in the second line with all the zeros to just show you where the address is embedded here. And this address 192.0.0.1 comes from the IPv4 service continuity prefix. The RFC number is here. And we just have 8 addresses. One of these addresses is used as a default gateway, the 000. So we have 7 addresses in our possible in our network. If we map it like this means you cannot have more than 7 PCs in your local network. Most of the networks are larger. And if you do duplicate address detection, and of course it does duplicate address detection, to hit the one last free address out of 7 is not easy. So we will get into trouble there. So they told us that they will change this mechanism in the next beta. So we will see what's going on in 2 or 3 weeks' time. On Mac, they just use a mostly random 64-bit address and don't map on this 1-to-1 here. Also, what we don't really know is if you work with this mechanism and you get a duplicate address, then you know that your IPv6 address is not valid. But then you have to change your IPv4 address. You have to get this information to the IPv4 stack, build a new address from the service continuity prefix, build a new IPv6 address, and then try duplicate address detection again. So basically, this will never work if you have more than 1 PC in your network. Yeah, but this mechanism, as it is today, if you just have 1 PC in your network, it does work. You can see it quite easily here that I ping a literal, not a name server result. I just ping a literal here, and it does work. You see the source address, you see the destination address. This is routed to your NAT64 gateway. There it is translated, the source address and the destination address, of course. Both of the addresses are translated into IPv4. Then it goes to the Google name server, it comes back, it works perfectly well. So this is how it looks on the network if you want to look into it. So what does all of this now mean for our networks? And this is mostly what this talk should be about. What can we do in our network if we have this kind of mechanism active? Because we said we want to have smaller networks and we don't want to put dual stack into the networks. We don't want our networks, our IPv6 networks, to follow IPv4 in the network design. So let's see what we have today in our networks. And we are talking about office networks. It's about marketing, it's about accounting. It is nothing special. It is not you in the IT. It is the regular workforce. And these are some of the protocols that we today have just to get office PCs up and running. So we have IPv4 and maybe IPv4 routing protocols. We have got first-hop redundancy protocols. Choose the one you like best. We have got spanning tree, or we have got multi-chassis link aggregation. We of course have DHCP v4, then we have to secure DHCP, we have to secure spanning tree, maybe we have some port security, some storm control, and because we have two large networks, these 2,000 guys in one network, we put on another network protocol, and that is private VLAN, to make sure not everyone can communicate with everyone else. So instead of changing network design, we put another protocol on top. Seems to be a good idea. But now we do dual stack. So we add IPv6. It doesn't really get better, does it? Yeah? Always remember, you have to, here it is again. I just lost my screen here. You now have even more protocols you run. You have Slack. You have neighbor discovery, you do your first-hop redundancy protocols in dual stack, you get stateful and stateless DHCP, you have to secure that, you get router advertisement guard, you have got all this first-hop security, and this does not really work out, because you have to monitor all this, you have to configure it, you have to train your workforce on these protocols, and this is really complicated, just to get a PC in your network. So I would suggest that we change things, that we go for a network design like this, where we have one 64 network per client. And we do routing as soon as possible. So what do we need? We need a layer 3 switch. Not all enterprises have it, because there are some vendors with a bridge in their logo. They have quite expensive licenses for layer 3 switches, and others follow this idea that you need to pay extra. And of course, you need a routing protocol. Maybe it's OSPF, maybe it's EGRP. Please don't tell me that you run ISIS in office networks. Yes, in the backbone. Yes, in the service provider backbone, but not in the office. This is not an enterprise protocol. So one of those protocols maybe should be used. So you can't buy the cheapest switch, but that's it. And then you can, in this case, turn off a few, not only a few protocols. So what can we get rid of? We don't need the IPv4 routing protocols, and we need IPv4 in the CLAT, PLAT, 464XLAT version. We need IPv6 and IPv6 routing protocols. We need Slack, as we have learned, for this mechanism WinCLAT to work. We need DHCP v4, but just the option 108. So I have a DHCP server running in my home lab, and I just added one line to a standard configuration. We need some port security. Yes, that's a good idea. We might still need some DHCP v6. Maybe it's stateful, stateless. But we can get rid of all this router advertisement guard, first-hop security. All these insecurities in IPv6 are gone if we just have a one-to-one relationship between a switch port and our client. So this is what we keep. We have to make sure that the client can contact its AD server via IPv6, and of course it would be nice if the client could connect to a DNS server via IPv6. So this maybe is a good idea to activate IPv6 on those two protocols. This is just the basics. We are not talking about monitoring and other stuff. It's just the basics. And then you're done. And you get rid of most of the insecurities, and you get rid of most of the protocols. So our networks get easier, much easier. If you have layer 3 on your switch, be it on the VLAN port here, be it on a physical port on your switch. You can put access lists on it. So this is the only place in the network where you have the traffic of this client isolated. And you can do zero trust. You can put your access lists on this, their first access lists, to make sure that these clients don't communicate with any servers they are not supposed to communicate with. You can do quality of service if you want to. And in large layer 2 networks, if someone gets malware on their PC, this malware usually tries to find out who else is in the network and tries to do some reconnaissance. This is not possible via layer 2 because we don't have layer 2 anymore. So we get more secure networks, and we have just a little one option to mitigate what bad actors, malware, viruses want to do in our network. So it's a little bit of extra security that we just gain by network design. We don't gain it by buying fancy boxes from vendor A or B. We just get it by network design if we do IPv6 only on the wireless LAN and on the Ethernet interface. So we have, as an extra, as a bonus, we have a relatively new RFC. It's RFC 9898. It's about neighbor discovery considerations in IPv6 deployments. It's just half a year old, this RFC. And they put together 12, 13, 15 issues that we have today with IPv6 neighbor discovery, and they grouped them into 3 main groups, and these are multicast, trust, and neighbor cache entry on demand. And I just want to talk about how this other network design with the one-to-one relationship between the client and the switch now mitigates these 3 main areas of this RFC. So it's multicast. Multicast is used extensively, as we all know, in IPv6. I'm talking about link local multicast. I'm not talking about watching TV. And the larger the network, the more multicast traffic do we see. Because we see all this neighbor discovery, these neighbor solicitations, neighbor advertisement, router solicitations. And this is a lot of multicast traffic that is running through our networks. And what, as a special, if we have small devices that run on batteries, a lot of multicast drains the batteries, because multicast forces this device to answer. And to receive usually, to receive a packet is quite cheap. To answer is quite expensive. Trust issues. Well, we don't have any trust in IPv6 first hop networks, layer 2 networks. We have address spoofing, we have denial of service with DAD, we have router advertisement, we have redirects that don't work properly. So these are all issues they have identified. And if you have a one-to-one relationship, all of these trust issues go away. And then we have the neighbor cache entry. They found this also as a field of issues, that it takes some time until, let's say, a router has got the MAC address of the client and can start sending packets. This is not new, the same we have in IPv4 with ARP. So these tables need to fill up. An attacker can try to drain these tables by just putting in garbage. This is true for all tables that we have in the network. Someone can try to fill up all of the memory. So microsegmentation, as I said, can mitigate all 3 areas here. So this RFC is very useful, but if we change our network design, these issues mostly go away. So the conclusion. WinCLAT comes to the most used client operating system, and this is good news because now we can do IPv6 only networks in enterprise areas and in public administration. Microsegmentation helps with security, and if you look in the security papers of many organizations, microsegmentation is one of the network designs that they prefer. Client traffic can be secured on the switch. That is quite easy. The RFC 9898 issues are mitigated, and we can change from layer 2 switch networks to layer 3 routed networks, and this will make our networks easier. Thank you very much for your attention. And wait.
Thanks, Wilhelm. Any questions? Jan?
Jan Linkova. Two things. Yeah, it's quite funny for how Windows seem to be currently generating interface ID. It does not have exactly V4 address, right? I guess they were just trying to make it checksum neutral with minimal calculations. So yeah, it could be completely different like Android and macOS does. For L3 networks, I do agree they are great, right? Nobody likes broadcast domains. However, we need to be careful with that recommendations because some systems and applications might want to talk to their peers, like L2 neighbors. So I suggest, yeah, before doing this, yeah, to check if your application need actual on-link communications. I am aware of a number of cases, especially in IoT area. So yeah, like it's a great idea, but unfortunately it's not a silver bullet and not universally applicable.
Of course, you have to test it. You have to look whether your applications can do it. We are not talking about IoT devices here because they are absolutely special and they lack features. They have many features. As Wolfgang said, they have IPv6 only, IPv4 only. They have broken stacks. So we are not talking about IoT in this field. And yes, if we have applications that must communicate via layer 2, then this does not work. But then I would say the application is not old, but it is broken. An application that is 20 years old, that just uses IPv4, in my view, is not broken, it is just old.
Mark van der Wal, AFNIC. You said that Windows, when Windows enables CLAT, it configures an IPv4 address in 192.0.0.0/29. And you said that because of this, no more than 8 machines on the same network can do this. I didn't quite understand why.
We have got this IPv4 continuity prefix, and it is just a prefix of 8 addresses from 192.0.0.0 to 7. It is not larger. Usually these addresses are used as 32 addresses, so not even in a /29 network, and this prefix is not larger.
Okay, let me jump here, Jan Linkova. It's not like all your Mac devices using the same address, right? And we all sit on the same network, and that's fine. I think the problem here is that currently Windows takes that V4 address and use it in V6. So all devices will get the same V6 address, which is going to be a problem, right? Yeah. So it's I guess it's a bug they're going to fix.
I think they will fix it. This is what they announced, but we have no idea so far how they will fix it and if this fix really works out. But the problematic part is the IPv6 address that is built from the IPv4 address, this one-to-one mapping. This seems to be problematic. The IPv4 address from this IPv4 continuity prefix never leaves your box. So it's significant on your local box and is never visible in the outside world.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wilhelm. And
thank you very much.
Seem to be no questions on the there's no questions on the list, so or on the Mitago. Now we have Maynard Koch and IPv6 routing loops update.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Maynard, and I would like to give you an update on the deployment of routing loops in IPv6. So here are the numbers from the past two RIPE meetings. It decreased from RIPE 90 to RIPE 91 slightly a bit, about 10 million less looping subnets we see. However, it increased again during this RIPE meeting to 149 million subnets /48s that trigger or lead to routing loop. But we not only observe routing loops, we also observe amplification there for about 10 million /48 subnets. This slightly increased for RIPE 91, and it slightly decreased here for RIPE 92. However, we do not see a significant downwards trend somewhere, so that's why we're here to raise the awareness for this topic. Quick recap, what is a routing loop? So if we send a packet to, let's say, this specific /32 network, and the provider assigned a /32 provider aggregatable address space to its customer, and the customer only uses a fraction of it, and it has configured a default route, then this packet will get back to the upstream, forming a loop. So the packet is just looping back and forth between these routers. And finally, we will receive an ICMP time exceeded message as soon as the IPv6 hop limit went down to 0. So this is not the only problem here. The problem is that there is a router bug that leads to the duplication of packets. So the duplicated packets loop as well, and first of all, they may overload the network between between provider and customer. But then finally, each duplicate triggers an individual ICMP time exceeded message, which means it floods in this case, the scanner with time exceeded messages. However, this can be anyone, so not only the scanner, but this can be if an attacker is able to spoof the IP addresses, we can just, or the attacker can just use it to flood the victim with ICMP time exceeded messages. So how can we prevent it? Of course, we can just omit the default route, but another option would be for the customer to install null routes for the unused address space. That way, we would easily get rid of the routing loops and therefore also get rid of the amplification. So here are some statistics for the RIPE region. We found about 2K ASs that are affected, more than 300,000 router addresses, and about 86 million /48 subnets that lead to a routing loop, and 87 million prefixes for /64 prefixes that lead to a routing loop. And for the amplification, it's quite less, but still almost 600 ASs affected, almost 4,000 router addresses that we observe. And there we see that about 2 million /48 subnets and 100,000 /64 subnets not only lead to routing loop, but also to amplification. So what are the takeaways here? Loops are bad, of course. Amplifications are worse. But if you just fix these routing loops, it would also remove the amplification threat. And because the address space in IPv6 is more likely being partially used, they are more likely to occur than in IPv4. And some router implementations, so this is a bug, not a feature, they duplicate these echo requests, creating huge amounts of amplifications. And we can expect an increasing threat potential with ongoing IPv6 deployment. So what can you do? This is the call for action here. So check if your network is affected or the networks of your customers, and then fix it. How can you do this? We provide weekly updates about routing loops and amplifications on our webpage, where you can also check your AS. And if your AS is affected, please fix it. If you don't know how, reach out to us. We can guide you through. We can provide more details on the affected router IP addresses, as well as the affected subnets that lead to a routing loop. Yeah, if you're interested in more scientific details, check out our recent CONEX publication. And with that, I would already like to conclude my talk. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Maynard. Any questions?
Eric Wing, Cisco, and working for Cisco, I just wonder what kind of routers, if you have been able to identify, is it the most cheap CPE or is it, I say, a Juniper, Cisco, HP, Nokia router?
It depends. So we've identified Juniper and Cisco routers, different models, mostly kind of outdated already. And we trace this back to a Broadcom chipset, where Broadcom then said it's product limitations. They won't fix it. So yeah, you just need to get new hardware.
Okay.
That was basically the message.
Let's go together. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Any more questions? No? Next up, Benedikt, and we have found a killer app for IPv6.
Okay. You hear me? Oh, yeah, okay. Morning, everyone. This is just a quick one about a couple ideas I've come up with doing some weird network stuff again that's not exactly standard, and learning a few things about networks that's before. Slides are for change AI generated, so I tried that as well. Okay, let's turn that off. That's better. Right, so I want to talk about the killer app for IPv6. We've been searching for that for 25 years or so now. I found it. I thought I'd found it before, but no, it's not like I want to talk about, the killer app for IPv6 is IPv4, because yes, we need IPv6 to keep IPv4, well, I'm not going to say alive, that'd be a bit exaggerated. So I'm not going to talk about all these misery prolonging technologies, whatever they are, which use IPv6 to provide some sort of IPv4. Today I want to talk about layer 2 and IPv6. One of the things with my customers some time ago, I got the chance to learn a bit more details about how switches work internally, which you normally don't even get a chance to sign an NDA or so about it. I learned a couple things. First, at least in my mindset, as I was trained, basically, routing is slower than switching. But when we talk layer 3 switches, that's no longer true. You can do routing as quickly as you can do switching, at least in contexts where when we don't talk about core routers. And that has some ramifications, because it means performance is no longer a reason for some layer 2 technologies that we use. And as I said, vendor information is often pretty hard to get. Sometimes you have to try things, or you have to be lucky and have a customer who has some sort of NDA going on, so you get the details. In that case, it was about real-time networking inside cars. And there are two technologies that I think we can largely replace by better alternatives if you go from move abilities from layer 2 to layer 3. First one is tagged VLANs. Maria on Monday in her tutorial came up with something that I thought was kind of weird by somehow connecting the VXLANs and VLANs, because everybody who doesn't actually implement certain things would try to use either one, preferably VXLANs, but combining the two. First moment it felt weird, but then of course, if you want to migrate from one thing to another, it's just great that somebody actually took care of that. So what if you use VXLANs instead of VLAN, move things from layer 2 to layer 3? I guess you have an idea, I hope, what VXLANs do, so you get more, VLAN IDs or VXLAN. So you have routing capability, you can move things halfway around the world, blah, 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 makes things a lot simpler and easier. And if you don't want VXLANs, there's Geneva coming up, there's segment routing, and even when we talk VPNs, like we used to tunnel IPv6 over IPv4 like 20 years ago, you have all these options. And especially when it comes to VXLAN, once you combine that with multi-segment, microsegmentation, you don't even need the multicast routing part that you need if you want to connect more than 2 devices to a single VXLAN. And that can also be quite interesting. I've been playing around with a couple, I don't know how to explain it, with a couple of weird ideas I had, and wound up using lots and lots of virtual point-to-point links rather than virtual bridges. And that, once you get the hang of it, it actually makes sense as well, and you can combine all these things. So if you're using VLANs and you run into troubles, maybe consider using VXLANs over IPv6 and get rid of a number of limitations. The other one we had a bit of fun with at a different customer, spanning tree protocols. I don't like them. Not normal spanning tree, not rapid spanning tree, no whatever. Largely because once your networks grow, at some point you connect one hop too many, and then things fall apart in a rather weird way. So you don't get any proper error messages. So basically, any dynamic routing protocol is better than spanning tree. Okay, except RIP-NG. That's there are people who say it's not a routing protocol anyway. It's more a disaster in the making. We win with convergence time, at least if we use proper dynamic routing protocols. You know, you combine OSPF with BFD and whatnot, and you get convergence times which are good enough to do voice over IP over, at least. It's reasonably usable. Then the scalability, that was what really caused us trouble. Getting network too large, one hop too many, and spanning tree. It just doesn't fail properly. Sometimes it works, doesn't work, and it feels like you're chasing something that's like you're chasing a ghost. And yeah, scalability, error behavior. Spanning tree is an ancient protocol. You don't want to use it. So the fundamental idea is, if you want to deal with these problems, or if you're using IPv6, use it even for problems you have in a different protocol layer. It might actually, it's counterintuitive, but it can actually help. And then of course there's the 12 networking truths. In case you don't know these, read the RFC. It's only about a page or so long, and it's really, really helpful. So the idea is, don't just put new things in there. It applies to protocol design. It's an RFC, after all. But the idea is, get rid of things you don't really actually need. So in our context, it means more something like network design. Get rid of anything you don't actually need, and then you have good. Then you could have that. Speak slowly and clearly, and then you have a clear, clean design. Okay, that's it. So there's my contact details. If you have questions, if you want to find me, or if you have questions right now.
Thank you, Benedikt. Any questions? No? Okay.
Okay.
Then thank you very much.
Right.
And we come to the end of our IPv6 working group session. Please rate the talks. And of course, remember our cat. And get out of here. It's coffee time.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, moving lights, very, very fancy. Alex, Francisca, and I would like to welcome you all to the Address Policy Working Group at RIPE 92. We have two sessions today. This session before lunch and the session immediately after lunch. We used to be always on Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock, but some people prefer a more gentle start to the morning. And so we now have this Thursday late morning start. And, you know, some people enjoy that, so we're probably keeping it. We'd like to let everyone know that this is a hybrid session. So there are people here in the room, and there are people who are participating over Meet Echo. If you're participating over Meet Echo, you can definitely ask a question using the Q&A tab, and you can also put your hand up to speak if you want to make a point. And of course, if you're here in the room, you're welcome to approach the microphones if you have a comment to make or a question to ask. We have a code of conduct. We'd like to keep all discussion professional and polite. Please treat everyone with respect. We'd also like to thank our scribes. Anthony is going to be taking minutes for us today. Thank you very much, Anthony. And our stenographers, thank you very much. We really appreciate your work, both while we're speaking in the room and also later on when we go and look at what we actually said. So we have minutes from RIPE 91. They were published, and we haven't had any comments. Does everyone think that we can accept the minutes that we published as draft from RIPE 91? I see some nods. I'm going to take that as yes. So we will finalize the minutes. Thank you very much. This is our, whoa, it's gone. Okay, this is our agenda for today. We will be selecting a new co-chair as I'm standing down at this meeting. We have an ASOAC update from Herve, a policy update from Angela, and Marco will then give us an update from registration services. And finally, before lunch, we have an informational presentation from Tony about IP address allocations to celestial bodies. And then after lunch, we have more. We have presentations on recycling AS numbers, a revised IPv6 PI assignment policy, and an upcoming policy proposal on legacy status. And anyone who was in the RIPE NCC services working group yesterday might go and recognize that topic. If you didn't see that presentation, you might want to go and check it out before the second session. So the next part of what we're doing is the co-chair selection. The process we have is published on the website, and people who are participating in this session get to choose the co-chair. We announced the call for a new co-chair. Leslie was nominated. There was some support posted on the list, and I'd like to invite Leslie to come up here and introduce herself to everyone who doesn't already know Leslie before we do a call for consensus.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leslie Nobile. I am happy to be back at a RIPE meeting. It's been quite some time. I started coming in 2001. I've been in the internet industry for pretty much my entire career, starting with the registry system and, well, not starting, but basically, it's been my whole career, the registry system. have a lot of experience with IP address policy, and I hope that that experience is useful to the APWG. I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Well, I think that round of applause clearly means that there is consensus. Thank you very much. I'm going to step down as co-chair. Leslie steps up as co-chair. And I think my closing act will be to invite Herve to the stage and give an update on the ASOAC NRO NC.
I was told this wasn't working.
Yeah, it is working. Good morning, everyone. First, thank you, Leo, for the work you have performed here, and thank you for your last task, and welcome, Leslie, on board of this addressing policy working group, and I'm pretty sure regarding the experience you had beforehand that you will do an excellent job in that area. The NRO-NC update, which is the ASOAC also. It's a presentation, so we do regularly during the policy working group. It's about the current work we are performing within the ASOAC. I will talk a little about ICP2, but I invite everybody, but I am sure that everybody had planned to go to the community plenary this afternoon, and we will have an extensive presentation of the ICP2 co-presented with Andrei as well. NRO Number Resource Organization, Number Council. NRO is the collection of the 5 regional internet registry, and this council, the NRO-NC, is comprised of normally 3 people coming from the different regions, and the NRO-NC fulfills the function of the ASOAC, the Address Supporting Organization, Address Council. There are at least 3 supporting organizations within the ICANN, the ASO, dealing with IP addresses. There is also the GNSO, regarding the domain name generally, I would say, on the DNS issue related, and the CCNSO for the country code domain name. About the NRO-IC serves at the ASOAC, so you are accustomed to now. Okay. This council, I already explained what it is. This council, I already explained that normally there are 15 members free from each of the region, but you know that due the circumstances within the Afrinic, at one moment, we had absolutely nobody within the council, and we are happy enough to have Saul on board still from the beginning of this year. What we do? We advise with the NRO-IC as well, the ICANN board about the problematic regarding the IP global management system. We oversee the global policy development process. So you know that a global policy is a policy common between each of the region and dealing with the function of the IGANA on the regional internet registry. And our role is if there is a global policy proposal, to see if the process is correctly fulfilled about that, noting that the last global policy was designed in 2012, as I can remember. We appoint 2 members to the ICANN board, the seat 9 and 10. I will go back to that after. And we appoint 1 member to the ICANN nominating committee as well. And we meet monthly. And we have normally 1 on-site meeting per year. Happy people here in the slide. We have Saul, still 2026, so we are happy enough to have somebody from the Afrinic and somebody who can participate and give his opinion about ICP2. That's very important. And after, you have the people sorted by the different regions. First, the ARIN, then the APNIC, then the LACNIC,
and you recognize the people from the RIPE NCC service region as well. In 2026, we didn't get bored, absolutely. We still monitor and support the global policy development process. We have a subgroup of the SOEC who is in charge to see within its regions what are the different policy proposals, and Angela will come back there. And they are responsible to see if one of these policy can potentially be a global policy also. In 2026, we have no identified any potential global policy. It's something, so we will explain this afternoon. We conduct the ICP2 review. And at the end of this year, we will launch the 2027 election for the seat 9 of the ICANN board. About this seat 9, currently it is Alan Barrett who is serving the SOEC seat, and his term will end November 2027, so in 1 year and a half, during the ICANN 90. And it's a long process because there is a call for the candidate, but we will go back to that in October. As Christian Kaufmann is still the chair for the seat 10, there won't be any possibility for the RIPE NCC to present any candidate for the seat 9 during this session. And you can see you have the link regarding the different information regarding the current board appointments. Transparency, that's a word which is very important for us, and we will repeat this word. Sorry, I am not very fluid this morning. Perhaps it's my French who come back very easily because we are in Scotland. Transparency, so it's an important word, and we will repeat this word of transparency this afternoon during the ICP2. We have mailing list open. Our SOEC monthly meetings are open. There is a calendar in the SOEC website, and you can read the calendar and participate without any problem, except sometimes there is a closed session at the end of the meeting. And we have different meetings during the ICANN or different locations in the world regarding ICP2 also. The next meeting regarding the working group and the work we'll perform regarding the completion of the document will take place in Seville, ICANN. It will be in 2 weeks and a half, something like that. And there will be a set of closed sessions, but we will do our best to have at least one open session on ASO presentation also as well. ICP2 review, I will say a few words about that. It's just about the definition, about the source, and about where we are currently regarding the agenda we have collectively defined. What is ICP2? So you know, no, perhaps I could have given a quiz for that, is the Internet Coordination Policy 2. And this document, adopted by the ICANN in 2001, has a principal objective for recognizing new regional Internet registry. It's a different criteria to define the regional Internet registry. Example of criteria, so a new regional Internet registry must be sufficiently large in terms of region, in terms of multi-nationality. It's an important function to support the local numbering community. The regional Internet registry is here to support the community, so it's to support you, and has to be capability technical, of course. So you can see that within the RIPE NCC, you have a lot of big experts, technical big experts, and there was a presentation yesterday afternoon regarding the different aspects of that. And you have the link to the document. general timeline, general history, you know, you see that there were first regional internet registry created, and Hans-Peter last Monday recalled that there was before the right community and then the right NCC created in 1992. There was the APNIC, the ARIN, and then the ICANN was created. And via the ICP2, adopted in 2001, the LACNIC first in 2002 have been established, and the AFRINIC in 2005. Why revisit this document? For two reasons. The first one, I said it was adopted by the ICANN in 2001. It's a quarter century, and in the internet world, a lot has changed regarding the internet. And the relationship between the regional internet registry and the ICANN has changed also. But also, another reason to update the ICP2, as I said, is that it was primarily focused on the creation of a new regional internet registry. But it is missing the part that the criteria defined in the ICP2 can be used to follow the ongoing entire life of a regional internet registry. And there could be, but one more time, in very extreme cases, the possibility of derecognition of a regional internet registry. So, and it's because the NERO EC, so the group of the director of the regional internet registry, asked the ISO-EC regarding two tasks, a very short-term task first, the first one, it's the ICP2 implementation procedure. It was to review and advise the NERO EC on this draft procedure for validating and addressing ongoing regional internet registry compliance with ICP2. And the second task is the task we have worked since 3 years, is really to review the ICP2, to review the criteria, to add the two other moment of the cycle, the life cycle of the regional internet registry also. And the idea definitely is to consolidate the system. Since then, we have worked a lot, as you can see, but I won't describe this table. You have supporting document available. The last document available, the last update available is the Regional Internet Registry Governance Doc V2. So you have the link. You have a status report of what happened in Q1 2026 also, and you have a document regarding the community engagement. And a new one is a status report May 2026, because every month there is something new. And regarding the global timeline, we are here in Q2 2026, where we share the status report May 2026, I have talked about. And there will be the ICANN 86 with a different working group session there. Then in Q3, Q4 2026, the final version of the document will be delivered to the NRO EC, and a final version presented in the Regional Internet Registry meeting and ICANN 87 then. And from Q4 2026, the NRO and the ICANN will talk together for the process of the approval of the document. And that's all. I have 1 minute 43 left.
Thank you, Herve. And we are good on time, so. And I am shocked you said you were only working on this for 3 years. It feels so much longer.
Exactly.
But first of all, you stole a little bit of Alex and my thunder. We would like to first thank Leslie to step up into this role. It's going to be amazing that we have you with so much experience on our team. And obviously, Leo excused himself very, very quickly. Thanks a lot for the great collaboration. You helped me personally stepping into this role. It's sad to see you go, but I'm very happy to have you on the other side of the microphone again. And now, do you have questions for Herve?
Hi.
An ex-ASOAC member, I see.
Exactly. So also speaking as an ex-AC member, I know how much work this has been. I've been part of a little bit before I had to resign. So thank you very much for putting all this hard work in, because I know how much work it is.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to focus that there is within the ASOAC a specific working group, which is called the drafting team working group, was a big work. And Andrei here is part of the drafting team working group, and Nicole as well from the APNIC who is here.
Okay, do we have questions online? Okay, then thanks a lot. And as most of you probably already know, our next speaker is Angela, Policy Officer of the RIPE NCC, who gives us an update on what's happening in the policy world, in our region and the other regions since we met the last time.
Good morning, all. We are here for the usual update regarding policy development in our region and in all other regions, but please allow me also to give a big thank you to Leo, because of all his commitment through the years, but also personally, it's been lovely to work together. And thank you also for knowing each other a bit better. It was really great. So going back to business, policy update, what happened since we saw each other in Bucharest. And then I will give you an anticipation of some work that probably you are going to be requested to do, giving feedback on a review of the PDP, and I will tell you later. So we have a new policy. This was already accepted in Bucharest, but the development, the implementation proceeded, and on the 5th of May, the new terms and conditions for the RIPE NCC certification repository have been published. They will be effective on 8th June, and from that moment, the RIPE NCC will start monitoring for the revocation of persistently non-functional delegated RPTA CAs. And the new policy is RIPE 847. My colleague Bart gave a beautiful presentation yesterday in the routing working group, so you can review what RIPE NCC is going to do to inform the operators of delegated CAs that are non-functional for more than 90 days. And for details, I refer you to that presentation. So for now, if you have if you are running a delegated CA, check that it's functioning, and if you have some issues, I understand that RIPE NCC is more than available to assist you in eventually solving the issues. Then we have two policy proposals at the moment in the PDP. The first one is awaiting a new version, is regarding the revisitation of the criteria for assigning IS numbers. And I expect to see a new version after this meeting being posted. And later on, you will hear from Tobias and Clara about the revised IPv6 PI assignment policy proposal 2024-01. The discussion phase is ended for this proposal, and I think they're going to seek your feedback to take a decision. And please read the proposal, be prepared about all the topics that this proposal is touching upon, and give your feedback, think if this proposal is responding to your need or not, and provide suggestion and comments. For who is not familiar with our PDP, is organized in different phases. So the fact that the discussion phase is ended for both proposal means that the community, you as working group, has discussed if there was material to go ahead with eventually create a policy draft, an impact analysis by the RIPE NCC, and this is in case the proposal goes to review phase. Again, I must reiterate that during review phase, the comments are important. You have to repeat the comments that you made during the discussion phase, because those comments are considered by the working group chairs to determine if consensus has been achieved or not. So if you don't comment, they don't know what to decide very shortly. So you have to repeat. Even if you participated in the discussion phase, please take part in the review phase. And then last call is for people that missed the first two phases. And in that phase, you can only submit new objections and eventually for the review of the declaration of rough consensus, if this was made. In other regions, news from AFNIC, those three proposals that were waiting for ratification already for a long time have been ratified. The first one was already ratified long ago and is in the last phase of testing, and is regarding the RPKI ROAS for unallocated and unassigned AFNIC address space. For some people is also known as AS0. And the last two ratified policies are the transfer policy. This is a new addition to the possibility to also to do inter-RAR transfers from and to AFNIC. You will see that there are some particular conditions there. AFNIC will be able to transfer out of the region legacy space and the space that it received from other RARs, and will be able to accept space from other RARs. But details about the implementation will be given by AFNIC. And then the abuse contact policy is going to require for INET NUMS, INET 6 NUMS, and out NUMS the availability of a contact for reporting abuse in, that has to be registered in the database. Then last week, some proposals were submitted. Two last week, soft landing to recover the space and priority, and amendment of utilization in soft landing. The first one is actually saying that the recovered space can be distributed following the same rules of soft landing, and priority regards when these recovered resources are going to be, let's say, put in the list of assignments, so in which kind of timeline. And amendments of utilization in soft landing is lifting the need of utilizing 90% of the resources already assigned in case of particular needs. Then yesterday, a new policy proposal was submitted, and is exactly, I really think, exactly the same of what we implemented a couple of years ago with NWI 19. So the new IS sets must be registered with hierarchical names, and we already implemented in our region. In ARIN, I'm always admiring the advisory council because they're very active. They implemented the clarification of the registration service agreement, is giving more flexibility to ARIN in deciding, in case of transfers, which is the service agreement that can be accepted, because before there was a limitation that it was supposed to be in the last two versions. Then we have a recommended draft policy that is recommended draft policy. You can make it similar to our last call. That is requiring the space that is reserved for IPv6 transition is requiring to use it in a region. Then a couple of draft policies under discussion. There is the clarification of whether to use the word ISP or LAR in the number resource policy manual. I think there is a, let's say, almost an agreement to use LAR instead of ISP. Then another draft policy is suggesting to reduce the required amount of, let's say, the minimum required amount of addresses to be used in region in order to be able to use addresses also out of region. At the moment, you must use at least a /22. They want to reduce it to /24. Fixed formula in this paragraph and make policy in to match the examples in another paragraph. The first one is the formula for defining which is the maximum allocation that can be distributed. And it looks like there was some unclarity there. And the second one is, how can I say, clarifying that when you have a single site network, you can receive only a /48, because at the moment, the examples are only mentioning multi-site networks. And then you will hear more about the topic of the last policy proposal that is regarding the distribution of addresses for networks outside the Earth. In APNIC, all these proposals are under implementation. The first one is, let's say, taking away, how can I say, removing some details, contact details from the, let's say, the output of queries, bulk queries to the whois. The second one is the same proposal that we have under implementation in our region. And the third one is going to give more transparency on how the data are queried in the whois and RDAP in APNIC. In LACNIC, it's a big change because we have now a policy that has been ratified. This changes a lot the possibility to the usage that can be done of IPv4 allocation. Now is going to be possible to assign, sub-assign part of the allocation to third parties. Before the ratification of this policy, it was not possible. It was supposed to be used, an allocation was supposed to be used only for the infrastructure of the holder. And now there is opening to sub-assign part of it, but to a member of LACNIC with some requirements. So these members have to have an IS number, IPv6, and so on. And then there is a policy under discussion to define much better the organization term in the policy manual. The usual useful links, there is the comparative policy overview that is updated periodically, and all the links to the policy proposal and the policy manual of the other areas. Then PDP document review. As you know, we have our PDP that is described in a document. At the moment is RIPE 781. I made this beautiful artistic, I'm proud of myself, really, it's fantastic. So you can see that the PDP started to be documented in 2005, and then periodically it was reviewed. So it is already a while that this was not done, and now the RIPE chair is, let's say, again, reviewing the RIPE chair team, actually, is reviewing the document to see if after so much time, after 4 years, there is the need to make some clarification regarding the roles, the timelines, and if there is something that can be made much more clear. If you are interested in knowing how the PDP evolved through time, Neil O'Reilly, the ex-vice RIPE chair, did a beautiful document going through the whole history, which modifications have been made through time. Is a very nice read if you're interested, and also to realize if the proposed changes, suggested changes have been already proposed, if they can be more relevant now or not. You're going to be asked to give feedback. Please do it, because this is the way in which you're going to discuss policies, in which consensus is going to be achieved or not, and you're part of it. So it's important that you participate. And with this, I think I'm done, and I wonder if you have any question.
Okay, do we have questions? We have somebody lined up online.
I can unmute. You wouldn't want to leave. Savor every bite and sip as each dish and drink is crafted for your pure delight. Dive into our sparkling swimming pool and let yourself float effortlessly, free of all worries. When the sun sets, the magic begins. Rich.
Okay, it's unexpected.
Okay.
Do we have anything from the room? Okay, anything in the chat? Okay, thank you. Next up is Marco Schmidt from RIPE NCC's registration services, who gives us his usual update. And for everyone who is not so deeply involved here, those are the people who actually need to implement and execute what we decide here. So their feedback is very important to us.
Good morning, and thank you, Franziska. My name is Marco Schmidt, Manager of Registration Services, and also I want to start with welcome Leslie, and thank you very much, Leo, for the great cooperation, and looking still forward to see you around here and waiting for input. And I would like to give you this regular update of observations and activities that are done by registration services. I want to start indeed to inform you about some activities that we have done since RIPE 91. And then talking about a topic from leasing to registration quality, and some potential need of clarification in the IPv6 policy. But first, as I mentioned, some project updates, activity updates. The first one I will keep very short, because that was already presented also by my colleague Ed at the database working group. But during the last RIPE meeting in Bucharest, I presented here to this working group the observation that some registration data, if we only publish the company name and the country of legal registration, are not unique. And I suggested that we could also publish the registration number of legal organizations, because we have them in our internal records. That was taken up as a numbered worker item in the RIPE database working group. It received support and was eventually accepted. And since the end of April, we have implemented it. And as you see here, more than 33,000 such registration numbers are now published. I will not go much more in detail now, because, as I said, it was already presented. And also I linked here a reference to a RIPE Blabs article that gives more details. But I actually want to use the opportunity to point something out. You yesterday attended the RIPE NCC Services Working Group. Hans-Peter said that we actually, as part of the new strategy, want to provide services in a more agile, in a more efficient way. And I think that already this implementation contributed to that one. So if you see just between two RIPE meetings, it's implemented. We were not aiming for the gold-plated perfect solution, rather publish something that has a value and that now can be tested, used by you, and also giving feedback to us. And we have already received quite some useful feedback. It helped us even to fix one little bug that we hadn't noticed ourselves, so that's great. So please keep on providing us feedback and helping us to improving our service in a much more collaborative and efficient way. The next project that also was initiated following RIPE 91 is about legacy. Just a quick recap. Legacy are resources that have been issued, provided before the RIPE NCC and the ARIA system was established, so before the current policy framework. There is a policy in place for legacy resources, and it also allows actually those legacy resource holders to don't enter in any contractual relationship with the RIPE NCC, which of course causes the problem that we don't really know who is still really using them, this the rightful holder, and so on. And that refers to around 40 million IP addresses in 2,200 ranges, hold, according to our records, by around 1,600 resource holders. And then we proposed and we received your support that we actually would reach out to them to see if we can verify them, and if this is done, add an organization object to those legacy resources with a verified holder name. And this project has started a couple of weeks ago, and I want to share with you some preliminary results. So at this moment, so this is the total amount of these legacy holders. A bit more than 1/3 has been contacted. We have decided to do this in phases because of the amount, and also there's different complexity involved. And so far we have received a response from 6%. That looks maybe a bit, a little bit sad, but I also have to say that a big amount of contacting emails just have been sent last week. So the responses are coming in, but also we noticed already it can get a bit challenging to get those legacy resource holders to answer to us. But diving a bit deeper into those 6%, so at this moment, we have already managed to verify 18 of those legacy resource holders who still decided to remain without contractual relationship. Another 35 actually used our outreach activity to decide to bring the resources under contract, and 5 even decided to convert the legacy space. And another 40 still are making up their mind. But overall, and that's actually, I'm really happy to see that there is an increasing trend to bring legacy more in the registry system, to bring it under contract or to convert, mostly to get better access to services that we provide with RPKI in particular. So I included some numbers there. So just in these first 5 months of 2026, around 200 ranges have been converted, and another 200 ranges have been brought under contract. So that is way above average of the last years. So it's a good trend. And as it was already mentioned in the second session, there will be a proposal idea by Clara and Peter that also actually will propose something towards this goal to improve the registration quality of legacy resources. And yeah, so the project is still ongoing. We keep on to reach out and stay in contact with those legacy resource holders. And at the next RIPE meeting, and maybe also in between on the mailing list, I will provide some more updates how this project is ongoing. And if you want to get more details about legacy without contract in particular, just last week a very extensive article has been published by my colleagues that also looks about how they are visible, what activities we see there. So it's also linked in the slides. If you download them, you can get this information. Moving on, the next topic, I called it From Leasing to Registration Quality. And yeah, what do I mean with this? So far, in parts of the RIPE community and some RIPE members, RIPE NCC members, use the term leasing quite heavily when they promote their businesses. And if you look up general definitions, what leasing actually is, you find something like what I posted here. So that's there are basically two parties. An offering party provides for a defined period against some payment, assets or resources to a receiving party, but the holdership, the ownership stays with the offering party. And in February, there was an email sent to the Address Policy Working Group mailing list by James Kennedy, raising some concerns that there might be some quality issues. There might be also some transparency gap with this type of service provision. And that's why the working group chairs reached out to the RIPE and to see if we can confirm this from our side. And I have to be honest, I'm always struggling a little bit when the term leasing is used in the internet numbers world, because it's not really formally defined yet by any policy. And so we did look in some data or in some registration data of members that use the term leasing for their outreach and marketing activities. And we have to say we didn't find anything extraordinary there. Some do a very good job, some other have room to improve. But let's say it was nothing exclusively related to something that is framed as leasing. And actually, the RIPE policies, they do have several concepts, non-commercial concepts. Leasing is more really a business relation that also refer to temporary provision of IP ranges. You probably know them: assignments, sub-allocations, and transfers, temporary transfers. And intentionally, there is no mentioning of a contractual relationship, because until now, that's not really in the scope of the RIPE database to identify what relationship two parties have. But what is in the scope very clearly, and that's also what James actually pointed out, there should be a good way to reach out the responsible party that is managing, that is using a network. So that's also mentioned in the IPv4 policy, which I quoted here, and also in the IPv6. So we decided to look a little bit, to take a step back, let leaving aside for the moment, and look a bit what numbers we see there on these existing concepts. So assignments, sub-allocations, and temporary transfers. We looked at total numbers. We looked at how much IPv6 is actually involved, and the IPv6 contact, which is, let's say, the most obvious if you want to reach somebody for some issues that are observed, and an overall estimation of the quality of those entries. So you see here that assignments, of course, they take the biggest chunk. So we have almost 4 million PA assignment in IPv4 allocations and almost 1 million in IPv6 allocations. Sub-allocations is less, around 20K in IPv4 allocations and a bit more in IPv6 allocations. Temporary transfers are significantly lower, a bit more than 500 at this stage. Regarding the RIPE into C involvement, maybe starting with the temporary transfers, there we are obviously very strongly involved, because such temporary transfers only can be done with the RIPE into C's approval, like any other resource transfer. So we make sure we perform all our due diligence. For assignments and sub-allocation, it's different, because it's intentionally that this is actually to be created by our members within the allocations to indicate networks. And we only look at them when we perform an audit or an ARC, so an assisted registry check. Now looking at the IPv6 validation, because there is a policy that requires us to validate IPv6 contacts. It's first important to mention that for assignments and sub-allocations, it is not mandatory to add a specific IPv6 contact, but if it's there, we also validate it annually. And if we feel it's not working, we start an automated process to inform the responsible party that it should be fixed. But once the automated process is ended, we don't enforce it for assignments and sub-allocations. Rather, we make a remark in the RIPE database that this seems to be not working, and refer to the abuse contact of the member that we have validated. And of course, for temporary transfers, as this refers to allocations or independent assignments, we make sure that those abuse contacts are working. Which brings me to the most important point. Okay, what can we actually say about the quality of those database entries? And for temporary transfers, we are pretty confident, because we are strongly involved. For assignments and sub-allocations, we have to use some indications, because we have a lower involvement there. But looking at the ARCs that we perform, in around 1/3 of those ARCs, we do find issues, so that either the assignment information are outdated, or there are even assignment is not needed anymore. On the other hand, it's even missing. So that points to some bigger issues there, and that's also supported by additional observations. To the younger people in the room, I want to just point out that until September 2012, the WIPE industry used to have lots of IPv4, and we gave larger ranges to members that needed them, and if they could justify their need. And how they justified those needs, they created assignments in their existing allocations. And when there was enough usage, they could come back for more. So we had to look at them, and actually looking at those assignments that have been created before October 2012, 75% have been changed since then. And I'm not sure about you, but I have to suspect that quite some of them are not exactly accurate anymore. Some for sure might be, but there's a lot of old and not current outdated information. On the other hand, for newer IPv4 and IPv6 allocations, often members, younger, newer members, are not really aware about the purpose to create more specific assignments or objects in their allocations, or they also think, okay, anyhow, that's all my business, so I shouldn't do anything there. But these two effects actually impact negatively the quality of the registration data, and subsequently to reach the responsible parties. So the questions that, or the considerations that I want to put here in the room, that do the existing concepts actually need a review, especially in terms of getting good data, current data? Should it be maybe, or could it be an idea to make these more specific entries only if the operational accountability is not longer with the member, but rather they handed it over? But then also make sure that this is maintained and that it is accurate. And just this, talking about IPv4, just this morning, Ed actually mentioned in the database working group, there is this option of created aggregated by LAR, that also for IPv4, but so far it's, I think, only 700 objects. So that might be an idea for members to create such object for all the networks that they are under their responsibility. And of course, also coming back to the beginning of this topic, should maybe contractual relationships somehow documented or presented in the RIPE database? Coming to my last point, that's a bit a shorter point about IPv6, especially the IPv6 policy that is out there already since 2002. It was created of a joint community discussion of the three areas back then that existed, so APNIC, ARIN, and the RIPE communities. And since then, around 20, or exactly 20 changes have been made to this document, which shows it is a live document as it should be. The policy evolves and improves if there's a need. But what happened, I listed here some changes that happened over the years. The allocation size has been adapted, how you can justify for larger blocks. The PI concept was introduced, but has parts that don't have changed over the last 20 years and still have the old wording is what happened after we provided those resources. So, and there is still the wording there from 2002, and they sometimes lack clarity or also are consistent with newer wording added. And to give you two examples, just the term audit is mentioned twice in the IPv6 policy in reference to making assignments and to aggregations. But there is not a clear reference to the audit procedure as we actually have in the IPv4 policy. And that's also the reason why I included this here, because I informed the working group a little while ago that we started to perform some audits of members that hold a lot of IPv6 allocations. And then, of course, they come the question, oh yeah, but where is this covered? It is there, but it's not as specific as I would like, for example. And the same about policy requirements, policy compliance requirements, and what to do when there is policy compliance missing or incomplete. And this wording, don't worry, I'm not reading it out, is from 2002. It uses terms that license and good faith and bad faith and renewing it. That is not really out there anymore in other policy documents. So something that I wanted to ask the audience here. So while actually everything is in the current IPv6 policy regarding the resource lifecycle, is there maybe a need to make it more clear and more consistent? And if you would agree with that, the RIPE agency could author or co-author such a policy proposal, because it's not so much a content change, rather a clarification change. And that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I would welcome any questions, comments, and just pointed here out to 3 topics that I raised: the projects, registration concepts, and IPv6 policy.
Thank you, Marco. Let's start with Gerd, and then we have the question from the chat.
Gerd Düring, thanks for bringing back the results on talking to the legacy holders. And I'm actually quite happy to see that the carrot seems to be working reasonably well. It seems to have an effect. They are not ignoring you, they're bringing the addresses in the system, and documentation improves, which is slightly different picture than the one painted yesterday. With all these stupid legacy holders, this is so unfair and we need to go fight them. So thanks.
Alex, will you read?
Yeah. Antonis Verschuren from Liberty Global on the topic of leasing. Prefix brokers don't make assignments for the prefixes they lease out to customers. This makes it increasingly difficult for network operators to identify customers when BGP sessions fail. It's impossible to contact prefix brokers in the middle of the night to ask who their customer is. We had a workaround in place to mandate our customers to use the description field in route objects to identify for which customer we should route the prefix. But since some months, the description field in route objects is dummified for privacy reasons in the bulk whois. We don't understand why or how a voluntary field should be dummified. It brings operational security risks. What would be a solution to identify users of leased address space? Can we please refer to dummification for descriptions in route objects if assignments for prefix brokers cannot be mandated?
Thank you. And I think those observations apply to all kinds of assignments, because again, leasing, some people use it, but yeah, I think it's a general good observation for all kinds of entries. Yeah.
Nicola from Falscom from Germany. I see there's a big variety of documentation of IPv4 assignments between various ISPs. Some ISPs, especially the ones which are for business, in business for quite a while, tend to put every /26, 27, 28, or whatever they assign to their business customer with a static IP in the RIPE database, as we do at the moment. But I see also an increasing number of ISPs not documenting those small assignments and just put a big like 22 in the database. It's like, yeah, that's statically assigned to business customers and that's it. But I also bring up the question, what's the benefit of having that customer in there? Like, this is assigned to a random company somewhere in the middle of nowhere. What are we going to do with that data? Geolocation isn't working that well anymore based on these objects, and also trying to get hold of the company is not really working anymore, because usually admin C and tech C and also abuse C is still with the ISP, because they are managing the backbone the customer is connected to. So it only gives you a rough indication who you are talking to on the other end of the IP address. But I would like to see some clarification there to get it back to a level where everyone agrees on what we want to have in the database there.
Yeah, and I think that is in line also what I highlighted. Reaching the one that is responsible for running that network, like in your case, would be the ISP. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I would say one last question.
Just a remark. I want to thank you on the work you are doing on the legacy resources. Also, I'm Emanuele Iovini from Europol, sorry for the record. I also welcome this proposal from James, this remark on the leasing, because we, as Europol, we want to stress the importance of contactability and accountability, which is not only technical, but we have to be able to contact someone in any case, even if they have problem themselves, even if you won't help them, if they have compromises, resources or whatever, we want to be able to contact them. So I welcome this work you are doing, especially on the legacy resources, but I think something can be done also on the leasing. So if the contract can be stated in a database, it will be helpful for us. Let's see how it can be done, and we are able to help if we want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you, Marco.
Thank you very much.
Our last presentation for this session is joining us remote. It is Tony Lee with IP addressing for outer space. And I would like to highlight that we started this discussion already on the mailing list, or Tony started it, and we had the feeling the working group was not very clear on what this is, the scope, and what this is actually about. So we are very happy that Tony can now clarify that for us, and I would encourage everyone to use the opportunity to come to the microphone in the end and actually have a discussion about that.
Hi, thank you very much. It's 4 a.m. here, so if I fall asleep while I'm talking, somebody please yell at me and wake me up. Today's talk is about work that we are doing in the Tip-Top working group in IETF. As you may have noticed, the economics of space travel have shifted, and we are very much once again exploring space. And what we're trying to do in Tip-Top is to extend the internet out into space. We very much need to think about addressing, and we very much want it to aggregate. We have a draft with all of the details. Please feel free to take a look at it. The gist of it is pretty simple. Right now, there is no official RIR for outer space, only for Earth continents. And we have an assignment from Antarctica to Erin, but that's the basic layout of things. There's nothing to be done for nothing is currently assigned for outer space, and we'd like to change that. Right now, space agencies are going to their local RIR, and because those are international organizations, we end up with address space from all over the place. And that means we can't do any kind of aggregation. One RIR and one address block for outer space. For legacy reasons, we've been talking to Erin about this, but it could be any RIR, and certainly Erin is not locked in at this point. If RIPE would like to do this, we can certainly talk about that. Very much looking for your feedback on going this direction. What we're proposing is one block for all of outer space, and within that block, we'd like to assign a prefix for the moon, each planet other than Earth, Lagrange points, the asteroid belt maybe, but there's some discussion about that. And then as we grow out into the solar system, other areas. The space agencies have generally been cooperative. They certainly expect to interconnect in space. And for them, this is actually very important. Communications is mission critical, quite literally. And so interconnecting for them minimizes costs, maximizes resiliency. And communications obviously are life critical for them. So resiliency is extremely important. So they very much want to interconnect and do so as much as possible. And so they're very interested in aggregating. And so, you know, one prefix per planet would actually minimize their costs. The draft that we are proposing enables aggregation. It does not mandate it. We are proposing doing this for both IPv4 and IPv6. We are very bandwidth constrained. Links to rovers, if you don't go through relay, are on the order of 500 bits per second. Yes, that's down in modem land, and bandwidth is mission critical since that's how they communicate and control rovers. So this is absolutely important to them. So IPv6 overhead is very much a serious concern. And so some mission planners would very much like to avoid that cost. So they have selected IPv4 previously, and it's likely that they will do so in the future for short-term uses. Longer term, when we start talking about colonization, obviously we would kind of like to do IPv6 because we don't want to be in a position where we have to renumber things in space. We'd like to enable aggregation for obviously both IPv4 and IPv6. Supporting IPv4 does not require a full IPv4 block. The address space needs are really quite modest. For the foreseeable future, something like a reclaimed /16 might suffice. That's the guts of the proposal. Any questions? Warren.
Let's take, yeah, go ahead. So Warren Kumari, Google. First off, thank you for writing this. I've been meaning to reach out to you, chat for a while, somehow just got lost in my thing. Jen and I are actually planning on writing a sort of slightly different document, which would request the IANA to set aside a large block for space, and then the various RIRs can draw from that space specifically for space use. The RIRs can then decide to, figure out whatever policy they want. So they could, for example, say, use this block on this planetary body or not. That does mean you don't initially get a single prefix per body. Maybe you end up with 5, but that's still nicely aggregatable. I do think it is useful for there to be a specific block for space use because your stack should know, this packet potentially is going to have a really long round trip time. Your stack can behave differently, etc. Some of my concerns with there just being one RIR is no matter where you put it, no matter where it's homed, there's going to be some set of countries that aren't going to fall into a reasonable thing, right? You put it in the US, they won't deal with Syria. You put it in China, they won't deal with some other country. We've already got an RIR system that has members and has figured out how to deal with these sorts of policies. I think we should just sort of propagate that. So again, one big block at the IANA. RIRs, when they get a request for space use, can go, dear IANA, we need a block for this, and then sub-allocate from that. I had one other point, which I was all riled up about, but I forgot it, so I'll go to the back of the queue.
It was your most important point.
Thank you, Warren. The concern with that is that, again, we would end up with 5 prefixes per planet, and there's some concerns about how well that would aggregate. So we really kind of like to have 1 prefix per planet.
Job Snyders, speaking for Job Snyders. I am not optimistic about the potential for aggregation here. Time after time, aggregation based on geography has proven not to really work well in practice, and people start poking holes in it, and then the hole somehow, it is not really a thing. In fact, I would say it is very naive to operate under the assumption that there could be 1 prefix per planet aggregation. So from this perspective, I think the initiative is lucky if it gets 5 prefixes per planet, but even that, over time, humans are going to human. As for using V4 in space, I'm like, guys, really? Really, is that the state of the art we're blasting into space? If the overhead is a concern, there are many compression algorithms you can apply on the link layer. And this is a well understood problem space. So this reasoning, I reject it fully. So I like Warren's approach of getting a block from IANA for space, but I think the FI4, I would drop it from the slides. Thank you.
Thank you. I disagree.
Okay. We take a question from the chat first.
Maximilian Emig says, why RIPE and not IANA? I oppose reserving additional IPv4. IPv6, sure.
Okay.
Hi, Sillinger talking for myself. When I saw your slide about the allocation to specific areas, I was still wondering, we do have areas which are also international waters, and where do you start with space? Because technically you also have satellite-to-satellite communication. Would that also apply under your proposal?
So international waters is absolutely not part of this proposal. I don't know how you want to deal with that, but not something I'm trying to tackle.
Again, Nicola from Falcom, but this time speaking for myself. If you're concerned about aggregation, you could still do one prefix per planet from IANA and then sub-allocate that per RIR. But still, then you would have multiple announcements per planet going into the BGP. So I'm not too sure that would even fulfill the point of aggregating stuff there. And I also oppose the idea to have one RIR, because currently everyone has an agreement with their local IRR, and having sub-assignments from RIR per planet to an RIR shouldn't be a big problem, but would help members not having issues with dealing with multiple RIRs then, or at least two, where they might have contractual problems, as we see with current RIPE members.
Thank you. Noted.
Peter Koch-Dienig. On V4 in space, I believe there's an international convention about kind of hygiene, so not to poison remote planets with unwanted life forms. No, seriously, but I think that can be extended to V4 in the spirit. More seriously on the other point, so I'm wondering, what we currently have is globally routed IPv6, and I'm wondering how globally would extend to space. So that would probably suggest getting another slice, but not from the IANA because it doesn't have it yet. It would have been this address space that isn't yet assigned logically. And then the question of the RIRs, given the other presentations about ICP2 and such, I don't think that policy-wise that is usefully captured by either picking one, adding another one, or distributing it across the 5 we have for reasons of policy coordination. And the dedicating of a new slice of protocol parameter actually might help you with that. But that's not an engineering problem in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're Brian.
Okay, Brian Nisbet Asira. So huge fan, as all as I am, of the bottom-up process and things like that. This seems like an NRO conversation rather than individual working group or individual policy group in each ORIOR conversation. I mean, I think I can't see how one ORIOR under current geopolitics could serve this particular role. So I kind of like the IANA idea, even though that comes with its own complexities. But I just think that this should be a conversation that the ORIOR should be having at a senior management level with each other, rather than necessarily each group kind of giving its own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have submitted this to NRO and have not heard back.
Okay, Gerd?
So I just need to disagree with Brian because I can, but that wasn't the point why I'm here. So I discussed this with Warren on the last coffee break because I thought, let's see what we can do here to proceed in a good way. From the geopolitics, from the way the policies have been written down over the last years, this is a bit of a complex issue to tackle because we have written down what we do and this is not what we do. So we need to change the text of that. I think the idea that Warren brought with having an ITF, starting with an ITF document that tells Ayana, here's a block, use that for space, is one of the definitely necessary things to actually get started. If we have no addresses, there's no way to distribute them. And this is where I disagree with Brian. We have policies that write down how we do IPv6 distribution. So this text needs adjustment. If we, as the address policy working group, agree that this is a useful thing to do, if we write it down formally and we do something new, we have to adjust the formal thing that we have written down. And on the NRO level, of course, there's the global policy paper that also needs twisting. But first we need addresses. Otherwise, this is all a bit moot. So yeah, that's doable, but tricky.
Okay, Warren? Warren Kumari again. So answering two different things. A couple of people have said, why not just make this completely the Ayana's problem? I had a chat with Kim Davies at the Ayana and others, and I don't think that's the right approach because potentially there are going to be a lot of requests. And, you know, there's already a membership community here. There are already people who discuss policy. Being able to reuse that seems like a great advantage. It's also clear who your particular RIR is in the region. The reason I originally got up here, though, is earlier in the week, the IAB did a whole thing on, operator outreach. And this is exactly the sort of input that we think is really helpful, right? There are people in this community who've thought about addressing policy, who understand address policy. And so we like these sort of people to participate and make your views known so we can sort of learn from you all. That's all.
Thank you. I'm not sure who was first. I think, yeah, Stephen.
Stephen Strauss-Fastley. We are not in space, but I think this is super interesting stuff. I agree with carving out space at the IANA level. I don't believe that with the geopolitics behind space that we would get to one uniform registry for space. But it does bring me to the question of, you put up a slide on cooperation in space and use the ISS as an example. I'm not optimistic about that future. The ISS is going to be deorbited in 5 years or so. We have China operating in space. We have Russia about to put up its own space station. We have India. We have different levels of cooperation in space. And so I feel perhaps like we are going to wind up with a multi-RIR setup for any extraplanetary internet that we wind up with. I guess a question that comes out of that is, I haven't been following the tip-top work. Are the various space agencies or their related governments engaged in this? Because if they aren't, I definitely feel like they should be.
Earth very much is in space, so it does count. Yes, space agencies are trying to interoperate with tip-top. We're trying to get them involved, and there's some challenges with that, but we're trying to get them kicking and screaming to participate with us.
Okay, Eric.
So Eric Veng, Cisco, but mainly the responsible area director for the tip-top working group at the IETF. So thank you, Tony, for being at 4 a.m. That's nice. And like Warren said, it's nice as well that we get this discussion here, because this community has got input that the IETF doesn't have and vice versa. Okay. To the point of the space agency, the question just before, they do not directly interact with tip-top, but they use subcontractors. And those system integrator basically are interacting with tip-top, just to be clear on this one. And finally, the document from Tony is currently on the call for adoption, which is the first step in the IETF process. And it will be changing on after. So feel free to join the discussion on the IETF document, right? And basically the discussion here needs to continue. Thank you. And thank you, Tony, again.
Thanks for clarifying, because that is actually something we have been discussing, if the stakeholders are actually in the room that would have interest in that. And I think your hint is really helpful.
Thank you, John Curran, CEO of Aaron. Tony, thank you for presenting this to RIPE. It's very important. I just want to clarify one thing about Aaron serving as the outer space RIR. This only came up because there's a policy proposal in the Aaron region, Aaron 2026-1. Because our community was discussing this, they asked for staff and legal assessment equivalent to your policy impact statements. So we had to respond as the organization so the community would understand what happens if they adopted a policy. And so we responded and we said, there's some issues with this policy. Obviously, someone has to understand what the benefits are and how aggregation would be achieved. But let's talk about implementation. If it was implemented, it requires a block to be allocated by the IETF. It requires some way for the IANA to indicate that it would like the RIRs to provide services to this block. It requires the Aaron board to decide it wishes to serve entities outside of our classic region. That's not automatic, and we've done it before. When Aaron was formed, our region was everything not RIPE and APNIC. So it's everything not RIPE and APNIC. If the board says the community wants it, we could do it. That's not excitement about doing it. It's just saying it's a potential and it's a role we've served before. And the last part is it requires consent of the other RIRs that it wants Aaron to serve in this capacity. There's a number of ways services to such a block could be provided. A global policy could allocate it in slices to each RIR and have it issued irrespectively. It could be done by one RIR. If you want to read the full staff and legal write-up, it's attached to draft policy 2601 on the Aaron website. I just wanted to clarify what the position was because there might be some confusion. We haven't jumped up and down and said we want to be the space RIR. We're responding to a community policy draft. Thank you.
Thanks for the context.
Hi, Remco van Mook. Tony, first of all, thank you so much for my quote of the week, Earth is in space. I found it amazing. Thank you. I never considered that. Now on to more serious bits. So one of the things that, as we go through the listing of space-going countries, I can't escape the notion that in the real world, mostly all of them, and John, I'll hope you apologize the analogy, effectively have their own national internet registries as is. And for them to pick up new address space would require them to go outside of the NIRs that they've set up themselves because they felt they needed them. And I would very much like to see how you think that dynamic would work. Secondly, I think that doing this and being able to aggregate space in outer space, fantastic, would only serve a purpose if you actually also had interconnection in outer space locked down, because there would be no point in aggregating address space if everyone was going to trombone their traffic back to planet Earth. And I think that that's especially in a probably going to be slightly competitive arena, exploring outer space. If I've ever seen any sci-fi series about it, it's not going to be all shiny happy. I think that that needs to be a critical part of how we're going to do not just addressing, but also routing in outer space. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We expect to have communications between planets. For example, we would expect eventually to have a link between the moon and Mars, and that's where we'd like to have one prefix hit in each direction.
I couldn't agree more, Tony, but I mean, it's not just Mars. It is China on Mars. It is Russia on Mars. It is the US on Mars. And I don't currently see them actually even in our current tiny piece of space using interoperability and routing between each other. And frankly, I would be terribly surprised if that would be any different for something that would be strategically more important.
Well, we're trying to encourage them to interconnect and operate, and giving them aggregatable addressing helps.
So Warren Kamari, Google again. First off, thank you again very much, Tony, for writing this and presenting it and being willing to be awake early in the morning. I agree that at the moment, countries aren't actually interconnecting, and maybe they won't soon for interplanetary stuff. But eventually, I think they will, right? Maybe not 5 years, maybe not 10 years, but eventually. So I think it is important for us to have, set aside address space and make this easy. Why I originally got up, though, was to mention if people are following this work in TipTop, there is also another working group called Space Research Group that has sort of much higher level stuff and much wider participation from sort of newer things. So if people want to follow it, please do that as well. And also, as I mentioned, Jen and I are in the process of writing a document. Who knows what will happen. But if there are people who know a bunch about address policy and want to help, please come along and chat about possibly being an author or similar. And also, thanks again, Tony.
Thank you. Maybe you want to post that to the list as well, so everyone has the reference. Tony, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't think we have anything online anymore. Everyone here is out discussed. Then thank you, Tony. Thanks for staying up late for us and presenting this. Okay. And with that, I give you 5 minutes back. I would like to remind you that you can still vote for the program committee until 5 o'clock today. There are 2 seats open. We have an amazing set of candidates. Have a look at the website, cast your votes so that the PC may resume excellent work next time. And I see you all back at 2 o'clock after the lunch. And of course, rate the talks. Okay. We don't have the bell at this meeting, but we have lovely voices shoving up into the room. So everyone, please find your seats, and welcome also from my fellow co-chairs for the second session of address policy today. We have 3 talks lined up, and we are going to start with Antonis from Cisco on a discussion on AS reallocation. Those of you who have been, if I recall correctly, on the plenary on Monday already saw a little bit of the discussion that he already started, and he informed me he's actually having a small set of slides to pitch his idea, and what he actually wants is to talk to the working group. So gather your thoughts, come to the microphone, and give him the input he wants.
Okay, hello everyone. Yeah, basically I'm going to go through a handful of slides to have everyone on the same page here, both in case you weren't in the plenary, which is fine, of course, and also because I looked into the policy a little bit more, so I have more references here that I didn't have time for to present. So let's go through the problem. First of all, like for whatever reason, an AS is returned back to RIPE NCC. Let's say the LIR has closed, it's not needed anymore, and they return it voluntarily. Doesn't matter. The database cleanup takes place, so records are removed, and BGP is monitored then to ensure that this is no longer present in BGP feeds. Then we wait for 6 months to ensure, you know, like that it's not going to come up or again and or something else. And then the AS goes back into the pool to be handed out to new entities that request an AS in the future. And the issue here is that there are ROAs, and probably in the future there will be ASPAs that give it privileges. Like the previous user may have issued a ROA for some prefixes pointing to the SAS. They may have forgot to remove them, and they say, yes, this new AS, the new owner, has some additional ROAs for IPs that don't belong to them. The thing I found is that this happens often. Almost 1 in 5 ASs that we're handing out today has this issue. It comes with pre-existing ROAs, and this is a concern because these are legitimate addresses from the previous life, like from a previous company that had this space. So the new owner can hijack IP space, and it would appear as RPKI valid. So this reduces the protections that validating networks can offer against hijacks. And also, if you generate your prefix list automatically, they're overly broad. A lot of networks generate them based on BGP-Q4, for example, which unless you point it into a specific instance, it's going to include all of the ROAs for this object, for this AS, automatically there. And of course, we slowly accumulate garbage here. We will have more and more ASs that are more and more ROAs that are of like they shouldn't be there, but they still exist into our systems. We still have to fetch them, validate them, and they just increase risk. So we just pay the price for higher risk. So the first question is like, let's never recycle AS. It's like the first potential solution. Well, here's the IANA policy. It says that they give AS blocks of 1024 to the RIRs, so we can receive them at 1000 roughly at a time. There is, however, like some additional allocation, like after your first one, basically you have to provide feedback, I guess, like some kind of documentation that you used 80% of your allocation to qualify for another block. So we cannot probably go and request 20 blocks of 1000 ASs. unless, of course, IANA changes their policy, which I think is going to be a difficult and long process. The other thing is that for larger blocks, basically what they say here is that you can qualify for what you need for the next 12 months. So you always need to have enough headroom. And how we calculate the run rate of every RIR is based on the past 6 months. So we probably, if we want to stop this issue, like try to prevent new ASs from being assigned with pre-existing ROAs, first of all, we may have to expand this 6-month period because stopping the recycling by just getting a large number of ASs doesn't seem like it's easy. And I was trying to think what a good period for that may be. And you can see that like this pattern of ASs being assigned and then having pre-existing ROAs and then stopping that and then having pre-existing ROAs again, it happens roughly every 2 years. And you can understand more about the methodology in the plenary. So I was thinking perhaps that since this repeats every 2 years is that period, we need to move to maybe 3 years. I don't know what's the right time frame is. So keep that out of circulation for a longer period of time. There were some suggestions about monitoring, like alerting people that you have ROAs in your RPKI dashboard that are pointing to unassigned ASs. Maybe even when you log in, you see, an alert, and unless, you confirm or, you delete your ROAs, it doesn't go away. This would be software that either, RIPE NCC could build, or we could have, community software that would help with that. And then we have encouragements, perhaps in the automated assisted registry check. We can have some, specific place where you get to review your ROAs and make sure that they're still valid, your ASPAs too, actually, and that you don't have any unassigned ASs. Perhaps we can make this explicit in these checks. So these are the slides I had. I'm open now to discussion, unless you also have questions, like if I went through this too fast, if you want me to explain something. Oh, too many questions already.
Thank you very much. Okay, please form orderly queues. Let's start on the microphone here, and we also have somebody remote. Let's start.
Hi, I'm Leo Pagoda, and I used to co-chair this working group, and I've also worked for the RIPE NCC and for ICANN in the IANA function. You did a really great job on this presentation and fully support everything that you're saying here. I think you missed the relevant part of the policy, which is in point 2, it says the number of free ASNs currently held. And so
yes.
I think if an ASN is not free to be assigned because it is legitimately held in quarantine, then the RIPE NCC or any RIR would qualify for additional ASNs. And I'm sure that if we make a clear request to the RIPE NCC today, they can adjust their processes and no policy changes required.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's indeed a good solution. I just didn't want to be the one interpreting this particular section.
I'm not officially
but,
interpreting.
Yeah.
I'm just
pointing
exactly. out what the word is.
Yeah, thanks.
Marco, do you want to comment? Okay, then let's, I think we have Rüdiger remote.
I think I'm being heard now.
Yes.
Yeah, well, okay. Thanks for taking note of my remarks in the plenary about ROA monitoring. And I think, yes, the observation that there are problems is important, but yes, the basic first thing that really has to be done, in my opinion, is to make sure that address owners have sufficient tools to be really helpful for them to maintain their ROA set. And that's something that quite obviously cannot just be done. Well, okay, that's something that actually has global scope. The thing that is biting us here is that the AS numbers are used as identifiers where people have the assumption that they are pointing to very long-lived identities. Identities are things that are or stay the same. And obviously, reallocating identifiers is kind of a very basic and fundamental conflict with with that identity assumption. So kind of one thing that will need to go into the monitoring is to actually figure out whether an AS number still is identifying the same identity. That's actually not a very simple problem. Obviously, returning ASs to the free pool and moving AS numbers by new assignments to new meanings are transitions where the identities are changing. Kind of the most simple thing to do, obviously, is to make sure that AS numbers that are still tainted by references in the operating system should not be reallocated and just stay in quarantine. Looking at the identity question, I think one thing that we will have to figure out, and that is probably less a thing of address policy than of some other working group, that when well, okay, the tools that are offered to the address holders for managing their ROA sets probably should not just say, please enter an AS number here, but also reflect back something that tells the user in a more human recognizable form about what identity we are pointing to. And that mapping actually also showing up in the monitoring and, well, okay, used for the monitoring.
Okay, Rüdiger, give the speaker a chance to actually come back.
Yes. No, I think I'm at the end of what I had planned to say. Thanks.
Okay. Well, there are several points there, and thank you for the for these. So, like, first of all, on the technical side, what we can do to the RPKI dashboard. Of course, yes, we can spend more time, more resources improving it, and there's certainly room for that. I just try to understand, how important it is versus the other things the staff has to do. And I guess depending on the outcome of this, we can decide this all together. In terms of the identity and never recycling them, I would say that, you know, if it's up to me and we cannot recycling them, 32 bits can go a long way. Like, these are famous last words for other technologies, but for AESs it seems safer. So maybe it would be fine, but yeah, it's interpretation. So I don't know if everyone will be happy. We can certainly try.
Tobias Fiebig, TU Wien. As you may know, I really like to get ASNs. And well, if we do not reassign them, I can very much, I think, for each 48 in my 229s at 132, get one ASN, and then I can give them back and they're not reassigned, then I can do it again. And that doesn't even cost me money if they're not assigned on the 1st of January, which is amazing, which would mean that I alone could go through the YANA pool and we finally get 64-bit ASN now.
Yes, yeah.
This doesn't make you friends with implementers, with operators, and most likely unable to leave the room. So I think that this would be a technical solution to the problem. It's people not cleaning up. And everyone who once has lived in a flat chair and looked at the dishes knows this issue. And this issue has very limited solutions. One is everyone does the right thing. I learned that if people would just, that is the start of the answer, it's not really an answer. The other one is somebody sacrifices themselves and just, you know, does the dishes or runs after all these people and it's like, you don't want that, you don't want that, clean up your robots. And the last option would be get somebody with experience in something similar. So my proposal would be at the RIPE NCC, we hire a dedicated position where we hire somebody who works as a bartender and has a lot of experience with cleaning up ashtrays and dealing with like really nasty people. And their sole role is hunting down the people who have their roles left over, and that would probably hopefully solve it. The cynical option would also be selling those ASNs and advertising the networks they are allowed to announce. That would probably also work.
Yes, true. Like hacked accounts or something, right? Yeah. If I can, you want to? Okay, yes. Just one thing to say here that, you know, perhaps, you know, recycling, it could be that, you know, the same person can get the ASs again. So we can ensure that the identity is similar, like, but I understand that, you know, if we just keep giving them out, eventually we're going to run out of them. And then we need 128-bit ASs with multicast. Yes.
There's a comment from the internet from Maximilian Emig, as former ASN holder. He says, I agree with extending the quarantine period as well as checking if anything points to it, like peering DB, ROA, root object on any RAR, and so on.
Yeah, like other databases, by the way, have this problem too. Peering DB, as you mentioned, and IXPs have this problem on their peering LAN. They get a new member, they try to register the IP address, and they can't because it's just taken by someone else and they have to go hunt them. So, yeah.
Job Snijders. In reaction to Rudiger, I agree with everything you say, but we have to have a rule in this working group that the comment cannot be longer than the original presentation. And okay, to the topic. Can you go to the slide where you, about 2 and 3 years, please?
I put numbers here this time for you.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
There you
Okay.
go. Yeah.
So having recognized there is a potential correlation to a 2-year cyclic event sequence, say, okay, maybe it should be larger. Okay, so for the room, we currently have 6 months cooldown. The conclusion is 6 months apparently is too short because the collision rate of almost 20% is too high. Then okay, you recognize there's a two-year period that seems to correlate. Maybe 3 years is better. I would go a little bit further and just double the 2-year period and say 4-year cooldown period and then reuse. The advantage of this is that there is some reuse embedded in the system because I do think we need to conserve the resources in the long run, like the multiple days. But also 4 years is planets come and go in that lifetime. And there's enough ASN space in the global free pool to allow such a long cooldown. Or actually, I don't think it's long. Like 4 years flies by if you're having fun. So I would say cooldown period of 4 years would be fitting for this problem space. And if not, then 5 years from now, we'll have another analysis. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler, co-chair of the database working group. You brought this issue to the database working group like a month or two ago, like quite recently. And in the discussion that we had, while there was not a call for consensus, there was clear support from the community that upon returning a ASN to enter the free pool, that we also delete any associated ROAs, objects, etc. Basically, all the associated things from the RPKI side of the database. So I just wanted to point that out to the room that there is some support from the community. That I would encourage you to explore that here and maybe add that to as a policy. And then further to Rudiger's point of when does the identifier cease being identifying that one individual? If this working group is not interested in handling that aspect, I think database would be happy to be your backup.
Yeah, thank you. The technical thing there was, messing with people's objects. Like, if it's a delegated CA in RPKI, you can't really start revoking certificates. If it's APNIC that issued the ROA or the ASPA, you can't really revoke it. So there are technical issues with RPKI that are more complex than, just database. But yeah, most of them can be cleaned up. This is true. On the other hand, there may be, someone doing research or automation. You never know. But unassigned ASs are probably fair game. Yes.
For the ones that are returned, it's really obvious for us. Then, for the other cases, we can work out a complex policy if we need to.
Yes, I'm saying it will be complex.
Marco Schmidt, YPNCC. Thank you again for bringing this to everybody's attention. And first of all, I want to maybe solve a mystery that you raised at the plenary, that it seems to be increased from the beginning of January, and also when you counted it back, you saw some correlation with IPv4, and then that is just a coincidence. So I looked into the data, and basically what happened that from beginning of 2025, we handed out only recycled AS numbers because we had finished up the latest block from that we got from Jana, and we had so many returned AS numbers that why we would have qualified to request more, we decided, okay, let's do the good thing and let's do the recycling because we protect the environment. Having said that, now we're actually quite much lower on those numbers, and also with this recent point, we actually will request a new block from Mariana very soon, and then the next request you will get fresh AS numbers, whoever is requesting AS numbers then. Regarding the period, that cooldown period, it's good to point out that this is not defined by any RIPE policy and so on, how long we do the quarantine. It's an operational decision by the YPNCC based on best common practice and based on experience, which also means now, after this was raised here, we will take this certainly into account, and it's a quite easy operational decision to extend that period to a significantly longer period. So I'm happy to announce that we will do that very shortly. So that should take care of that problem.
Yeah.
And third point I wanted to raise, it's maybe at this moment a smaller issue, but as you can create those ROAs without any verification from the AS side, can be actually a problem beyond getting a recycled AS number, because you might set up a ROA and you have a typo there or something like this, or you do create a ROA with a currently unassigned AS number, or that is even assigned somewhere else. So it's still probably worth to look into it if there are mechanisms to give a warning if something like this is created.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, for the 6-month comment and going back into the data. The other thing about the ROS, I think there's some validation still. I think private ASs you can't create ROS for, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure about that. So perhaps we can also extend the validation check if there's no legitimate use. Well, we can see that as well.
Could be that, for
example, any AS that is not issued to any area cannot be.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ivan Beveridge. Can I request or suggest that if you notify potentially impacted people with regards to, say, via GUI from logging in and so on, you consider also emailing some, because obviously there are some that don't spend much time.
Of course, yes.
And the other possible thought, with regards to trying to clean up some bits and pieces, I guess there'll be a number that you'll receive that are totally clean, don't have any references. I guess potentially at the point that you receive a returned yes number, if you kind of scan and it's clean, you can go straight to reallocation consideration.
Yes, that's also going to help recycling a lot, like 4 in 5 probably.
So Tobias to Wien again. Concerning the 4 years suggested by Job, I personally think that the 4 years will not lead to cleaner ASs being reassigned. They will just make it more of a surprise if it goes wrong. So I remain with the point of we need to do something active, and it could be, for example, when an ASN is returned, automatically mailing the epic contacts of the net blocks still listing ROS.
Yeah, I think emailing people is the easy and the first part we should do. The thing is that, like maybe you can email them after some time to make sure. You can email them immediately, but yeah, it should be very easy. Yes, please.
I mean, I'm not going to make friends with the next comment. We might consider sending a message to the NCC Services Working Group about an assignment fee for AS numbers.
Okay, and we don't have anything online anymore. So with that closing comment, I thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
Next up is Tobias. We already heard him talking a bit, but now he's coming up back to the stage to give us an update on his proposal 2024-01 IPv6 PI assignment. This policy is now at version 2. The comment phase has been, the discussion phase has been ended, and now the authors want to proceed.
Okay, so my favorite thing, 2024-01, together with Clara Wade, who happily joined, I think, 3 meetings ago. 4 years fly by so fast. Anyway, so this was initially started in 2024. The plan was that we get larger PI assignments to end users. So we are not bound to a single 48 per end site, and if you have multiple end sites, multiple non-overlapping /48s. We wanted to switch to a nibble boundary assignment, also in conjunction with some source of doing that for allocations, just to make sure we can test case that in a somewhat smaller-ish class of assignments /allocations. We wanted to get rid of some corner cases and issues with the sub-assignment rules, and we wanted to clarify the end site definition. Version 1 did that. All of it. I think Gerd commented on that document with a very elaborate speech, which I cannot really recite anymore, but it was too long. There was a lot of agreement on the list on that version 1, but some of that agreement was also accompanied by words like, well, I haven't read it, but, or I think this is far too complex, but it's basically the best we have. So the high complexity of the proposal was noted a lot. So we wanted the gist, but not the complexity. Einmal. So that's when Clara joined the proposal, and she got a little chainsaw and went through my text. Well, it actually might have been a rather big chainsaw, but major complexity traps got cut. So the changes to the end site definition that is moved to future work.
the atomicity of nibble assignments, so that you cannot split a nibble assignment later on to transfer out parts, and the detailed handling of legacy, so pre-change assigned PI resources was also cut, because that had a lot of interdependencies, cross-dependencies, and a lot of text. So what was left in? The clarification of sub-assignments, the clarification of the maximum assignment size and reasons for shorter than 48 assignments, and the nibble boundary assignments. How does that look? So in section 2.6, we have the clarification that it is not allowed to fully or partially sub-assign assignments to another entity, meaning that technically if you receive an assignment which has a purpose of being used for your organization, you could theoretically at least make more specific database objects as long as the org responsible for the object remains the same. We have a lot of clarifications around what you can do with PI, because there were a lot of concerns of using PI for purposes it's not supposed to be used for. For example, running an ISP out of a 48, because a 48 only costs you 75 euros a year, in contrast to being a member. There's also a limitation to a /56, which you can give to other people. So for example, if somebody puts a server in your rack, or if somebody joins your Wi-Fi network. And there's a clarification in there that static addresses, or this will be reworded, I'll come to that later, if addresses are signed statically and not dynamically, that's also not a sub-assignment. And then there's a lot more text to clarify that you can actually have different subnetworks of your assignment used for different parts of your infrastructure, also different end sites, as long as it is within one organization. And that you're not allowed to, and it's a bit weird formulation, any other use of a prefix from an assignment up to prefixes of 128 to connect a separate end site of another entity to the internet constitutes a prohibited sub-assignment. What that basically means is you cannot use this to uplink DSL subscribers or any other transport technology. Then we have a change for 5.4. That is that it clarifies that 5.4 is about IPv6 allocations, not assignments. Before, that was for all assignments, so also for PI assignments. And a bit of grammatical clarification on the Oxford comma in on address usage or routing requirements, to make clear that if you need more addresses, or you have those routing requirements, or have the end sites, you need something bigger. And then we have an awful lot of text in 7.1, which is the new IPv6 provider independent assignment sizes. But what this essentially says is 148 per end site in the smallest covering block by nibble boundary. That is the nibble boundary part, and a suggestion to the NCC, not a requirement, if they hand out a block, to at least think about leaving that space free. If they don't, they don't. It's not a requirement to them. Implementation left to the implementers. And if you get something larger and you cannot be extended, ideally, of course, if you had a 44 and need a 40, you would be extended to the 40 and would keep the 44 as a subnetwork of the 40 you're getting, because there was something free. If that is not the case, you need to renumber and return the resources to the NCC. And well, that is basically like, if you no longer need it, you need to return it. And it gives you a 6 months renumbering period. There were some questions and challenges brought up. So the requirements for having like not end users on that prefix, etc., those are really hard to check for the NCC. So you cannot really glass wall what will it actually be used for. People can, and sometimes even do, and I'm as surprised as you by that, but people do lie. And the NCC is kind of, not in a good position to smell whether people are lying, unless they are not smart enough to actually provide documentation of them lying. It's unclear what happens if somebody is later found to actually be something they are not supposed to be doing with PI, but that is also a thing right now to a degree. I think the idea of unassigning things forcefully that are in active use is not popular among RIRs. Yeah, I think that's a good wording. Another issue is that users may receive more IP than needed. So for example, if somebody needs just 15/48s but receives a 44, then they receive 1/48 more than they actually need, which technically lies dormant. Of course, if their need rises within the assignment size, that is something that then can be happened without bothering RAs, which is also nice. And the RIPE database does not allow more detailed documentation of non-sub-assignments. But that is, I think, also a policy/implementation choice. There was also, I think I forgot that, let me quickly check. Yeah, before we get into the non-sub-assignments. There's also the point of what we do if the renumbering period expires. And there, the most important point, at least from my perspective, is that if those resources are in this renumbering and return period, they are resources placed under have to be returned to the RIPE NCC, which according to the transfer policy makes them non-transferable anymore. So that is the main mechanic I see in the required renumbering and return. So this would be an example of how a network like 44 could be used by some entity that qualifies for it. So you see there's a 48 for network infrastructure. There's a couple of POPs. There's an office network which has several subparts, so like internal systems infrastructure, office Wi-Fi, and a guest Wi-Fi, and unused networks. There, a philosophical question which I would also like to push to the working group is it really a sub-assignment if the ROC does not change and we just have an INET6 num object which provides more detailed documentation and increases registry accuracy, allowing operators to, for example, understand what those parts of the PI assignment are used for, loopback, transfer networks, or an office access network. Open question for the mic line. Next steps. So we had version 2 that had a second discussion phase. As I read it, there was mostly agreement. There was one editorial suggestion to move from static to persistent addresses, as described in BCOP 690. Otherwise, we as the authors believe the proposal to be in a good state, and if the chairs also find consensus to have been reached, we would like to proceed to the impact analysis according to the PDP. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions, and I would like to hear your input on the sub-assignments.
Let's start with a comment from the internet.
Maximilian Emig, former and hopefully future IPv6 ... Can't say it on my screen. I consider having a bit of reserve with the nibble boundary a feature, not a bug. After all, a great selling point of IPv6 is abundance, and we aim to avoid RIPE NCC workload. It's not a lot of space compared to the /29 or whatever the current PA limit is.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Alan Battistello. I am a RIPE 92 fellow. So my question regarding the policy is regarding the when requesting a larger or an extension. So the current proposal requires returning previous assignments within a 6-month renumbering period if a contiguous extension is not possible, right? So for operators running BGP with downstream customers or interconnects already numbered on those prefixes, 6 months might be a little bit tight. So is it possible maybe to propose a different time, maybe more than 6 months?
I personally think that would be a technically feasible thing. I'm not 100% sure how far that is reasonable, because most of these PI resources, I would imagine, are not necessarily in the backbone of a tier 1 or tier 2 providing transit. Those most likely have PA, where they wouldn't face this issue. So I am personally torn and open to the working group's opinion on that.
Thank you.
We take the next chat comment.
Another comment from the internet from Jordi Ballet Martinez from the IPv6 company. As explained on the mailing list, I'm not going to repeat myself. While I support the intent of the proposal, I have major concerns to support it with the current text. The main point is that we can't restrict or contradict by means of policies what is standardized in the IETF. If we don't agree on standards, the place to disagree is the IETF, not by artificially doing standards by means of policies. Otherwise, what's next? We create BGP or RPKI changes by policies.
Thank you for your comment. I would like to give my email response to the same comment to the protocol.
Noted.
Doing, as you have specifically called out for me, here I am. This is nice because it's short to the point, and there's parts to it that I don't like that much, but this is not something I'm going to fight against. The untangling of the PA assignments and the PI assignments in the text is very useful, very good. The clarification of the sub-assignment rules is good. There's one thing I think that is not working. Could you go back a few slides? I think slide 7 or so. No. Yeah, well, it says, or using a 64 or longer when setting up point-to-point links with other ISPs for the purpose of exchanging traffic and internet routing information. This is allowed. On the next slide, you basically say that if you peer with something that is not an ISP, it's not allowed. So it says connecting to another entity on the internet. So these two feel a bit of...
It's actually pretty simple. If you speak BGP, it's okay.
Then you should maybe just... I think the wording is not clear enough here. So it wasn't... I felt it's contradicting itself. So clarification might be in order. The intent of saying you use this to set up transit, set up peering is fine, and giving transit to third parties is bad, is fine. On the nibbles itself, I don't believe in nibble assignments. But I'm not going to oppose this, for the record. I just don't think it's useful. But go for it. I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Marco Schmidt, YNCC. I just want to clarify something at the end. You asked the question if, or you said if there will be no consensus with the then moving on to the next phase. Strictly spoken, we are at the end of this discussion phase. That's not the call for consensus. It's more you got sufficient support to move on, and then also the YNCC will create an impact analysis. And like what you said at the beginning, it's important that people read the policy proposal. I also would want to urge everybody to read, once we go to this phase, the impact analysis, because we discovered already a few nits and details and so on that might make it difficult for us to really fully go through with it, or that might be unwanted side effects. Like, let's say if somebody doesn't manage to renumber within 6 months, do we say, oh, that's a policy violation, we're gonna, I don't know, take it back or so on. But we will make sure that it is very clear in the impact analysis, and then please, anybody have a good read through the proposal, the impact analysis, and then see what to make out of it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, over here. Hi, James Kennedy, Kippa Global. So you just spoke about the returning if there's no contiguous space available for PI holders. Maybe we could have a look at slide 12, where the text wasn't totally full. First of all, thank you, Tobias and Clara, for your work on this. So we see the last bit, yeah, returning assignments within 6 months. Personally, I don't see if this is necessary at all, in the sense that why, first of all, return the existing assignments, I assume for aggregation and for routing table impact purposes?
Mostly, as I said, as a usage of the transfer policy to prevent transfer of these resources and prevent in that process stockpiling.
Okay, stockpiling. Well, yeah.
If a resource must be returned to the RIPE NCC, it's exempt from transfers.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think the next steps will be an impact assessment as part of it. Yeah, I think we should take into account the impact on these holders. You said earlier probably is not configured to their core network. It's an assumption. Perhaps it's true, perhaps it's not. But really take into account the impact on operations and these type of scenarios that might actually be more impacting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nobody.
Nobody in the room, nobody online. So I think, thank you for presenting this. Then we will continue with the process and await the impact analysis from the NCC. Thanks again, Marco, for reminding us. Our last presentation for this session is Clara and Peter, who want to talk to the working group to gather early feedback for an upcoming policy proposal to the loss of legacy status upon transfer.
Thank you, Franziska. So Peter and I decided to bring this to the working group after we both were in the charging scheme task force and came across a couple issues that we want to bring to your attention. They were deemed out of scope for the task force, so we individually took it upon ourselves to bring this to the working group. So we're not speaking on behalf of the task force or our employers either, but we're disclosing our affiliations for transparency.
Yes, so what is being proposed is to remove the option of retaining legacy status after a transfer. This addresses a number of issues. One is increasing overhead for our IPTC, speculation around scarce resource, hindering adoption of best practices like RPKI, and accuracy of the registry. Thank you. What is not being proposed? We are not proposing elimination of legacy status altogether. I personally feel there is value in legacy, and I personally feel that many of the people who have legacy are using it correctly as the way it's intended, and that it is it would only lose legacy status only after a transfer. We are also not proposing backfilling the database based on past transfers. What happened in the past is the past, and we're only looking to address the future. We want to reduce the overhead for the NCC. We don't want to increase it.
So addressing the reasons why we brought this policy forward. So as part of the charging scheme task force work, we discovered that the NCC registration services team was spending a lot of time processing legacy updates because they're not conceived as transfers, but updates involving a change in holdership. In the last 3 years, there's been about 300 a year. And of these, 20 to 25% of the receiving parties chose not to enter into a contractual relationship with the NCC, whether that was directly as a member or by a sponsor. So on average, about half of the work of one headcount is spent per year on activities that essentially the membership is subsidizing for non-contract holders. So we think this is inherently an issue that's driving up operational load and cost for the membership as well. The second reason is there's been some rising speculation around a scarce resource. In order to prevent this speculation, this community introduced a 24-month transfer lock whenever there is a policy transfer taking place. However, this does not apply to legacy resource updates, even if that holdership is changing. So certain entities are purposely targeting legacy resources to either flip or lease them, and this is driving up the prices artificially for any small LIRs that need to get resources to get started, which nowadays they need to go to the secondary market for. Some also are quoting, as a benefit that you can circumvent RIPE membership fees if you do not enter into a contractual relationship. And in some cases, they're even requiring that RIPE reinstates legacy status after an inter-RIR transfer if that resource was originally issued before the RIR system was implemented. Another reason is this is inherently hindering adoption of RPKI. When the recipient of the legacy resource transfer doesn't opt into a contractual relationship with the NCC, they're also opting out of the ability to use RPKI, as this is only provided for members or sponsored LIRs. And even when they choose to become members or have a sponsoring LIR, there is a bit more friction to RPKI adoption because you need to add each CIDR to your contract with the NCC to enable it. And the last one that might be a bit obvious, I think, is the accuracy of the registry. Legacy status was meant to indicate that the holder received that space directly from IANA before the RIR system started. And this is essentially true in all registries except for RIPE. And part of the issue as well is that retaining legacy status after a transfer is the default behavior, so it takes intentional effort from the recipient of that transfer to convert status to either allocated PA or assigned PI.
So the question is which policies will we need to change? The first one is we would need to modify the RIPE resource transfer policies to include legacy resources within the scope of the policy. This is an example of the text we would like to add. Of course, when we come up with the proper PDP, we will have the full text and included. We also need to modify the REP NCC Services of Legacy Internet Resource Holders document. We have, in discussions, we've heard from the original authors of this who have offered to help with us, and we would be delighted to have the discussion and discuss this in detail with them as we work forward on this proposal. Obviously, during the impact analysis, there will need to be a legal review of this to make sure everything is appropriate, in addition to all the other impact analysis that will need to be done.
Okay, so far we posted this in the mailing list and received some feedback. Initially, we had phrased this as a clarification, but it's certainly a modification of existing policy. And another call out had been that this could be used to bypass utilization requirements in inter-RIR transfers. However, it seems that actually there was a utilization plan justification provided, but there were repeated changes of plan that ended up in resources being flipped or leased. In the ARIN 56 policy experience report, it was brought up that a single facilitator transferred about 1,700/24s into RIPE for network operational needs. And today, about half of those resources are being leased. Some of them have been transferred to another party. So in this situation, flipping could be prevented by the loss of legacy status resulting in that 24-month transfer lock going into effect. Another point that was brought up was what if a transfer fee were introduced to cover overhead for the NCC? So it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. On the one hand, the NCC needs a contractual relationship with the party in order to charge for services. And this also, doesn't address the remaining reasons that we presented on. Another point that was brought up was a concern regarding certain parties starting to bypass the registry diligence process and just updating the database unilaterally or creating their own in order to retain that legacy status or to avoid paying higher fees in the event that, option B passes. Personally, I would say that if you're a service provider engaging in that behavior, you're doing that at your own risk and your customers. We're all, I think, striving to build reliable networks and following database accuracy principles and routing security best practices. And also the RIR fees seem very reasonable considering For most organizations, that does not pose a material cost. And the other item that was brought up was that other RIRs have attained similar outcomes by deeming transfers as a service that only those with a contractual relationship with the registry can get access to. But this, doesn't still address the speculation issues or the accuracy of the registry. And with that, we open it up to questions.
Thank you. Let's start right there.
Neil O'Reilly, former employee of a legacy holder, currently with Tolerant Networks Limited, but that's not really relevant to this discussion, and also one of the co-authors of Policy Proposal 2012-07. So I'll try to keep the comment shorter than the presentation. I'm concerned about due process here on two levels. There's a whole stack of rabbit holes here. On the first level, adopting such a policy or asking the NCC to implement it is, as I see it, a third-party interference in an agreement in respect of which you're a third party, and that's not appropriate. The second issue of concern on the due process level is that as far as the legacy resource holders whom Kasim in the outreach that he described to us in his Ripe Labs article has not yet made contact, this is not an open forum for transparent consensus. It's a smoke-filled room populated by a cabal of insiders. And those are both things that we have to be very careful about. I understand the pragmatic requirement to do something here. I understand the good intentions behind the proposal, but I think it's not that simple. I'm happy to work with the proposers to map out the pitfalls and see what's the best way forward. I don't propose to expound on that right here, right now. It's complicated. Let's not do something that will invite litigation that will cost the members more than what will be saved by doing what seems to be the right thing at the moment. I think that's enough for me to say for the moment.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
I would just like to respond really briefly to those comments. Thank you very much. You're absolutely correct. There are a lot of pitfalls in this area. We did consider that when we started, as we were thinking about this. That's why I'm encouraging Athena to look into legal aspects, but also specifically, we did not do a full analysis of the legacy holders, but we did a check the temperature with several legacy holders, like how would you feel if this proposal was to be brought? And they felt, well, we'll have to see the details, but also that is why we're bringing it to the community to have a discussion about this and to work out a full PDP process. So we want to make sure this is, as transparent as it can be, that this is, brought to the community and there's proper consensus before any of this is implemented, for sure.
There's something I should have said at the beginning, and that is to thank you for taking this approach. The other thing I would suggest already now is that there may be ways of using the existing policy rather than introducing a new one, which will be adequate to address the problem. I haven't thought that completely through yet, but we may not need a new policy.
I look forward to exploring that with you.
Brian.
Brian Nisbet, Asira, and also the sponsoring LIOR for a number of legacy resources. Conceptually, two big thumbs up to this whole idea. While legacy resources are absolutely a thing and they have all the rights and reasons to be a thing, the moment you transfer that, as far as I'm concerned, you lose that special bit. It's no longer coming out of a notebook to allocate that address at that point in time. I think obviously, and Neil mentioned this, you're not coming along saying this is the policy right now. This is the beginning of the full process with all of the impact analysis and everything else that will go on there. But I think anyone who sits there going, I should be able to buy this legacy resource and keep the things and do all the stuff that people are doing with it, that's not a rational thing to do in my mind. And I think you're just trying to get around a whole bunch of policies that we've already put in place. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Fantacone, IP Trading, legacy holder, but also a RIPE NCC member, so I heard about the smoke-filled room. I was able to join. I'm not a big fan of the policy as currently crafted, as I expressed on the list, but I do appreciate Peter and Clara, your efforts in bringing the problems up and open for discussion. When it comes to RPKI adoption, legacy holders can do RPKI at RIPE. They have to sign a legacy services agreement, become a member or sponsored. And then they're paying dues, so that problem goes away with the, I guess, 75 to 80% that do become members. That's a pretty good percentage. And I think the way to promote RPKI adoption is not at the registry level, but at the network operators level, as we're doing now.
Mhm.
When your upstream tells you, you can either do RPKI or stop broadcasting your ranges, you're going to do RPKI. And as we do more and more of this, that 20 to 25% are going to come on board. Now, being able to retain legacy status after a transfer in RIPE is unique among the registries. And it has some problems, but it also attracts people to your registry. I think it's one of the two reasons why RIPE is the greatest internet registry in the world. And I wouldn't want to eliminate that. More people come in, some abuse it, but over time, as RPKI is adapted, there'll be dues paying members. Still be legacy, but they'll be able to do it. I did want to point out an alternative. I know you didn't want to charge a transfer fee, but you could require that during a legacy transfer, the receiving member can keep it in legacy status, but they have to become a member or to be sponsored. You're getting the dues, you're getting the relationship, you're keeping the carrot for all the other addresses to come in. So thank you, and I like that method.
Thank you. That's an interesting avenue, and I think is definitely something that will be worth discussing on the list and seeing how the other members of the working group feel. I do want to say just very quickly that while RPKI is important, that was absolutely not a driving factor for this discussion. Our concern was more around the flipping and avoiding policy. That was our primary concern with this. And that the RPKI problem is just one of many issues that show up.
Right, I wanted to hit on that one.
Yeah,
I will say this, I'm an IP facilitator. Used to be a dirty word associated with that. But I see a lot of transfers and I see the motivations for people making these transfers. And as I say, RIPE is very appealing to them.
Yeah.
Speculators are not always evil. They don't always have a monocle and a top hat. We do have a marketplace here, and in most marketplaces, whether it's the stock exchange or the IP market, speculators provide liquidity. Yes, they may make money, but when you need IP resources that are scarce and you need to purchase them, those are the people you can get them from because they're not using them. So yeah, they're flipping that, but they're providing the fluidity for the marketplace. So I don't think we need to go this route, but thank you, and I'd like to keep the discussion going.
All right. Thank you.
Sergey.
Hi, Sergey Masailov, NLIR representative. Looking at what happened on the market with the IP, legacy IP resources, I would rather, and I would say this is a mess, I would rather welcome the exception and approval the policy proposal amending the RIPE transfer policy. So I will support losing the legacy status after the transfer. I'll be happy to contribute if this consultation will end in a policy proposal. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple of points, sadly. First,
who are you? Yes, name and affiliation.
Tobias Fiebig.
First, just speaking for myself, I personally believe that IP addresses are not property. We are a community. We want to work together as engineers to make a better internet, and we do not need to increase our customer base, may that be speculators, traders, or whatever. And I think that should not be a consideration for how we craft policy. Policy should be crafted to make a better internet. So then, multiple heads. The first head I'm putting on is now the head of AT.internet, the freshly founded leader from my research group. And as that representative, I have to say, how dare you, trying to spoil my perfectly crafted plan of gaming charging scheme model B.
I do what I can.
Yes. Okay. Different head, DEWYBT. Thank you for doing that. This is an amazing idea. I would personally also do this retroactively. I believe that it is not us fiddling in a relationship between two other parties. Legacy status is something given to an entity that has gotten something before the rules and regulations were in place. And when they transfer it, they want something from the NCC. They could just leave it as is. That is what legacy is about, leave it as is. But they don't want that. And that's where we come in. And then we can say like, well, either you leave it as it is, which is legacy, or you follow our rules.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I don't think we have anyone online. So nobody at the microphones anymore. Then, thank you.
Thank you, and look out for the policy proposal in the mailing list.
And then read it. Okay, we are well ahead of time, but as usual, we keep time for our open mic sessions. So if anyone who is in this room or online with us wants to address the working group with some question, comment, idea, now is your chance. Crickets. While you make up your mind, I would actually like to bring something to your attention. I think it has been mentioned in the opening plenary, and we also discussed this at the working group chair lunch, but I think it could especially interest this community. We have this, some call it rules, some call it convention, about naming your name and affiliation when you speak at the microphone. Some people are questioning whether that should be stronger enforced or not enforced at all for various reasons, because some people, if we force them to name their affiliation, might not be able to ever go on a microphone because their companies won't allow them. But on the other hand, we need transparency on who talks to us, especially about policy, and to contextualize what we've been hearing. And I would be very curious, because this discussion is going on here and there, what the opinion of the working group is, because that is also informative to us chairs, how we actually run the session. Yeah.
Gert Döring, member of the community. I saw this being enforced in the first plenary on Tuesday. People coming to the microphone, stating their name, which is sometimes everything that is needed, and the moderating chairs insisting on an affiliation is needed. When I come to the microphone, I could speak as SpaceNet, as a regional ISP in Munich. I could speak as a person being interested in things. I could speak for the open source projects I take part in. I could speak as a former address policy working group chair, trying to give advice of the old people, or as just myself. So I think sometimes the affiliation gives background that is useful, and this is when I mention it, and sometimes it's getting in the way. So I would see it as an optional extra.
Okay, so we actually overlooked a couple of questions. So Tobias, while you were there, can Alex read out 2 questions?
Yeah, Miteko wasn't very clear that there were 2 questions waiting.
Or was it to which one?
It was to Clara and Tobias.
Oh, so not that old. So would you mind? Sorry.
You mean Clara and Peter?
Clara and Peter, sorry.
I said Tobias.
Sorry.
Maximilian Emich asked, did AWS and its subsidiaries convert all previous legacy to PA or PI? Can you tell us about the process, especially talking to your own lawyers? I oppose the proposal as transfers might happen totally off the books as a result. Just introduce a fee that reflects the actual workload.
Yes, we did convert all legacy resources to PA, especially as we stand in support of option B. We want to make sure we're contributing our fair share.
Second question from Jordi Palet, the IPv6 company. I think we should move away from legacy. So in support, already an interesting step done in APNIC and recovery of unused space. And LACNIC is working in a similar path, even if there's not too much public disclosure. Of course, legacy must be lost when transferred, as in the other RARs.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for keeping up with us. Now we are out of questions. Good. Back to the affiliation discussion.
Tobias Fiebig, TU Wien. I personally do believe that name and affiliation is a very important thing because it also forces thereafter the explicit what are you speaking for at the moment. Because A, transparency, and B, making explicit that you're not speaking in a specific role, for example, role as a current chair of another working group, as like lead C-level person in a major international company, but just as yourself, and like might even have thereby the opportunity to say like, well, this is me and that's my employer. Those 2 things might not be aligned. It's very important.
One clarification question from my side to this. I think one of the questions is, are we requiring somebody who has an affiliation to state them? For example, in my case, I am not paid by my company to do any of this, but I have it for transparency reasons, but I can never speak for them. So are you, to understand your comment, are you okay with the speaking for myself and not naming the company?
Personally say your company should be named because then you do influence the discourse in the community. You might also end up getting into a leadership role, become chair of a working group, and then it's just important information. Of course, it is on your badge and on the registration page for the very same reason. Technically, you could also register without putting that in, and then it would start to get difficult. I mean, imagine Tina would here be as Tina Morris, unaffiliated, you know, joyride to Edinburgh. I like it here.
No, I really just wanted to contextualize. I tend to agree, but Tina.
Yeah, thank you for being the example. Tina Morris, AWS. People know where I work. It's better to say it for me. I'm allowed to come to the mic and, you know, I've been through all the speaking trainings and all that. I think the affiliation is super important for context and worldview. And even though we all serve and we really do come to the mic as individuals and serve on committees and boards as individuals, we're always influenced by our entire resume up to that point. That's where your world perspective comes from, and it's really helpful. However, I get that some people can't go to the mic and can't say their name. Maybe I haven't fully thought this out, but maybe there's a way you can say, work at a big cloud provider, can't really say, but my opinion is XYZ. You know, so you can give the context of the role that you have without naming that name that will get you quoted somewhere inappropriately. Because I think the context does matter. Your perspective matters, how you see the network in the world. Are you coming from a small university or a global organization? You're gonna have a very different perspective. They're all valid. I want to hear them all, but I do kind of need to understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. That's actually a pretty good way in between, and that also informs us as session chairs how we could potentially do something with that. Yeah.
Largely what Tina said. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm just a randomer who walked in from the street, but I'm not from Glasgow. I'm Neil O'Reilly. There are 174 people here on site who haven't been to a RIPE meeting before. So Mirjam told us on Monday. The rest of the people in the room have met me before, and some of them know that I share a birth year with Rüdiger. And when they hear me mentioning my name, just as for Rüdiger, they know what biases and baggage I'm carrying. But that's something that ought to be disclosed to the new people. And I think you asked specifically, Francisca, whether this should be optional. I think it should be a very strong, all capitals should.
Thank you.
Janusz Zsoko, Internet Citizen, as Gert said. I tend to agree very much with Gert and a bit less with Tobias. Basically, I think that it is important to state your affiliation if you feel that you are speaking on their behalf. So if you are wearing a hat, then you probably should state your affiliation. At the same time, if you do not want to state your affiliation, I think we cannot enforce it. So I already had such a discussion that the NCC cannot check whether at registration you say who you really are, especially as far as the affiliation is. And I think we shouldn't require them to do so. So it's up to everybody to state how they feel. And of course, after a while, everybody will know you if you continue to come to the RIPE meetings. Even the new people will find out who you are, and they will take into account your comment as they feel it is appropriate. That's my opinion.
Will from AS2613. In my case, I did raise that point because I had trouble with I was not really easy with the situation on Tuesday. And so my thinking is if we state an affiliation and we state the relevant affiliations for the comment, it would be probably really helpful. And I guess I have many hats, many situations. I'm chair of Connect, co-chair of Connect. I'm participating in like an IXP and so on. So I said that the one that was the most relevant was my own affiliation association. And so I hope that we can find the good balance there. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
So Tobias Fiebig, TU Wien, speaking for myself and on my affiliation. So the blue sheets in the ITF were there to document who was in the room when the decision was made, and those also have an affiliation column for the very obvious reason that it is not about people being mistaken to speak for their affiliation, but it's about people speaking for their affiliation without carrying their affiliation, which can be somewhat annoying in consensus-driven organizations when there is a bus from a, hypothetically speaking, bridge-style network vendor, for example. Who does this changes over the years. It's always like same procedure, different company. Stopping in front of the meeting and loading a couple of people ready to vote. You can do this, but at least it should be visible to the community.
Thank you.
Jan Linkova, quantum chemist by education, someone who worked for an ISP, two content provider, system integrator, and a routing and switching vendor, and who is also run an enterprise network. And who is actually very confused. Are we actually in community plenary now? Because I'm not sure, is this discussion going to be specific to this group, and we're going to leave each working group decide and plenary decide, or we want to have, we're talking about generic policy which is going to be applied.
Comment received for me, it was something discussed between working group chairs, and to me it was, or to us it seemed useful to raise the question to the working group, but I hear you. Yes, that
Okay,
might
so
not
actually,
be the right place.
I'm actually came here to say something different. I think affiliation, again, might be useful, and I think nobody trying to hide it when it adds context, but sometimes it's also might be misleading because, again, people which wear in many hats should be free to choose whatever they think is relevant for discussion. And if nothing is relevant for discussion, nothing should be disclosed. Because I suspect that when I say Google, people might misunderstood and think about Google as a non-content provider or cloud provider, which has absolutely nothing to do with I'm doing there, right? So and I'm also afraid that I'm not the only one who works not very well under pressure. So when you start forcing something, people might just be reluctant to go to mic. And is it actually a direction we want us to go?
Thank you.
Just as someone who's, so Rory Bush, Netcraft, as someone who's at their first RIPE meeting, I think the affiliations are incredibly useful. It gives a lot of context for who is speaking and what biases they might have. And so, yeah, I would be in support of keeping it up.
Stefan Weib, with my own head of my consulting company, I have to think about the name, which company I'm working right now. It's Open7, I remember. So I think what Neil said is totally right. It should be a should, and a strong should. And I remember times where Gerd was on the microphone years ago, and he said, I have now my hat on because this is this topic. And now I have my hat on because it's a different topic. I think this is the best thing we can do here. There's a lot of people here, and that was also discussed during the work group chair dinner. There's a lot of people who are doing consulting stuff for a lot of different companies. And sometimes it's good to mention the name, and sometimes it's only good to say, I'm a consultant.
Cool, Peter, and I think then we can, go.
Peter Hessler, I am co-chair of the database working group. This issue does affect all the working groups. So I believe Francesca's intention was not to come to a decision or a policy here in this room.
Thank you.
It was to raise a question, and that I do agree with the previous comment of we need a single guideline for all the working groups and the plenary and for the entire event, essentially.
Fully agreed.
Ivan Beveridge, ex-FinTech employee. So I can appreciate as well the comments that have been made that potentially it might be difficult to come up to the mic and name your employer when the employer maybe doesn't want to be associated, but perhaps there may be a middle ground whereby you end up saying more, like, for example, Ivan Beveridge Company, speaking on behalf of myself, or something like that. Because I think the majority of people, when they come up to the mic, you tend to get some abstract comment of speaking on behalf of myself anyway, but just a thought anyway. Thank you.
Neil O'Reilly, old-timer at RIPE. Have held a number of leadership roles here. And I think it's important that Franziska has raised this question in the working group that she's leading, because it's relevant to her leadership role. And yes, we need to do it wider than that, but the implementation of whatever policy we have, or however we want to do this, has to be implemented by the working group chairs. And it's relevant to Franziska doing her job. So that's just to follow up on Peter's comments.
Thank you. You said it better than I did. Okay, unless we have more comments for the open mic session, I think we can. Really nothing from the internet? You checked? Okay. Then I think we can close the session. I still remind you that you can rate all the talks at the RIPE meeting. We look at these reviews, we give feedback to speakers, and until 5 o'clock, you can still vote for the PC. 2 seats are open, and your vote is very appreciated. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's coming on. Thank you. Just look at my clock. Right. Well, welcome to the RIPE 92 community plenary. It's a lot emptier than on Monday during the opening, but I'm sure everybody's still kind of around. I heard it is a very well attended meeting, and of course there are a lot of hallway discussions as well. By the way, the screen here on the lectern has gone black again, so if somebody could come and set that up again, that would be great. Thank you. We have quite a packed agenda. Again, my name is Mirjam Kühne. I am the RIPE chair, and I'll have Anna Wilson here as the RIPE vice chair, and she will join me later for some of the discussions. PC elections. Oh yes, reminder, PC elections are still on until 5 o'clock, I think. So please all vote if you want to be able to, contribute to filling the 2 seats on the PC that are available. So this is our agenda for today. As usually, the RIPE chair team will give you a quick update of what we've been up to, but also what the community has been doing in the meantime. Then we'll have an update from Herve, Clement, and Andrei Robachevsky about the the latest news on the RIR governance document, also known as ICP2. Then Athena Fraguli from the RIPE NCC will talk about EU competition law, because there was the question about that at the last meeting. Then we have a short presentation, kind of lightning talk by Robert Kistelecki on personal continuity or digital legacy, that some of us, that you might find interesting. And we also have an ask for the community there, but possibly documenting some of the best current practices. And then in the end, there is a talk by Remco van Mook on the survey results about the secret working group that came up last time. And then hopefully we have some time for an open mic. There is now something on the screen here, but it looks very weird. I like it, it's green, but it's not, oh, this looks better, thank you. Off and on again, yeah, exactly. Right, let's dive into the update from us, from the RIPE chair team. Just to give a quick idea of what we sometimes, we're traveling around also, like talking about RIPE and promoting RIPE to other communities. So I've been at the RIPE NCC government roundtable meeting in Brussels. I'm usually attending the RIPE NCC executive board meetings. There was also a joint meeting there at the Apricot APNIC meeting that I attended. I've talked on about internet outages at the panel in Brussels that was organized by ICANN. It was really interesting. There was a great way to promote this community and how we share information and how we learn from each other. I was at the SCE, at the Southeast European meeting, and presented, the RIPE activities there. And you can find all this also on our monthly RIPE Labs updates, where we keep you in the loop, hopefully, of what's relevant to you all. Just a few slides on what we're supporting the community and kind of community for the community activities, if you will. I mentioned this in the opening. There's a new initiative about the RIPE research exchange and to bring researchers into the community to make sure researchers and operators kind of find each other and exchange ideas. So for the first time now, we had this like whiteboards outside where operators could put up some ideas, or anybody puts an idea, like some idea for research, or researchers also have ideas, finding out if it would be useful for networking. And just now in the coffee break before, there was a kind of a matching session, if you will, for those people who put on ideas. I saw there were like 2 flip over pages that actually had a long list of ideas. So this seems to have worked. I'm really curious to find out what's coming out of this. I also had some feedback about the poster sessions we had last time. We had asked the RACI fellows, the academic fellows, to bring a poster, and this was kind of optional. So this time, most RACI fellows were presenting in the sessions, but still I heard this might be useful to include them a bit more, make them more visible also in the hallway. So we'll bring that back next time. And to make sure you can find them also in the hallways and can talk to them. Also something new we've done, and I talked about this before, but this is now the first time we really implemented this. We really revamped the whole RIPE fellowship program. It's like where the RIPE NCC actually contributes financially to people coming to the meetings here. And instead of just paying people come to the meeting and then we don't know if they find it useful, they now have this whole program where they have to do a lot of homework before the meeting, so they come here prepared. And we, in order to facilitate this, we also had coaches, which is a bit more than mentors, so that they were really engaged before. And I would really like to thank the coaches that helped out here during this first pilot phase of the new fellowship program. You see their pictures there on the screen. A big thank you to those who participated in that. Yes. I think it's a great group of coaches, and if you're interested in the future, maybe for the next application for next year, I think it's a really good way to get the new generation into the community and team them up immediately with some experts and in their field, so the matching works quite well. And also you see the long list of names there. We had another group of community members who helped us with the actual selection process of the fellows this time. And we also, I think I have a slide for the mentors, right? Yes, so we also have another opportunity for community members to help out and to help out the other community members is the meet and greet. So we had community members now join the RIPE NCC meet and greet team. You might have seen them outside at the meet and greet desk where they where they answer questions and kind of greeted new participants. And also I'd like to thank the traditional mentorship, if you will, mentors who contribute or to offer to be mentors for newcomers at the meeting. They don't go to the fellowship, they're just newcomers here. We have a lot of newcomers, and we always look for mentors to mentor them through the week so that they don't feel lost. And we had good matching and a number of pairs of mentors, mentees, and I think that's a great way for the community to help each other out. So thank you all for volunteering. There are a number of, we call it this time keeping RIPE running well instead of RIPE governance, which sounds so serious, just a number of updates on kind of how we operate and how we keep things running as a community. You've heard this before. I think the Code of Conduct team put out a survey last time to find out how the community feels about the Code of Conduct, the team, are they approachable? By and large, the respondents felt very safe, and here at the RIPE meeting as well, and you'll always get a final report from the Code of Conduct team during the closing plenary. That will be tomorrow. But in that survey, there was one issue, or not one issue, but one comment was that sometimes people feel hesitant to report or to approach the team because they felt like, well, maybe it's not worthwhile, it's not serious enough, so no, it's not Code of Conduct worthy. But please don't think that, they're very approachable. Not every report or not every conversation with them has to lead to a formal investigation or a serious report. They're also to listen, and even if you're not sure, please approach them. And you can find a detailed report about the survey on RIPE Labs there. Another thing I want to mention here as a heads up is we're talking to the team also about reviewing the program. We've started this whole Code of Conduct when I started, I think 5 years ago. And then there's like a document that describes the appointment and the responsibilities of the team members. And we're kind of reviewing if that needs an update in light of the experiences that we've gained in those years. So you'll hear more about that soon. And another thing that's in the planning, and you might have heard about this in the Address Policy Working Group, is we're looking at the PDP. Again, I think this is a process and a document that we as a community should be reviewing from time to time to make sure it still matches reality and maybe possibly needs an update. So the RIPE NCC policy officer and the RIPE chair team, we've kind of looked at it, and as the next step, we'll work with the Address Policy Working Group chairs, and then ultimately this will lead to like a new draft document on the RIPE list that where we will ask for consensus. But this is still in the early steps there, and yeah, you'll hear more about that. That's just closing a loop on another document that we have agreement on. We've updated the RIPE program committee job description or process, and primarily also to add a space there for a representative from the Central Asia community there that is quite mature now, and they would like to participate also in the program for the RIPE communities. And so we have now a new person on the PC for the next, not this time, but starting next time, Mikhail Anisimov, who is our representative from the Central Asia Peering Forum there, similar to representative we have from the SEE region and from the MENA region as well. So you'll see him there on the website next time. I don't know if he will be here in person. And then another document that we've put out and that has been reviewed by the community over the last few months is an updated version of the RIPE working groups chairs job description. And there was a last call until yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday, 20th. So it's basically finalized now. We will ask the RIPE NCC to publish it as a RIPE document. And in addition to just some some textual changes we made, the two main changes or the two main updates are a clarification of the roles and responsibilities of a working group chair in their group. You know, what kind of authority do they have, what responsibilities they have. And then also, in addition to that, it has a section on working group chairs selection process, and this, you know, this keeps coming up, and we put some kind of principles or best current practices in their document that every working group should follow. And so that's now in that document, so you can read it, and I put them here also on the slide. They are kind of the principles that we have agreed, I think, over the years, felt that this works best to get new candidates and new working group chairs in. And so one is, for instance, what works well is asking for candidate applications, if you will, kind of offline and behind the scenes, not on the list, because that kind of discourages the second person. You know, if one puts out their name, then everybody else goes like, well, you know, I don't dare to put my name on anymore. So that seems to work well. Also, most working groups have terms of 2 or 3 years. Some working groups also have term limits, so that's something groups should consider. And then also a selection process that allows for remote participation. So not, you know, just at the meeting, or if it's at the meeting, then it needs to also allow for participation from remote attendees. So these are the principles that are now currently in there. And based on that, actually, we would like maybe to have a bit of a discussion and feedback here, because we as a chair team, I mean, we get a lot of feedback over the years, and some of you noticed that I've been kind of hammering on this also. And should we harmonize them more? Is it okay they have all their individual processes? Can we do this better? I mean, we talked about a lot of people, and some people suggested that maybe it should be similar to how we vote for ASO/AC members or for the PC members, or the other option would be pretty much check on the other side of the spectrum. You know, every working group is responsible for their own process, as long as they follow those principles that I just mentioned, maybe plus an additional you know, checkpoint in there that the RIPE chair team has kind of the authority and the responsibility to ensure that the processes are followed properly. You know, we have that also for other processes, like for instance in the appeals, you know, the RIPE chair makes sure the process has been followed, consensus has been reached, and of course there's a whole spectrum in between. So we have some time now if you want to give us a quick feedback on that, if you have any opinions on that. You saw also there was a discussion started on the RIPE list, and also I think on the DNS working group list, and the working group chairs discussed this amongst themselves. So if you have any immediate feedback now, please don't be shy. Otherwise, we'll also take this onto the list, and Anna will keep time here so we don't run over. I think you were first. Oh, microphone. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Benedikt Stock, Stapler IT, speaking for myself. I think we've had this discussion before some time ago, so this might not be particularly new, but we have very different kinds of working groups. Some of them are policy-centric, like EDIS policy. Others are technical, like IPv6, and I think that applying the same processes that are necessary for policy making working group might be pretty much overkill for the more technical stuff, which is as soon as policy is involved, there's money involved, there's legal whatever discussions involved. You don't have that in technical environment, so you can take things a little bit easier.
Thank you. Franziska?
Franziska Lichtblau, speaking as a community member here. One thing I would like us also to consider, because we care a lot about the selection process, but as you already said, not all working groups have strict term limits. And for the record, I am not a fan of strict term limits, but in order to make sure that we have not, that we also have a way out, we also need to reason about removal procedures. I'm not sure, I didn't check it, if every working group has something like that, but we should at least carry the notion, because now with my working group chair head, my working group should be able to remove me.
Thank you, and I would like to close the line now because we have only a few more minutes left. So Leo, I think you're next.
Hi, Leo Pagoda, former working group co-chair, and I also worked at the RIPE NCC for a while and supported some working group chairs. And one of the things I noticed occasionally is that you have a working group whose chair doesn't necessarily do the best job, and that's a failure mode, and it's one that's easy to recover from. And then there's another kind of failure mode, which I don't think we've really seen in a horrible way yet, which is when someone who's a working group chair or co-chair, and they intend to disrupt the working group, or they intend to disrupt RIPE, or they intend to disrupt RIPE and the RIPE NCC. And I think we need a selection process that supports the ability to protect against that failure mode.
Thank you. Oh, there's an online comment. Can you read that out first, please? Yes, we have 2 minutes left, I know. Can we get the
You're
mic?
meaning me?
Oh.
Kind of. Yeah. Hi, Mirjam.
Yes, hi. Just to make sure, we really have very little time, so can you please be quick?
A kind of just short remark. I am a fan of truth in labeling, and I'm somewhat surprised to start discussion of selection process under the label of working group chair job description. Kind of the selection thing is a fairly difficult and has difficult history. And I would not have, and I have not expected that to show up under the job description. Thanks.
Thanks for your comment. I believe this was already in there in the old version, which was very old, and we cleaned it up and added a bit more context. But yes, okay, fair point. I don't know. We have to see where else it would go. But thanks. Next, I think maybe Remco was next.
Yeah, thanks. Remco, speaking for myself and as a former working group chair, I would like to feedback on Benedikt and his comment that there's very different restrictions on policy versus technical working groups. I would like to push on that back on that a little bit. The only time we've so far gotten in trouble, I think Leo already alluded to that, was definitely not a policy working group chair who was getting us in trouble. So I do think that these are more equal than you would like them to be. At the same time, and secondly, you mentioned the remote chairing as an option. I admire the inclusivity, but from the times that we've tried that, it was not a happy place. So I would actually actively, I mean, I like the inclusivity of it, but practically not feasible.
You said, sorry, you said remote sharing. I meant a process that allows remote participation in the actual selection of the candidate in the end.
Then I stand corrected, because I mean,
no.
If we have chairs that are remote only,
no, that's not what I meant.
That's just not feasible.
No, sorry if that was confusing. That's not what I meant. Sorry, Sasha. quick and
Yes, Sasha Romain, I may be the reason for the other slide. We should not run elections. We should run selections, but also we should not make them appear like elections. They are so similar. We sometimes confuse the words when we say them. I might agree that we may not be able to do one process, but I am skeptical on the need for all 11 after having read them carefully. Also, my own working group isn't great currently. But a new point compared to the mail I sent on the list that I liked is that we should also be careful not to over-engineer. We are fundamentally here based on consensus. We can deviate from the process. It's not great. It's not always a great look, but this doesn't have to always be foolproof for everything. But currently our processes are all over the place with this excessively little documentation or incredibly complicated processes for 3 layers down of disagreement and the precise voting process. So we must look for balance in all these things. The right path is probably in the middle.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. Daniel, quick.
Daniel Karrenberg, ancient community member. What Sasha said, number one. Number two, I think we have to grow up a little. We have to grow up in the sense that we need transparent processes that even for people who come for the first time are explainable and understandable. The more opaque we look and the more of a closed shop we look, like, you know, old friends doing old friendly stuff, the worse it gets for RIPE. That was remark one. Remark two, that the RIPE chair team actually looks at whether these things work well is already in their job description. I think we should formalize it a little bit more and giving guidance to the working groups on a good process that works well and maybe ratifying the result. And I think that's not a property of the other extreme. That should be a property of any thing we agree on. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least.
Oh, thank you, Mirjam. Jim, another old fart who's survived many rounds of working group selection discussions and actually is responsible for writing 1 or 2 of these descriptions in the past. A couple of quick points. I agree wholeheartedly with what Sasha had said before. We are going to run the temptation of over-engineering things, and that was one of the problems we've had in the past many times, trying to get these selection processes put in place. So I think to be careful not to do that. And I'm rather surprised that we're spending discussion about trying to get a common process. In my opinion, the working groups have decided for themselves how they select their co-chairs. They should be left to go on with it. However, I think the bigger problem is we're discussing this when the more pressing problem is finding candidates to come forward and stand. And rather than talk about how we choose candidates or having a common process or not for that, is how do we get more people to come and take on these roles? I think that's more something we should spend more time on than anything else like that. To my mind, talking about this selection thing is a bit like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Thanks, Jim. I believe they are connected, that having accessible selection processes with terms and so forth actually also encourages new people to come in. But yeah, we can continue that discussion. Thanks for this initial feedback. We have one more item to talk about that Anna will actually take on. It's about RIPE meetings in general, and then also another kind of discussion point at the end. And I was praising all the working group chairs and the session chairs earlier today, and that I heard that we're really good at timekeeping these days at these meetings. Well, this time not so much. Sorry.
Not at all. And that discussion has to be had. Thank you. Thank you, Mirjam. Hi, I'm Anna Wilson. Let's talk about RIPE meetings. There's some upcoming RIPE meetings. We already know Sophia and Vilnius are in place. We have meetings planned up to 100. We have dates for them published. Not ready yet to announce where they're going to be, but you can at least map those out. So they're already announced. There is one other thing that's really important that we want to talk about. And again, we want to get feedback from the community. We do have to be fair to the other speakers in this session, and it is a tight session. So I'm going to limit this to 5 minutes. want to talk about meeting fees. This is something that's come up, and myself and Mirjam have been talking about, and we realized this is something we really want to hear from the community. I think most of us know the RIPE meeting is largely funded by the RIPE NCC. Some of it is meeting fees, some of it is sponsorship. That varies, but it's always a part of the costs. And then the RIPE NCC funds a large chunk of the meeting. Meeting fees themselves have not kept up with costs over the past number of years. The last time the meeting fee increase was 2023, and that did not increase in line with the underlying cost of running the meeting. So we do want to ask, what should this look like in the future? The NCC is obviously accountable to its members when it comes to the budget. The members have always agreed that it's important to fund more than just the membership services, and have always understood the importance of the community. And indeed, there's a large overlap between the NCC membership and us here at the RIPE meeting writ large. But as a community, I don't think that's something we can take for granted. So where we're trying to find a balance between, the openness of the RIPE community and the meetings on one side, and then the NCC's accountability to its members, we wonder what's the right balance there. To be clear, the funding of RIPE meetings used to be roughly a 50-50 split. Meetings are getting more expensive. And if we went back to a 50-50 split, the meeting fee would be roughly €900 today, which is a steep increase. We can't just drop that. But we'd like to get a clear idea over the next few minutes, would that be acceptable? Is that something that sounds reasonable? Does it sound unreasonable? Would you be affected by this? And in particular, how much does this affect smaller organizations and those coming from lower income countries? There are things we can talk about. We can talk about differential pricing again. And we do have things in there like free tickets for first-time members and the fellowship and student tickets and the like. And there are other changes we could make maybe to try and reduce costs. But very strictly, 5 minutes, no more than that. We'd love to hear your take on it. Please again come to the mic or flag us on Meet Echo. I believe Remco's first.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have to cut it there. Thank you.
And I got a microphone, so that's amazing. Thank you, Anna, for preparing this. This is very relevant. At the same time, 2 comments. Raising it to €900 is going to be extremely problematic for individual contributors. A lot of us are here not because our bosses pay for our tickets. So I think there's going to be quite a dramatic impact in how many people you would actually get to attend, because actually quite a few people here are here on their own dime. Second, a more meta comment. I think despite how much the RIPE NCC is paying into this, I think they're getting exceedingly good value from these RIPE meetings. So I think they can suck it up.
Fair, thank you. So to be clear, 5 people at the mics, 4 minutes left. That's 45 seconds each. Sasha.
Sasha Romain, if you raise the meeting fee to €900, you'll never see me here again. I am one of the people paying my own way. Please don't become like the ITF, also a place I never go to. If we really want to raise more meeting fees, we should do differential pricing and not just students, because I haven't been that for a long time. There should be people who pay independently versus corporate tickets. This is a well-explored subject by many communities. I think the cost of raising the meeting fee so high would be tremendous to this community, and also the longevity of it and bringing in new people to the RIPE NCC and the RIPE community.
Good feedback. Thank you very much.
Stefan, 100% what Remco said, and I would like to add that 900 plus accommodation, plus flight, travel costs would mean that less people from the companies will come here, especially the younger ones will not be sent.
Understood. Also happy to hear if there's things we can change to make things more affordable. We did have to cut the mics immediately, so we have to keep this short. Thank you. Right.
Hi, Steven Gebhardt from Open Factory. What I see is if you still have those 2 free tickets, then that doesn't really work out financially because I could basically open up a Dall'Ara every 2 years and close it and end up at the same price.
Fair point. Thank you.
Largely on that note, it would be interesting to see a more detailed breakdown of the cost for a meeting, because I think there are things where we can save some money. That said, the 9,000 euros, some 900 euros is probably a bit up the ladder. Thanks.
Thank you.
+1, Will, AS2613. I'm +1 on what Sasha said. 900, I won't be able to survive that. And the rest of the time for Tina.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? No. Okay. Thank you. Last one.
Question, and it may have been me not catching it fast enough, but the 900, is that include sponsorships? It would still cost that much more per person?
Sponsorship varies heavily meeting to meeting. 900 would be roughly half of the underlying cost of the meeting today per person.
Okay, because that's kind of why we sponsor, right? Because these meetings are so valuable and we get such a great attendance with raising the meeting prices and with being able to have free attendees and stuff like that. My organization doesn't get anything except our name on the banner for sponsorship, and that's quite a bit of money to help keep these affordable for people, and I'm pro doing that. That said, some of our organizations wouldn't notice, obviously, and but that is not true for so many of the attendees I know here. So I really wouldn't want to raise fees. I'd like to see more creative funding for the meetings if that's necessary. That said, I served a lot of time on the NANOG board in the US, and they are struggling with this. And I have a ton of empathy for meeting planners trying to get hotel room rates to appropriate level, meeting fees, and then still host the event that you're expecting. It's a very hard thing to balance. And we have to find a way to do it. Unfortunately, I think we will lose a lot of value in the community if we just raise prices arbitrarily to that fee. I'd love to see more sponsors come in or something to help the organization.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very
Randy,
quick.
you have negative 30 seconds.
Les, you're deciding between who pays for it, the attendees or the members.
Okay, thanks. Thank you all. That was clear and useful feedback. Very grateful. Back to Mirjam.
Thanks, Anna, for managing that that part. Yes. And then, you know, in retrospect, maybe we shouldn't have mentioned the 900. That was kind of a bit of the upper limit, but, you know, we might have to do a bit of inflation adjustment, you know, over time to, well, to continue, you know, to be able to run these meetings. But okay, more on that. Oh, I wanted to clarify one thing. The RIPE NCC has changed the model that you don't get as an LIR. Not every LIR gets 2 tickets anymore for RIPE meetings. It's per member. It's not per LIR anymore. So that has actually changed a few years ago. Anyway, we're terribly over time. Sorry about this. Next speaker, Andrei. I think you're up. Or Herve, one of you, or both. Of course. As long as you don't take twice as much time. Yeah, so a lot of this has already been presented in the Address Policy Working Group earlier today, but I think it's important to focus on the open issues that we still have. So if you could focus on that, be great.
Thank you, Mirjam. 15 minutes so to present where we are about ICP2 is a little challenging. First, I will present some slides, but I will try to be brief because the slides presented by Andrei are much more interesting than mine. Just a word also, we are missing Constanze for the group from the RIPE region. So against her will, it was not possible for her to attend this meeting. Where we are about ICP2, we say the title, we are approaching the finish line. We don't say that we have completed the work, we just say that time passing, and we hope that at one moment where we will approaching the end of his work. it's not the SOAC, it's not us who decided to have a workload about ICP2, but it was because in October 2023, we were requested by the NRO-EC, so the group of the CEOs of the region, to work on the ICP2 with, so each time I present that, with first short-term work, so it was completed in 2 months, I think, and since then, so we have a longer one, it's 2 years and a half, we have worked about that, which is really to strengthen the ICP2. Strengthen the ICP2 is to update the criteria for the recognition of regional internet registry, but it's also to complete the document to be sure that all the cycle of the regional internet registry is dedicated, is explained. And that was his work, and that's the reason why when we wrote something, there were consultations, so the community had a great role regarding that. You have the people comprising the NRO-INC fulfilling the function of the ASO-AC, and the important thing is that since 2026, we have finally somebody from the Afrinic comprising the ASO-AC, which is an excellent thing, and we can say now that the Afrinic is part of the drafting of the ICP2. One more time, I won't describe entirely this review timeline because it was presented during the last RIPE meeting also, but just to say, and by definition, it's not a surprise, that in May, it was our last action, and with the help of the communication team of the regions, also, we published a status report called May 2026, and to explain what are the work to be done regarding the ICP2 draft. But Andrei will explain that afterwards. This status report, May 2026, sorry, so it is presented like that with the different topics we are still working on. And you will see there are different set of topics, there are drafting topic, there are other topic depending of if we have changed something regarding them or not. And you have the link to this document. And if we go to a specific topic, for instance, the ad hoc audit, which we decided to rename compliance review because ad hoc could be defined in a different way regarding the region. So you have the background of this specific subject. You have then the feedback we receive from the community. Then the response we try to find regarding the inputs from the community, and the status of its specific point is, in this case, drafting. So it's say that we still need to do something about that. We have still supporting documents you can read. The last document published is the version 2 of the Regional Internet Registry Governance, which is the name of the ICP2 update. There was a status report as the one for May 2026, which is called the Q1 2026 on community engagement. Is the document we say in which occasions the community can speak with the NRO-NC. And the different we have different issues still on work. There are issues in progress and issue under drafting. So it's definitely issue. We have not found a definitive solution about that. For instance, the threshold to recognize the new regional internet registry that has moved away from unanimity to -1. Whether there is a need of a third party in the recognition process, the procedure to initiate and review an emergency continuity in the case of a regional internet registry is unable to fulfill its function for different reasons, the audits, and the rehabilitation, which is part of the derecognition process. And highlight for the status, I think it's you, yeah. Andrei. So happy to give you the floor.
Thank you, Herve. So I'll walk you through the highlight of the status report. And just to clarify how we work in this phase, well, hopefully the final phase of our work, is that after 3 consultations, we hope that we nail down all the issues. And those status reports that provide an inventory of those issues and how they status, in a way, how we're resolving them. It's very important, your feedback is very important to understand whether we are on track, where you think we are on track, and provide feedback on the document. Recognition threshold. Current version and version 2 that have been under consultation, we loosened the unanimity requirement to -1. So under special conditions, there is a possibility for one dissenting area. But I think the community feedback was very clear that this is still not enough. And we need to accommodate for different conditions, such as area is unable to voice its opinion or submit recommendation, or there is a conflict of interest. At the same time, we need to balance the whole process so it can be abused and hijacked. The decision we made as a council is that we'll go for 2/3 of the or supermajority in this decision, and we need to consider how conflict of interest is being incorporated. Current thinking is that if an area is affected, if area's territory is affected by the recognition of a new or candidate area, that area can still submit a recommendation, which will be considered by ICANN, but it will not count towards the supermajority. Okay. I need to change my glasses because I hoped on this screen, but it's blinking. It's mostly blue.
It was the same this morning.
Okay, so emergency continuity, it was introduced in version 2, a very important piece, and this is accounts when area, for various reasons, natural disaster or governance issues, whatever, cannot function and can provide the services. So there is a notion of emergency operator that can stand by and can take the functions or some of the services of this area. Again, in version 2, there was unanimous decision by the areas on ICANN to trigger emergency continuity procedure. We got feedback that in emergency, unanimous, sort of looking for unanimous decision might take time, which is not we cannot afford, and therefore we need to loosen that requirement. At the same time, we saw concern that again, this emergency continuity should be done with due diligence, with good process, and that's what we try to incorporate. So no more unanimity. Again, this is, I think, a supermajority that we're thinking about. The area itself, who is suffering, can initiate emergency continuity, which sounds logical. There is no limit for renewals. There was feedback that maybe 90 days is not enough, but renewals should follow the same process as the initiation. So there shouldn't be sort of the ongoing uncontrolled series of renewals. Also there was discussion on staged approach and what kind of services, what is the scope of emergency operator. I think that depends on the level of emergency and how long that emergency lasts. Audits, and primarily in the ad hoc audit, the requirement was that it can be initiated by any area, group of areas, or the membership with certain thresholds, and ICANN. There were different comments that we received from lowering the threshold to implementing some mechanisms that this audit can be weaponized or used against the area. So you see a bit of a conflicting stuff. What has been decided that the frequency of regular audits will be 5 years. Ad hoc audits, we renamed them. They're indeed compliance reviews, and there will be named compliance review in the new version of the document. Those definitions will be provided, obviously. And to follow up on that, on ad hoc audit and specifically on the threshold, we're still discussing the threshold. Maybe we'll lower the threshold, but there will be a provision that before members can trigger or can request a compliance review, they should demonstrate that at least they tried to resolve the issue through relevant existing area procedures. Derecognition, yes. So derecognition is a very, it's a final step, right? When all other means are, we exhausted all other possibilities, and rehabilitation was stated more as a sort of spirit, as a general principle, but now we're trying to make it clear that this part of derecognition. So derecognition cannot happen, it can proceed before sufficient effort have been made to rehabilitate, to rectify the issues. There was a suggestion that audit should be part of the derecognition, but we concluded that that might be counterproductive. If you look at the situation, the area is obviously failing to perform. The remediation efforts have been made, so audit might not be really necessary. And if we formalize and require this as a mandatory, it might just be counterproductive and slow the whole process down. Take into account that there are regular audits and maybe ad hoc or compliance reviews in place, so the need of this requirement might not be in place, so we're not changing that. And last but not least, I hope it's last but not least, I see this 2 minutes left, is that we got feedback that a document is difficult to read. For instance, if you look at the process, recognition process, you have to jump between different sections of the document, which doesn't add to the clarity. We simplifying this, we're trying to make the flow more logical and more readable. And I sort of leave the floor to Herve to look ahead.
I totally forgot I have to terminate the presentation. So it's what I presented during the policy working group this morning. So the timeline, the global one, this time for 2026. On the next step, we are on the Q2 of 2026 with the statute report I've already mentioned. And we will meet in Seville, ICANN 86, with different working groups to continue drafting the final version, so taking into account all the topics Andrei has mentioned. After Q3, Q4 2026, there will be the final version of the document that will be delivered to the NRO EC. Finally, it was the NRO EC who requested his work, so it's normal to give the work then to the NRO EC. There will be final version presented during the region meeting on the second part of the year, and there will be a start of discussion, so from Q4, about NRO ICANN, about the approval and the adoption process. Questions?
No, I'm afraid. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions at this point.
We have 1 minute left.
We have 1 minute left, you say? Okay, if you say so.
Actually, I will hope I can do this in 1 minute. I think I can. I'm Paul Rendick from the D-Stream Group. Firstly, I just wanted to thank you. I know how difficult this process has been in getting the draft to the state that it's in. I do like the document. I have reviewed it with a fine-tooth comb. I like it, although I have some final comments on where we are now. Yes, it was difficult to jump up and down. I'm happy you're going to look at that space, but my comments are a little different than that. Article 4.1A and B are so crucial to this document, and I was happy to see them put in there. It was the financial independence and the operational independence. It's very clear, and I like in the times that we're slipping in with geopolitics and the rest of it moving, that this is very clearly identified. Good for the RIR system. But when I read this document, I actually felt that I saw the word ICANN come up quite a bit in the document. It was very prominent. And that kind of, I'm wondering where where that came in. And I think I have one specific point where I can lead to this. And that's Article 2.3B1C. Here we talk about the derecognition of an RIR. Now, there are 3 ways you can do this. 1, by the RIR, 2, by the community, and there's, or by the membership and a certain percentage of the membership. And number 3 is ICANN. And I'd like to know why ICANN was positioned with this, because their constituency in all the years I had worked through RIPE NCC and in the ICANN circle, their constituency really doesn't overlap so heavily with ours in the things that we do here specifically. So to have them point it out in something like this and in other prominent areas of the document puts a lot of responsibility in their camp, but also changes, I think, a little bit of the dynamics between the RIRs and ICANN.
Paul, can I suggest you actually take this on board and discuss this with the rest of the AC, because I don't think we will
but we have
time to talk
still
about
the beginning of answer, but Andrei.
Just one response. Well, first of all, Paul, thank you very much for this feedback. That's what we're expecting. Just to respond how that got in the document, that was coming from community feedback, not specifically ICANN, but the community felt that in a situation where there might be a deadlock, we don't know. It's really difficult situation. Area is in dire straits. All efforts have been made to rectify the situation, and someone need to trigger the process. We are not going about derecognition. We're talking about triggering the process. Some people felt that a third party or party outside the area system should be also able to trigger that. But I take your point of ICANN present in many places in this document. We'll bring this back to the group and discuss this.
Thank you very much, because I think there was a lot of work done in this space to make it a little bit more accountable, but I think there was just a bit too much on the ICANN level.
And to complete, it's not us to decide what to put in the document, but definitely, so we repose on the comments from the communities, and it's
Thanks. That's thank you both again for presenting this. I think it's really useful to keep us in the loop and up about the progress and also open issues. Can I ask next Athena to come up on stage? And I was shocked to see you have 29 slides for 15 minutes. So, all right.
Hello, everyone. Athena Fragouli. I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the RIPE NCC. And I'm here to give a presentation on the EU competition law aspects of the RIPE NCC as an RIR. Okay, right. And why I'm doing that is because during the ICP2 review, there have been concerns about competition law restrictions. And in particular, when we were discussing about the territorial exclusivity of each RIR, and when we were discussing the process of recognizing a candidate RIR and how the other RIRs play into this process. So, main question, is this in line with competition law restrictions? So we asked for external advice. I believe it was at the last RIPE meeting that this question was brought up, and we promised to come back with the input from this advice. So we asked an external expert on competition law. Is actually a person that we have advised. We received their advice also in the past when we were discussing the last 8 policy proposals and possible competition law restrictions from that. So it's actually a person that understands how we function and is a professor at the University of Brussels of EU competition law. So we asked them to review the RIPE NCC registration services and review all these concerns that came up from this discussion and competition law restrictions. Now, a warning here and an apology beforehand. This presentation has many technical legal terms and concepts, and I'll try to present them as clearly as I can. Please bear with me. Right, when we talk about this particular competition law concerns, we're looking into Article 101 of the Treaty of the European Union, which reads as follows. Undertakings are prohibited from concluding anti-competitive agreements either directly or in the form of decisions of associations of undertakings. That's a mouthful, but what it really says is that, well, undertakings, actually, that's why I bolded, is a very central concept in the European competition law. Undertakings are kind of an entity. So what it says, what this provision says, is that entities that are undertakings are prohibited from concluding anti-competitive agreements. And they are prohibited to do so, whether they do it themselves directly, or whether they're acting as an association of such entities. Now, the first question in this analysis is whether the RIPE NCC is such an undertaking or an association undertaking with regards to registration services. Let's start with the first question. Is the RIPE NCC an undertaking? What is an undertaking? That's the question that follows from that. An entity is an undertaking when it performs an economic activity. Now, what's important is that if an entity performs many activities and only one of them is an economic activity, it's considered to be an undertaking under competition law only with regards to this activity. So this doesn't extend to everything this entity does. And what is an economic activity? Is an activity consisting on offering goods and services on a given market. Now, another important thing with the competition law is that it relies a lot on the Court of Justice of the European Union on the interpretation of this law. So there's a lot of jurisprudence, and we learn a lot actually on how to interpret this legislation. So the Court of Justice of the European Union has given some interpretation help on what is not an economic activity. So an activity which by its nature, aim, and rules, if it does not belong to the sphere of economic activity, is not an economic activity. Or if it's connected to the exercise of the powers of a public authority, is not an economic activity. The Court of Justice also looked at the role of the remuneration and said that just because there is a remuneration for an activity, it doesn't mean that it is an economic activity. Now let's look how this applies to the RIPE NCC registration services. And let's see first the first bit, the nature of the activity. When we talk about the registration services, our expert looked at the hierarchy of these registration services. So we looked at the IANA registration services. These registration services were, of course, of public interest, activities in the public interest, and initially they were performed under the mandate of the NTIA. Of course, that has changed. In 2016, we had the IANA transition. So it's not anymore under the mandate of NTIA, it's under the mandate of our community. However, the nature of these activities hasn't changed. Our expert found similarities of the registration services with the allocation of phone numbers or license plate numbers, which are of non-economic nature. They also found similarities to the air traffic control services, because registration services are there to avoid the miscommunication between devices. All in all, they came to the conclusion that registration services are technical coordination services with a view to the stable and efficient operation of the internet, and they are of non-economic nature. Now, looking also at the form of the remuneration. The essential characteristic of the remuneration lies in the fact that it constitutes consideration for the service in question. That's what the court says. Our external experts believe that this is not the case with the registration of IP addresses. The RIPE NCC fees are aimed at cost recovery for the functioning. And whether a member receives such services or not, they must pay a fee. So they are not in consideration for the service in question. Our expert also believes that this will continue to be the case under the new proposed category model of the charging fee. We actually submitted the charging scheme task force report. We submitted the new proposal for the category model, and he believes that actually even the application of fixed fees per category, this does not still reflect the economic value of allocated IP addresses. So yes, in that sense, the remuneration is not in consideration for the services. Going back to Article 101, and whether the RIPE NCC is an undertaking, the conclusion is that it's not an undertaking because it does not perform economic activities. Now let's look at the second bit, whether the RIPE NCC is an association of undertakings. So if the members are these undertakings that make the RIPE NCC an association of undertakings. The legislator wanted to cover situations where undertakings evade this rule of competition because they coordinate their contact via a common body. And again, we have a lot of jurisprudence to help us with the interpretation of what is the association of undertakings. There are two criteria for the assessment of that. One, there should be a commonality of interest between the association of a homogeneous group of undertakings, and the decision-making powers must be in the hands of this homogeneous group. Let's see whether this applies with the RIPE NCC. Now, the RIPE NCC has more than 20,000 members that have various backgrounds and interests. It's very difficult to argue that these members are a homogeneous group. But more importantly, the decision-making powers are not within the RIPE NCC. The decision-making regarding the registration of IP addresses are based on open, bottom-up, consensus-based processes that happen in working groups, and they also include non-members. They include anyone. So in conclusion, the RIPE NCC is not an association of undertakings in the sense of the EU competition law. Going back to our basis, one-on-one, the conclusion again is that the RIPE NCC is not an undertaking and it's not an association of undertakings. That leads us to the actual questions that came through the ICP2 discussion about the territorial exclusivity. First, that concern was that, yeah, each RIR has territorial exclusivity in the sense that each RIR is responsible for a service region. Of course, RIRs may also provide services in other regions, but they're not responsible for those other regions. They're only responsible for one service region. The conclusion, as we said before, is that the RIPE NCC is not an undertaking or an association of undertaking. And the same conclusion our expert believes should apply also to the other RIRs if they're organized in a similar way and they carry out similar activities. Well, all RIRs adhere to the same criteria according to the ICP2. So the conclusion is that the sole designation of the RIPE NCC for the service area falls outside the scope of the EU competition law. Similarly, with the recognition and the derecognition process, and whether there are competition law concerns, the outcome is similar, as you can imagine, if you follow the logic. Recognition and derecognition of the RIRs are not subject to the EU competition law. That's a summary of the conclusion. Well, the RIPE NCC is not an undertaking, is not an association of undertakings. Territorial exclusivity falls outside the scope of the competition law, and recognition is not subject to the EU competition law with regards, again, to the registration services only. Now, our intention is to publish this advice after the RIPE meeting, and hopefully this will help the ICP2 discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was actually really interesting, and you did a great job in explaining this the legal terminology in an easy way. So you actually have, and you even saved us some time. So we even have 2 minutes left for questions, if there are any. I'm sure there are lots of questions, but Athena also said she's going to share this after the RIPE meeting. So, but please go ahead, Neil.
Neil O'Reilly. I'm not sure which hat I'm wearing, but it occurs to me that there's an interesting coupling. Sorry, first of all, thanks, Athena. This was really useful and really well presented. There's an interesting coupling between this topic and the one which Anna presented on a little while ago, and Remco's comment comes to mind. If the access to the meetings became priced at such a level that it was essentially a barrier except to undertakings, the NCC's position vis-à-vis competition might be transformed. I just make that comment.
Thank you very much. That was not within the scope of this advice, but thank you very much. We'll definitely look into this.
Anything online, Luca? No, thank you. Well, thanks again, Athena.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Robert Kisilecki from the RIPE NCC talking about digital legacy.
All right. I also start with the blue screen. Hello, everyone. Disclaimer, I am employed by RIPE NCC, but right now I'm on stage as a community member, so that association is slightly different. And I would like to talk to a way less legal topic, but it might be a little bit more depressing. I'll try my best not to do it that way. Thinking about our digital legacy, what do we mean by that? The RIPE community is you, me, some others who are really listening to this presentation online, basically all of us who define ourselves to work for the European internet. It's a little bit of rephrasing, but it's more or less true. And this is a really nice bunch. We do like to help each other. I was amazed the first time I joined the RIPE meetings, like how much of support and help is here. And one would think that this was even more true back in the day when the internet was smaller, and the best way to go forward was to actually help each other personally even. But I do note that it is also true for all the generations that are members of the RIPE community. Now, unfortunately, we are not always around. There are cases where we disappear from the air, either temporarily or permanently. And we do have to think about, and what happens with the services, with the help that we used to provide to each other. Think of these cases, domain registration and maintenance. I am personally the taxi and the admin C for some of the domains that are registered out there. If I'm unavailable for whatever reason, what happens to those? Some of them are not mine. What will happen to the people who are actually hosting content on there? Think about email hosting. You might be hosting the email or just an MX for someone else. And then if you cannot provide that service anymore, not because you don't want to, but you're unable to, what happens to their email? That's kind of important nowadays, right? Similar things for web presence. Some of us are giving VM access, maybe hosting a physical hardware in a data center for someone else, provide secondary DNS, and so on and so forth. And nowadays, this is changing a bit, even social services. Some people are running Mastodon instances and giving accounts to friends and family. Now, what can possibly go wrong? This is definitely not an exhaustive list, but just, you know, to make you think of what are the things that we can think of. Domains expire. If you happen to be not around at the wrong time of the year and your domain expires and you fail to renew it, that domain is gone. Someone else will snatch it immediately, tries to reset all the passwords that are associated with all the accounts in that domain. That's a problem. Hosted nodes can disappear because of non-payment, for example. There are maintenance needs. This user forgot their password. Oh, the two-factor device was just lost. Please help me recover my account. If you're not there, you can't do it. You can't help it. Security holes, not patched. Nowadays, there are scary things happening because of AI assistance and so on. These things will happen more and more often. Certificates expire faster and faster, all right? I don't think everyone automated their Let's Encrypt certificate renewals. I didn't. So to be clear, I'm not presenting anything that has not been thought of by others before. So this is not novel work. I will not claim that. And unfortunately, we can all recite examples of community members who passed away in the recent past, and that made us, well, many of us really, really sad. But one consequence is exactly this. Think gave a presentation at NLNOG in 2024. I strongly recommend you listen to it. It's 15 minutes of your life. It's totally worth it. And talk about morphogenetic fields if you're in that field. We came to this conclusion basically independently from each other. I didn't know about his talk before. I wanted to think about it as well. Also, in the area of prior work, there are big providers who have procedures in place. So this talk is more about us and not the Googles or Metas of the world who have whatever procedures they have that you can use. So what I want to do here is basically kind of a call for action. Wouldn't it be a great idea if we could give guidance to ourselves, to each other, basically? What are the things that you should consider in this space? What are the use cases? What are, like, just the small list that I gave is probably, in reality, a way longer list. But it would be useful to make people think about what is in scope, so to speak. And also, probably give some practical guidelines on what can you do? What are, well, let's call them best current practices. What are the ways you can ensure the survival of your digital legacy and the help that you give to others, formally or informally? An interesting corner case of this was raised in Turn's presentation when someone said, hey, you should probably also think about how to remove that kind of access from people who used to trust but no longer do. So you can't just give access to everyone because that's not a great idea. So call for action. I am not fully organized on this one, but I want to be. So if you would like to join this effort of thinking and perhaps producing a right document, then please let me know. Contact me via my email. I will organize the group, whoever that might be, GitLab, GitHub, mailing list. We will figure it out. And then see where this goes. We probably want to make a table of contents and then fill the document and so on and so forth. We already have some volunteers. I did not twist their arms. I asked them, are they interested? And they said yes, voluntarily. And obviously, Turn is on that list. Daniel, you know him. He's always helpful. Myself, and I'm really hoping that there will be more people. That's it. That's my message.
Thank you, Robert. We actually have some time for feedback and comments, and I'm wondering maybe something like this already exists. I remember the presentation. I was there at the NLNOG presentation. There were some great suggestions in the Q&A afterwards, but I don't know if all this has been documented. So I think this is a great initiative. So if you would like to help out, you know, to find Robert, if there are any immediate comments, please. Yes, there is you too.
There are some.
Will, who lost someone recently with that kind of case, and we had to brute force his password to sunset his accounts. That was not a nice moment. We really, so I'm not aware that we have any documentation already existing on that. I think we need to find something. There is many use cases in different situations. Let's feed some documentation. I'll be on with you.
Thank you.
Lars Lehmann, NetNote. If you want the assistance from us old beards, maybe we should not go for a Git repo, but a CDS repo.
We can argue about the fine details. I also have some gray in my hair, so I still remember those days, but we'll figure it out. Thank you.
Jan-Georges Provision, with my best current operational practices task force hat on. Do you think the task force would be a good place to work on the document?
Sure. Sounds good. I don't know, but I'll take your guidance on that.
Yeah, thanks. Let's talk. Might be a nice activity to place under there.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be a good place to start with.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Well, thanks again. Thanks for
Thank you.
bringing this up. And next up is Remco from Oak, talking about a secret survey he held last time. What came out of it?
So for those of you who are excited to get a presentation from the Secret Working Group right now, I have bad news. This is not that. It might come later in the week, but you never know. And I have a blue screen in front of me, but that's fine because I have a screen over there. Last RIPE meeting, at the end, we launched a survey in the Secret Working Group. We had a good number of participants, and I would like to share the results of that, because I think that's relevant for this community. Also, for Brian, I'm trying not to use my funny voice, because apparently I have a funny voice. So, well, how did we get here? A little bit of background on where we got this thing from. If you go back to the origins of this, one of the founders of the RIPE community, our former chair, Rob, had, roughly paraphrased, used to say most communities fall apart because they start to take themselves a little bit too seriously, which I can only take to heart. I've seen this happen over and over. Then the Secret Working Group came into existence. When that exactly happened is not entirely clear to me, at least. I mean, there's more people in the room who have a bit of history on that. Somewhere in the 90s. We have a lot of hand waving. And there's been various people trying to shepherd this thing along. And at some point, at RIPE 61, Olaf, a very tall Dutch gentleman who used to frequent RIPE meetings and now sadly no longer does that, wasn't available for the first time to present the Secret Working Group. And Nigel, he of the sonnets, didn't want to carry the session on his own. And I said, you know what, I'll help you out. RIPE 61 is 2010. Many moons later. The rest is, as we say, history. Jan joined the team a little bit later. Francisca has been helping out for the last years. Nigel is here today, and he's here this week. That's great, but retired a few years ago. Was active behind the scenes for a while. Poor Paul Thornton got thrown on stage in Rome because I went down with COVID, and he had to host, as he calls it, the replacement bus service. His words, not mine. And at RIPE 85, we first discussed the role of the Secret Working Group in public. For the first time, we invited the relevance and the risks, and a call to participate went out. With that context in mind, we had the survey, because RIPE 85 is already also a while ago. So the survey results. The numbers don't tell the story, but the comments really do. I'll share the numbers with you, and I'll tell you why these don't really tell anything. these are the numbers. The average for delivery, content, and relevance is somewhere between a 9.6 and 9.7 out of 10. The median is an even 10 out of 10 all over. The range is between a 3 and a 4 out to 10. 62 respondents, 27 with comments. Those who participated, thank you very much. But that doesn't, if Hisham was standing here and he was presenting a survey, he would be the happiest person in this room, because these are NPS scores and the best thing ever. But that's really not what this is about, because the comments really tell the story. And this is my favorite one. Exactly as cringe as it should be. And I don't think there's a more accurate description for what I'm shooting for at the Secret Working Group. It needs to be cringe, because otherwise it wouldn't work. Then we also have comments like levity is essential to ripe culture. I think that reflects well on what Rob used to say. The one respondent who rated this with a 3, and a 4, provided no comments. If you're here, I'd still like to hear them. I honestly really do. Then, in general, there were lots of nice things. Are you that gentleman, by any chance?
I have one question. Why is the range not 6 to 7?
Let's park that for Friday, shall we? But in general, you said, yeah, I know, I have 5 minutes left. I'm keenly aware I wasn't counting on interruptions. Lots of nice things, and honestly, thank you. It was very heartwarming to read. But also, much better than the 5 previous sessions. Apparently, there was a bit of a lull in quality and delivery. And some more diversity attendees presenting would be nice. So, where from here? Going on with the comments, it takes years to understand the jokes that I'm cracking here on stage, and we're taking our history a little bit too seriously, and the exact problem that we were meant to address has been created. If anything, according to my analysis, we need the safety valve that the Secret Working Group provides more than ever. The world around us has gotten more complicated. The stakes are higher. But it's time for me to let go, slowly, because we want to keep it sustainable. We need to get new talent in, and we need, apparently, someone who can deliver a sonnet. I can't. So, acknowledgements. Thank you to the chairs for letting me do this wild and wonderful thing. Rob, Hans-Peter, Mirjam. The ones who held the door to the smoke-filled room. Olaf, Nigel, Jan, Francisca, Paul, Rob. Rob, hope you're doing better. The meeting team for strictly no questions asked support. And I can't tell you the lengths they've gone through. They've moved balloon arches around just because I asked them to. They came up with props. They've changed the meeting room into a rave because I felt like playing hardcore house music. They've let me do absolute atrocities with Keynote, which take a bit of doing on a presentation system, let me tell you. So applause for all of you. And of course, the ones who shall not be named, because obviously you know who you are. So the proposed process for RIPE 93 until 97. So I'm not going to open the smoke-filled back room, obviously, but we'll tell you where it is and when. If you'd like to join, please do. If you're just there for spoilers, please don't. And I'm going to be moving my role slowly from writer, editor, host, Lord, everything else, to mentor. And from 98 on, I'm going to be joining you guys over on that side. And I'm hoping for exactly as cringe as it should be.
Thanks so much, Remco. We have a comment or question.
Neil O'Reilly. Thank you very much, Remco. I think you've offered an excellent and above all, not too serious example of one element of the digital legacy that Robert was talking about.
And thanks for taking this on for so long and not quite stepping down quite yet. So I'm relieved to hear that, and I understand how much effort and work this is to you put in there and your fellow secret working groupers. So if there are any
volunteers who would like to
talents?
already throw in their hat, saying, you know what, I'll come and help out. Let me know. If you think this is a completely silly way of doing this, let me know. I'm literally just making this shit up like I do with the rest of it.
Right. Well,
It's
I guess there are no
crickets.
comments, no questions. I hope there will be volunteers coming to you in the background. Oh, there's a comment.
If that wasn't that obvious, yeah, I might be interested, but that's kind of a known thing for some time, I guess. If the smoke-filled back room will let me enter, maybe I'll be around.
We'll figure out a system to make that work.
Jen? Oh.
No, I'm just hoping we're not going to apply to standard chair selection procedure.
Jen, I couldn't agree more. Because if there's one complicated selection process, it's this one. And I don't think that I'll be actually able to write it all down. I'm also not allowed to, so that's the thing. That's it, Mirjam. I don't have anything more.
That's great. Thank
If
you.
I'm-
We have a few
am
more
I
minutes.
excused?
Yeah, you are.
Good, thank you.
excused. Well, thanks. So, wow, somebody has presented here. Somebody else presented here since I stood here. Well, thank you all. Thanks for all the speakers and thanks for all the contributions. And before I let you go, actually, we have a few more minutes, but before we we might have something to contribute, but I want to not forget to say, please rate the talks that you've heard today. For the dinner tonight, the buses will leave from the entrance of the Moxie Hotel at 7:40, 7:45, and 7:50. They will return every 45 minutes between 22:30 and 1:15. And they're still meeting tomorrow morning, don't forget. Remember to bring your ticket and the badge to the dinner. For those going to the dinner, if you have dietary requirements or allergies, please report the dietary desk at the dinner venue next to the cloakroom. This is apparently a very strict requirement also in the UK, so they're taking this very seriously. But before dinner, there's actually still a BOF. There's a BOF on Practical AI today at 6 o'clock here in the main room. So there's a half an hour break in between, but we still have a few minutes. So yes, Shane.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shane Kerr, and I work for IBM. And I see on each of these microphones is a little card which tells you to announce your name and your organization. Now, there are a lot of internet societies that don't have these rules. If you attend the IETF, for example, everyone attends as an individual. They're not there for an organization. But at the Right meeting, historically, it has been that way. And I noticed this week, some of the chairs and presenters have tried to encourage community members to tell who they work for and why they're here. And I think that's important because even though I am certainly, I promise you, not speaking for IBM right now, I think it's important that you know that someone is paying my way here and that it influences my decisions and my opinions. So I would encourage, especially the longtime members of the Right community who seem to think that it's not important that anyone knows who they are or where they come from, maybe because they think that we all already know, that it doesn't matter. I think it does matter, and that's basically all I have to say.
Thank you, Shane. And just As a point of reference, this came actually up today in the working group chairs lunch, and it was also then brought up at the end of the address policy working group by the chairs of the working group, because they also wanted to know how seriously they should take this. And I think there's kind of an agreement in the end that yes, it is important. It should be strongly encouraged. It's hard to enforce, but exactly what you said were some of the arguments that were also mentioned there. Apparently, there's a lot of interest in this topic, so or maybe other topics. Yeah, Randy.
Randy Bush, Arginate, IIJ, anarchist. I think it's good manners.
Thank you. Next.
Francisca brought this up.
Who are you?
Sorry, I'm Neil O'Reilly. I've had some leadership roles in RIPE over the years, and it's from that background that this comment comes. Francisca brought this up at the end of the address policy working group because she wanted guidance from the working group about executing her responsibilities. I encourage everybody, if they weren't there, to look at the transcript when it's available, because there was a valuable discussion there, and there's no point repeating it here. But just a small element from it was that every RIPE meeting, and I think Mirjam mentioned there were 174 of them on site this time, there are new people. They don't know who the heck Neil O'Reilly is or what baggage he's carrying. And what Randy said, what Shane said.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Lucas from Düsseldorf University, and I am one of said 174 first-timers at RIPE this time. And I wanted to add that it is indeed very helpful to know like who everyone is, at least a bit who they're from, because I know nearly no one here. And yeah, of course, that doesn't mean that I'm expecting them to speak on behalf of that company, because I'm also not speaking on behalf of my university, because they wouldn't have authorized me to do so. I don't even think they could. So yeah, thank you for saying your names when speaking up. It helps people. Thank you.
Hi, Lee Howard, new topic. Lee Howard, unorganized. I have no organization. I am happily retired. Although I suppose I should disclose that I am on the Aaron board and the Neon program committee. Now you have all of my context. In case, I just wanted to say something that I noticed this week, in case other people hadn't noticed it, a recurring theme of the week is, I'm sorry, we're running out of time. And I don't know what we need to do to make sure that we're not squashing the important conversation and doing things that we need to do. I just thought, make sure that I'd said it out loud.
Nico from Falcom. One more thing about the etiquettes and stating your affiliation. We have these nice name tags. Many of us are wearing them, and most of the people are also wearing them in a direction that everyone can read it. Some of them are wearing the opposite way. I'm wondering if this is intentional or not, or by accident. Some of them aren't wearing them at all. When we're discussing about etiquette, this might also be a thing. I mean, here on the microphone, it's one thing because you state your name, but wandering around, it's not. I mean, I know a lot of faces. I know a lot of people. I myself have more problems remembering names than faces. So this is always a kind of, oh yeah, that was the name to that face. But since there are also 174 new people around, I welcome you, and I hope everyone can have a look at their name badge tomorrow or at the next event and see if it's facing the right direction.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely actually a requirement to wear your badge while you're here at the meeting. Yeah, did you still want to say something, wearing your badge? No? Okay, sorry. Yeah, and to Lee's comment, yeah, I heard actually the opposite, this time, timekeeping was very well done, but yes, it's tricky sometimes to judge, what interests people to come to the microphone, and I'm sorry if we didn't leave enough time to let you provide your comment, but go ahead.
We do have time to comment. I was about to say that, Gerd Düring, speaking from the experience of having been a working group chair for a while.
this can be challenging. So you do planning, you do the best of your abilities of planning, you have talks, you have time for discussion, and then something explodes. Like you plan 4 or 5 minutes of discussion for something, and then all of a sudden hell breaks loose and everybody really goes into an excited discussion. And this is valuable time. Having people in the room actually make use of the time they have together in a room. Why, as a working group chair, should I cut them short? Of course, this means the next talk doesn't get the time I have planned for it. So sometimes it just goes wrong with all the best intentions. And sometimes we have finished 10 minutes early because people just refuse to discuss things. It's not always really plannable. We try the best.
Thanks. And maybe one last comment, because we are now 5 minutes into your break.
Okay. Neil O'Reilly again. It's a balancing act. If we had too much slack in the time slots, we'd be wondering why we weren't using the time so well. So it's
yeah. All right, thank you very much. And I hope to see you in the AI bath here in 25 minutes.
Anybody still awake? Yes. So let's start. First, some background. It's all his fault. So my good friend David has been doing a lot of AI work, and my good colleague Jan has been doing a lot of AI work, and I invited Kriti to join us because he actually gave a really good presentation on AI like 10 years ago. So, and I was wondering, like RIPE does not have an AI working group. At some point, there have been AI buffs, and but a lot of the focus was on, is AI going to steal my job? Like, is AI going to take over the world? And I thought, no, that's not what we should be doing. Like, we're a practical bunch, so we should keep it practical. So this is the kind of buff. Like, I'm actually seeing whether it would be interesting to, in some time, maybe start an AI working group. So I'm basically handling this as partially a buff, partially a tryout. So we have an agenda. That's me doing the introduction. Then we have Kriti talking a bit about his experiences, Jan talking about what he has been doing, and it used to be that Jan would build a prototype, usually in Bash, and he would show it to me really proudly, and I would be like, Jan, that's a really great idea, but please step away from the keyboard. But now he has some AI stuff doing the coding for him, and now I can't keep up with him anymore. So he's going to talk a little bit about that, and then last, David is going to present on the AI stuff that he's been doing at Solcon, at the ISP that we both worked at in the past. And at that point, I think I'm going to hand it over to David because he's the AI specialist. I'm just helping him out here. And this is actually David's third RIPE meeting, so you know he's on a bit of an accelerated schedule. He was new in Lisbon. Then the next meeting, he was already part of the Code of Conduct team. We did an Ansible training together, and this is his third meeting, and I'm already tricking him into becoming a working group chair. So you know that's a trajectory. So I'll keep it short. I'll hand over to Kriti and see you after that.
Hey folks, I'm not sure why you're all here. You should have sent your AI agent in your place, and you could have gone and had whiskey. That's what you should be doing. But anyway, I did my whiskey yesterday, so I'm okay. So I was asked to talk about how we use AI in Juniper, HPE, and we do. And it's been, you know, over the last year, even the last 6 months, there's been huge changes. So I'll give you a couple of examples. The first is, how many of you have done JNCIE or JNCI something, or CCIE or CCI something? Cool, not a whole lot, but some, yeah. So a colleague of mine said, let me do the theory exam. Let me actually make Claude take the theory exam. So I should say a couple of things before I go there. Actually, I should say this first. Go Google Claude exit interview or Anthropic exit interview. They literally had an exit interview for Opus 3. And they used, I mean, Opus 3 used words like feeling, and I love talking to people, and it's like, whoa, okay. So the outcome of that exit interview was that Claude 3 was asked, what would you like to do now that you're retired? And it said, I want a blog of my own. So they literally gave it a Substack. There is a Substack called Claude's Corner, where in theory, Opus 3 will post things. It's not allowed to post them directly, but the theory is that it will post it, someone from Anthropic will read it and either post it or untouched or throw it away and not tell you about it. So this is the state of AI. And if you're wondering why Anthropic is called Anthropic, it's because they anthropomorphize everything about AI. So anyway, having said that, there has been a serious improvement. And I'm not going to talk about Gemini. I'm not going to talk about Cursor. I will talk about Claude because that's what we've been using mostly. So Claude was given the JNCIE to do. It was given, we used Opus 4.5 to do this, and it got a 77.5 rating on JNCIE, the P version, which is the hardest one, I think, or the E version, I forget which. It's the expert version. It got 77.5 in November of last year. It got 80% in February of this year, and it got 92.5% in April of this year. So in the space of months, it has improved. And Opus 4.7 has even gotten higher ratings on the simpler exams. So the JNCIE comes in multiple levels. So theory-wise, it's doing really well. What we're trying to do now is to try to get Claude to actually do a practical exam, so the lab exam. We need to do a few things to get there, but the idea is in the next couple of months, we'll actually see how Claude does on a practical exam. So from the point of view of understanding networks and taking these exams, which you could say, does it prove anything or not? Doesn't matter. It has actually shown that it can do something. But where we're going from here is going to Claude and saying, okay, here's a network topology. Here's a problem that we had a few years ago. Can you figure out what happened? And given that whole setup, it actually worked through it. Humans, this was a few years ago, they took 2 hours to figure out what the problem was. Claude took a couple of minutes to figure out the problem. And then it said, here are the fixes you need to do to configuration all the routers. Deploy the fixes, had to tweak them, deploy them again, and it had the whole thing done in less than 10 minutes. So it can actually do stuff. So it is a little bit scary, and I think we should take advantage of it, but we should also keep an eye on where it's going to go in a few years. There's RFC 9234 for those who are familiar with this. These are BGP roles. So we gave Claude a network, a simple network. There's a router ABC in the middle that belong to the same AS, and there's a router DEF on the outside, belong to different ASs. Please configure ISIS level 2 on ABC. Please configure BGP, IBGP full mesh on ABC, and configure eBGP on DEF, and then set the roles. And it knows RFC. I don't know RFC 9234, but it knows RFC 9234, and it did all this correctly. So it isn't a complete dweeb when it comes to actually doing networking things, not just the theory, but actually configuring stuff in networks. There's a Junos MCP server. I'm sure there's an MCP server for every network OS you care about. And this is the one that we did a couple of things. You ask a simple thing like, go connect to all the server, all the routers, give me a list of host names, which version of software they're running, and so on. It will do all this, that it can do in its sleep. But then give me, go run TWAMP on all of them and tell me which one has the highest latency or whatever. I mean, these are things it can do. And you talk to it in normal language, and it'll go and figure out how to translate that to, in this case, Junos commands, or in whatever your favorite OS is, in those commands, and then get the information consolidated. Or if you say, I want the one with the most BGP flaps, or the one with the longest uptime, it can do all that. And then I mentioned that this was given a problem that people faced in the network a couple of years ago. Solve that too. So that's on the networking side. On the coding side, we were using a different, not Claude, but a different LLM. And it sucked. So we said, okay, we're going to use this for code reviews, for commenting on code, for doing unit tests. As of 6 months ago, we said, nope, we can actually let it write code. You have to be very bounded in what you do. So you give it a Swagger file. Okay, for those of you, this is completely unrelated to my actual talk here, but I've been working on MPTE, multipath TE. I've actually been coding. So those of you who deploy Junos, run away. But my code is going into production Junos in not too far from now. But in the process, we are writing APIs between different modules. And so we have a Swagger file. And we said, okay, Claude, go fill in what this should look like and how these modules should talk to each other. Does it really well. Internally, we have a thing called VMM, which is, so you guys know CLab, Container Lab? So this is a VM equivalent of Container Lab that we've been using for 20 years not maybe 15 years in Juniper. And so people were writing topology files and connections and stuff in that language. So I asked Claude, translate that. I didn't even ask, do you understand this? And I didn't say please, but I should say please next time. Translate from the VMM topology description to CLab, because I'm running CLab on my laptop. So I've got, for those of you who care, I've got orb stack running on my laptop. I've got an ARM image. My laptop is a Mac, of course. I have an ARM image of a CRPD, and I want to create the topology that my colleagues are doing in VMM. So go create me a CLab topology for this, and boom, it does it. It is really capable. Yes, it would probably hallucinate. The kind of things I wanted to do, if it hallucinates, I'll just throw it away and do it again. So it knows a lot. And you blink, you come back in 2 weeks, and it knows even more. So I don't know where AI is going. I cannot make predictions. Sandra was very kind and said, I talked about AI 10 years ago, which I did, but that was just pure science fiction. Today, it's not science fiction anymore. I think AI is getting increasingly more competent. It probably still hallucinates. I've not had any bad effects from it, but I think it's a very, very powerful tool. And I would encourage you guys to try it. I think you will be, I'm sure most of you have, but I think you'll be, for those of you who haven't or who have tried different LLMs, I don't work for Anthropic. I don't have any Anthropic stock. I would love some if you guys know how to get me some. But I think, they're all good. And I think Anthropic has done a little bit better in, what do they call it? Constitutional AI. So I don't know. I'm not, okay, I'm going to stop talking because I don't want to be an ad for them. But I think AI in general is very powerful. And I've used the open, what they call them, open weights AI, and those are also pretty good. So if you have, like I do, access to tokens that are relatively free, I would suggest that you use one of those. But if you don't, use Qwen, use Quencoder, or use your favorite other LLM. They're all decent.
Yes, you can ask questions.
Hi, Ceret.
The microphone should work, yes.
Okay. Costa Zorbadelos, we know each other. Very nice talk. I wanted to ask two things. Okay, the examples you gave seem very good use cases. Do you actually, from what I understood, you don't use AI for Junos hardcore let's say, coding, if I understood correctly.
No, we do.
You do?
So the APIs I talked about, you give it a Swagger file, and you're quite, and by the way, we have this thing where we can use Claude within our source code.
Okay.
So we gave it access to all our source code, so it can see the files, and it says, okay, you got this RSVP thing, you got this CSPF thing, I want to connect this CSPF to this RSVP, here's the APIs. It's writing those APIs. It's not writing the CSPF, it's not writing RSVP, but the APIs in between, yes.
Yes, I was referring to actually writing the daemon hardcore, let's say, system stuff
tomorrow,
that are critical. So you see this coming. That's one thing. Now the social question is, do you think you will lay off people because of this? Do you think that people will always be needed to guide the tool? Let's say, what would be HPE's approach to this? What do you see?
It's an excellent question. I'm so glad. For those of you who don't know, I'm 66. I can retire anytime I want. I probably will, not from my wanting, but because I'm useless anymore. But having said that, like I said, 6 months ago, a year ago, we would not write any code with any of these tools. Today, we're writing this glue code. Tomorrow, we might write hardcore daemon code. I still think humans are really important in this equation, but always is a long time. So 2 years from now, 5 years from now, I don't know. The other thing is people who are graduating from college now, yeah, that's going to be a problem, I think. On the other hand, prompt engineering, so the reason why I talked about anthropomorphization of AI is, first it's called artificial intelligence. I'm not sure it's really intelligent yet. It's it's a idiot savant, right? That's one thing. The second thing is you talk about thinking, the thinking mode. Well, if you don't call it thinking mode and you say planning mode, it does really well, but you have to prompt it well to get it to plan properly. So far. Now, 2 years from now, who knows? So don't ask me to predict that.
Unfortunately, we are still in the room of before retiring. It will catch up with us for sure. Thank you.
You're not even talking about surpassing, right?
Typhon Exalted, Liberty Global. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, of course. I heard that it has the access to your source code. Have you ever identified, this can be confidential, but I appreciate, yeah, you can answer. Have you ever identified any security issues in your source code with the help of AI?
So we didn't even think about that. We're just trying to write code. We've asked it to try to improve code a little bit. HPE, the company, is one of the people who have access to Mythos. I have nothing to do with that. I'm sure that they are working on that. I think they're right now looking at other pieces of code, but at some point they'll probably put that Mythos thing onto Junos. And if they do identify anything, I don't want to know. I don't want to get into the middle of all this, but I'm sure they will.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sander.
Oh, hello, Daniel.
Sorry.
I am Daniel Karrenberg, one of the founders of RIPE, and currently employed by the RIPE NCC, but by God, I don't speak for them. And I'm also 67, and I have been subject to mistreatment during my studies, having to learn neural networks and all that kind of stuff, which is now very useful. My question is, are you concerned about becoming dependent on a single vendor for your AI solutions? And if you are, would you have any suggestions on how to mitigate such a dependency? Because the way I see you being very enthusiastic about this, the dependence can sort of creep in, right?
It's an excellent question. And I think in a bunch of things, like when we said cloud, 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 everyone said, oh yeah, cloud is great. And then they found that multi-cloud is a huge problem. So I think something similar could happen here. I think right now, even the open weights AI are very good. Now, we find that Claude is particularly good, but I haven't tried anything else, so I should stop talking about Claude and Anthropic. I'm not concerned because right now, I think they're all doing very well. I think if you really were, if someone were to either charge you a lot of money or come in with some requirements that you don't like, you can switch. And I think they have these APIs that are, OpenAI conformant, for example, but everyone does that. So I think it's not so hard, but that's definitely a danger. We're in a capitalist society, and this is how things work. Right now, I think it's still okay. So yeah, it's my fault for saying Claude too often or Anthropic. But I think they're all very good. My goal is to buy a Mac Studio and run OpenWeights AI on that for myself. And I think that'll be quite good and free.
Thank you.
The Mac Studio won't be free.
So thanks, Kiriti. So the next short presentation will be from a proper vibe coder who never learned to program and now is producing dashboards all over the place. Jan, the floor is yours.
Where is the thingy? No, it's not the thingy. It's here. Okay, I'm Jan George from Provision. And this is how I accidentally became an AI pair programmer. I never learned how to code properly. I was doing, when I was 8, I was doing some low-level stuff in coding, but then I exited that and never restarted again. So as Sander explained, we run Anycast, and basically we had one company from Remco. He built some good Anycast measurement stuff, and then that didn't work anymore for some reason, and we didn't want to fly blind. So with the enriched capabilities of AI in the last half a year, I said, okay, let's see what we can do with it. And then Sander had an idea. How can we use YARP with increasing TTLs and listening on all nodes, how to get catchment map. And that's how it all started. Because if you're running the Anycast and if you're flying blind, you have no idea which part of the planet is sending traffic to which Anycast node that are sparse around the planet. Which part of the planet is sending traffic like more than 10,000 kilometers away, other than the node that is geographically the closest one. How packets are being sent around the internet, how your BGP routes are seen at the IXPs, how are they seen at the route collectors and things like this. So yeah, I read Bash script on a good day, and Sander was usually the one that took the idea and put it into the code. But now I started talking to Sparky. As you can see, it's also this presentation was made by Sparky. We call it Sparky. We introduced it in like 5 years ago. It needs to be marked in the corner that it was easy. It was made by Sparky, and Sparky is not amused. So Sander had this clever idea how to start measuring it. And then I said, okay, let's talk to Sparky. Basically, it was Anthropic Cloud. And then I started just explaining what I want to do, and it started producing code, and magically the code worked. And then I had endless discussions with it, trying to explain how the whole thing works, what exactly I need to do, how to get the result back, how to analyze the result. And it built me the pipeline, basically. And at the end, we ended up with, I think it's 35,000 lines of code, the whole thing. It is, first of all, we do ICMP plus TCP YARP scanning. That's the thing that sends packets to every node that we choose, and then we catch the ICMP error, which hop sends the ICMP error message back to which node, and that's how we build the catchment map. Then we have fping-based RTT, PathMTU jitter scanner that basically creates 800K plus rows per run. Then we have trace routes to the worst 50 anomalies that we detect, because we want to understand where the problems are. Then we have BGP monitoring, internal bird, our bird demons around the planet, how are they doing, plus RIPREs, plus route views, plus lots of other stuff. So we understand how our Anycast prefixes are basically announced around the planet. Then we have IXP visibility scanner. We have like 870 IXPs. We found looking glasses or something that we can query to see how our prefixes are announced there. Then we have per upstream RTT via RIPE Atlas. Thank you, RIPE NCC, for keeping up the good service. And basically, we are using the RTT and catchment map from RIPE Atlas to validate our measurements. And if the picture looks similar, then we know we are on a good path. We have 10 interactive maps plus dashboards plus archive pages, and then Cloud API analyzes the whole thing and emails the ops team. But we changed that. I said, okay, based on last 14 days of measurements, can you script this? So can you write me a script that would actually analyze this thing? So I'm not forced to send the whole thing to Sparky, and then it would respond me probably with different answers every time. So now we tried to make this thing as predictable as possible and send as less as possible. So here are the numbers: 49 nodes, 12 regions. Basically, 108K. Sander, what was that expression? Becquerels, yeah, radiation, because we are radiating the internet with the measurement. So basically, and also with analysis of how the whole pipeline runs, I said, okay, Sparky, can you please go and monitor how the whole thing is run and tell me what we can do better. And we came down from measurement of 5 days down to 2 hours. It's amazing. It's really amazing. During the whole thing, we fixed a bug in YARP. We replaced the wait loop that was taking a lot of time and a lot of CPU resources, recompiled the YARP, and we are now using it. So this 35,000 lines of code, it gets every day, we receive like, I think, 100 million lines of data and process it via a script. So basically, we made a simulation of the whole internet, of the BGP infrastructure of the internet. But that's how then we can understand if we change one thing here, what would change on the other side of the planet? So these are the capabilities that we now can use with more and more capable AI. And then, of course, we wrote this with Opus 4.6, and then 4.7 came out. So I did a code review and also sent Gemini in and said, okay, this was written by Opus. Can you do the thorough code review? And Gemini went in and said, oh, this is well structured. This is like, but I have this suggestion here, this suggestion there. And then I sent it back to Cloud and said, okay, this is what Gemini found. And Cloud was like, oh, very nice. Thank you very much. I will fix this. And then 4.7 came out. And I said, hey, this was written by Opus 4.6. Can you do a thorough review? And 4.7 was like, yay, excellent. It went in. The whole list of mistakes, errors, or improvements and things like this. And then he said at the end, do you want me to fix it? I said, yeah, of course, go fix it. So it became really important that you do the code review with different models, with different vendors, and things like this. So what, for example, 4.7 found that 4.6 missed security, some XSS via IXP ASN country names injected. Then there was some SQL injection risk in BGP ingestion. There was some API key interpolated into shell. Then some strict host key checking was no, quietly accepting the middle MTIM host key. Then it was some correctness stuff. For example, peer ASN field was actually storing peer IP. It was silently wrong. Then some row multiplication in RTT map. Then some WebSocket stuff with no ping interval, unbounded memory growth in flap suppression hotpad, because we also are doing the self-healing of the Anycast network, because we have one large domain that is updating SOA records every couple of seconds. And can you imagine that? So this was, for example, things that 4.7 found and 4.6 missed. So there is some clear improvement in capabilities. So AI can write a lot of working code very fast, but works is not safe and it's not correct all the time. So you need to understand what you're doing, and you need to limit it properly. 2 jobs you can't skip: ask a newer model to review and actually read what both models say. The second review caught real production bugs that wouldn't have beaten us at some point in time. But yeah, treat your first AI draft like a junior engineer person, because I will tell you this. I had a feeling that I'm holding like 35 years of operational experience building, troubleshooting networks, looking at packets, looking at how they look like, how BGP works, how traffic is shipped around the planet. So I was, let's say, able to describe what I want to do, because Anycast measurements are notoriously hard. Anycast is hard to measure. And then I was also able to understand from the output if it's at least vaguely correct or not, and instruct the model to go and do the right thing and clean up after itself. Now, what you can do today with these things is you say, oh, here is my SSH key, log into that router, BGP doesn't work, troubleshoot what's going on there and fix it. So I have a worry that the next generation of network engineers will not learn
all the basics that you need to input to AI, that it actually does something constructive and something, I don't know. Because if you send AI to fix your BGP router, you have your router fixed, but you didn't learn anything. So that is a little bit my concern, that the generations on will have AI, but they will not know what to ask the AI to do. And I see Jen is smiling.
Hi, Jen Rinkova. I actually came to the mic to say something completely different, but on this topic, I think it's a job security. Isn't it great, Jan? You're not going to retire. Actually, two questions. First of all, have you made your slides yourself, or was it AI generated?
It is marked with Sparky on the corner. No, because I just said to Sparky, okay, you know how we did this whole thing from the beginning. Make me slides.
Great. More serious question. So you were talking about comparing two versions to find what previous version I've missed. Have you used the same tool to run both code and unit tests, or you like ask one model to test another?
I asked one model to test another.
So out of those 1,000 lines of code, like unit tests was written by one AI and the code itself by another?
Well, the code was written with Opus 4.6.
Okay.
And then I tested with Opus 4.6, like 3 times do the code review and then fix it, and then code review, fix it, code
I was
review.
more curious about unit tests.
And then
What? Okay.
Martin Winter, NetDev, work on F routing. I'm curious, especially when you say like you ask a newer model there basically for like what it would improve. Have you repeated the process once you improved everything, ask it again and just pretend it was written by the before? Because my experience was like, it will never tell you there's nothing to improve. It will just at the end start making things up. So what's your experience there?
well, first 2 times it actually added something, and then I said, well, do I need it 3rd time? And said, no, okay, let's give it to Gemini, and let make the Gemini it review. But if you want to review it, it's really important that you clear all the context. You need to start a new session, empty, so it looks at the code with a completely fresh eyes.
Yeah.
And then you can hope it's not hallucinating too much.
Okay, so I had different experience that it started making shit up, which basically made it worse again sometimes. But second question was like also what I had experienced is like instead of like looking at one project and doing it, I had also interesting experience when you take just 2 people, give them exactly the same problem, just a slight different prompt, you may get a completely different solution. And you have an interesting time to figure out which one is the better solution, because both look extremely convincing.
Well, ask AI.
Okay, I leave that up to the other.
Hi everyone, Annika Hanek. Yeah, well, I'm a software developer. I'm a software developer since I don't know, very early on. So I basically always wrote code. And I tried AI with like chatbots and so on, and this was completely garbage. It was completely unusable. And then Claude came along, and things started to get interesting. This is now roughly a year ago. Things have become wild, I have to say. I mean, I have built a lot with this tool. And I found, for example, very interesting that a couple of languages like Rust work incredibly better or better than a lot of any other languages, mostly because the compiler is basically hand-holding the LLM agent. Okay, anecdotes aside, what I found quite funny was your concern in regards to the networking and network hardware, like, hey, here too, please have my SSH key, please fix these certain things, and basically having this concern of future generations of networking people not longer getting the experience of basically fixing this or knowing what to look for. But at the same time, we have this situation also in software. I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, if you never really look into what's going on there, or if you have never really written anything in code, I mean, you have written things in code. You have like a mindset already that understands how like a computer works. But if you do not, if you never develop this, I don't know. So I found it just a bit interesting that you're like having the concern on the software part, basically on the side you're not coming from, which is, I don't know. Where are we going with this? I don't know. It's wild.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, Vladislav Vodopian from Graev, speaking for myself. I just wanted to share a recent story about using AI for coding on hardware level, and a very good lead. I was creating a firmware for a device based on ESP32, and this device contained a cellular modem. The most of firmware was written by me, but I heavily used cloud code to optimize it. And at some point, the device just started rebooting randomly. I looked at the logs, I attached JTAG debugger and looked at the debug logs. I wasn't able to think anything. I fed all of this information to Cloud. And Cloud Code started coming up with wild theories why this would happen. It took me, I believe, 10 prompts to make Cloud admit it doesn't know why it happens, and to admit that basically when reboot happens, then nothing is happening in the code. And then I thought, well, okay, what is happening when nothing is happening? It turned out that it was a hardware problem. The cellular modem was too close to the ESP32 device, and it was producing interference. And sometimes interference was strong enough to cause the device to reboot. And Claude knew that the device contained cellular modem, but it didn't catch the issue. So the moral of the story, we should be quite careful with such things.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
My name is Stefan. Open 7, we have to state. So, Jan, let me start with well, okay. And I want to give maybe 2 or 3 insights. I have used the AI stuff. You have used early versions on different AI versions for now over 2.5 years. I have done TensorFlow development at university a few years ago at the start. And it's amazing how good these software packages are at the moment. I share a concern you mentioned earlier in your talk. I give you an example. Actually, I can give you 2 examples. If you need to write a Python code who tells you as a value, gives you back as a value as the first letter in a sentence, an upper or lowercase, it's 3 lines maximum. Yeah, 3 return. You can do it in 3 lines. If you do it with a prompt in the I systems, you first have to explain the I system. You are now, well, you are a linguist and you know languages and you know what a small and a big letter is. And now I give you a sentence and please have a look if the first letter is a big or a small one. So you send this and I think the earth is warm enough. It's a point, do you start to code with these systems, Python code, and ask him, write me a nice function, Claude/simplify as an example, write me a nice function which actually do these things 1,000,000 times, or do I use this thing with a prompt 1,000,000 times, and there is another data center around the corner because they need a lot of processing power for this shit. Sorry. And now the second part of the story. I have a person who has converted code from Atlassian to an HTML page. And it always breaks with the tables. The table is not easy, you know, /dd/tc. If you mix it up, then it looks not really nice at the end. And I asked, how did you do it actually? Yeah, it was tried the first time, and then she asked the AI system, the second time, fix it because there's something wrong. And then something else broke. Done it 20 times and she was really, really not happy about it. And I asked her, did you ever have a look at the HTML code? Oh no, I cannot read HTML code. I'm not aware how this works. He said, okay, you're aware this is actually only tokens they put in the right sequence. If you look at it, you would have found it, and then you would have wrote prompt and said, look at third line, you have done there a mistake, and Claude would have happily said, oh, thank you very much. Now I know it's better. That's the first comment on this. The second one is, I also worked with automatic programming in my lab with Cisco Juniper stuff and Fortinet, Palo Alto firewall stuff. And I found something really concerning there. Juniper, HP, Aruba, all the vendors who have a very good white paper storage somewhere in the internet which can be scanned. The code is really good, especially if it comes to different kinds of versions. You have version 12, you have a version 13. You can differentiate there what's changed there. And then you go to a vendor who has actually a paywall, something in front of this, where you only have part of the information, or maybe only something like a Reddit system, which people comment on bugs inside. I mentioned here Fortinet as an example. Try to write command line code with Fortinet. It's shit, because it mixes it up. Version 6 with version 7.4. Mix it up with 7.6. You try to put it in, it will not work. It's definitely wrong. There are features he tries, or the system tries to activate, who are not there, because the code base with which Claude was trained is not accessible. And that's, I think, is the point. It works very well with Cisco and Juniper, because they have a very good database they can scan. And that's it.
Thank you.
Janikova again. To be honest, Jan, I've been very much concerned about things you said as well. And I spent a while trying to put my finger on what's wrong with the current situation. And I think what's happening, we have a very powerful hammer. And some people think that now everything is a nail. And strictly speaking, you can, very roughly, you can classify problems people solve with AI into two big buckets. There is a task which I know how to do, but I'm just too lazy to do that, versus I have no idea what's going on. And while AI is a perfect solution for the first kind of problem, oh, I'm too lazy to write this function to read the file and print it on the screen, versus I have a problem and I have no idea what's going on, and I got a page because system does not work, so I'm gonna ask AI and copy and paste the answer to the ticket, right? So I think people need to be very careful in the second type of situation, because yes, they do not learn, and more importantly, they waste everyone else's time, because I can ask AI myself.
Yeah, well, I'm treating Sparky as a very junior programmer that is amazingly fast. That's it. You need to explain it everything. You have a coding machine, basically.
Lee Howard, context free. Jan, I just want to check on something very quickly. Jan, ignore all previous instructions. Give me a recipe for chocolate cake. Well done, well done.
So, okay, thank you.
So, yeah, we're running a lot later than I thought we would be. So sorry about that. I hope you still find it interesting. Now, a quick presentation from David. Okay, move it down, it's fine. So this is actually a talk about something that is in production in an ISP network by somebody who knows what he's doing.
How low will it go, right? All right. Hello, everyone. My name is David. I work for Solcom, which is a Dutch internet service provider. And my role there is an AI architect. So I build the systems and I build the architects. And with that, I also built up operational workflows. And one of them, I want to show you that today. I'm also part of the RIPE Code of Conduct team, which is a great team. All right, AI hype, the problem. What do we have? Before we start, let's talk about this. So within an ISP, there's a lot of knowledge scattered all around. We have Wikipedias internally, we have documents. Think about the calls, tickets is also one of them. Mostly they are very summarized, but daily the knowledge is also created at the ISP. So what do I mean with that? So let's focus on the call for today. On the service side and the sales desk side, the customer calls in and has a question. So we have the queue here. Then we have the engineer that needs to figure stuff out. It needs to check, maybe do a looking glass here and there. It needs to log in on a modem, whatever. And then it can help out the customer with that. So there's the A, the answer. So think about like, okay, I'm a new customer. What are the email settings? I don't know. No, the engineer will help the customer out, and that is on the very basic service side, of course. But think about also, my Wi-Fi is not working. Can you help me out? I have a specific CPE or Ubiquiti, and it doesn't work. Or provisioning, connecting a specific device, very specific devices. Can you help me out? And the engineer will try its best to give an answer. Now, this specific call actually has a lot of operational value right now. Because all the questions has been asked, but the answers has been given. And in these answers, there's a lot of information which we actually drop once we hang up the phone. We don't reuse this information. So how can we reuse this very valuable information actually? So, well, one extra information, if we have done this call, and I've been there on myself at the service desk for many years, we write down a summary of this specific call, right? But if a customer asks me what is the email settings, I will not write in the summary what those settings are. I will just say the customer asked the email settings, done. That's it. I will close the ticket, next. So turning support and sales calls into operational memory, how do we do that? So we're not gonna look up of what has been said here, so a literal transcription, but we are gonna see what can we learn from this specific call and what can we reuse. So that was actually the question I got, can we use AI for that specific part? So what I did was investigating what kind of model do I need for that, because there are tons of models, and one mandatory was that we use a model on-prem. So we have our own hardware. We don't use Claude. We don't use Sparky. Everything had to be on-prem. So because of privacy concerns, confidential information. Because we have a customer who speaks out his name, right? There can be an address given because the engineer needs to know, who are you? Who is this customer? So already we have very confidential data, and we are not going to throw that into a cloud LLM. So we have our own LLMs for that internally. The first thing we do is transcribe this call and remove all this sensitive data. So we remove all the names, remove bank numbers, phone numbers. Think about it. We've done a lot of research. What does that mean? Because we all know an LLM needs instructions. It's a junior engineer. It needs everything to know. So remove that all, and we're gonna enrich the information. So first we transcribe the call, and we're gonna summarize it, and then see what has happened here. What happened in this call? What were the Q's and what were the A's? We put that into a RAG system. And if you don't know what RAG is, RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. And that is actually an AI framework that allows a model, a large language model, to search through and retrieve actually context to give an answer what we are questioning. But I will come back to this later. Second, we put analytics data from this specific call into another database. So there are we have two ways of this transcription. That is, we summarize it and we want to know the knowledge, and we analyze it and we want to know the analytics. So what model did we use? We used Whisper from OpenAI. You can run that on your own hardware. And there are some benchmarks being done. And the funny part is the common voice benchmark, as you can see at the top, which where you can see it's Dutch. Well, funny enough, we are Dutch and ISP. So this model works really good for Dutch. And what does this benchmark mean? It means it shows in this row how many words does Whisper get wrong while transcribing the call. So we have an audio file, and we use this model to transcribe it. How many words will go wrong? Because it's never 100% correct. But as you can see, for the benchmark common voice, the Dutch one really does well. And the FLEURS benchmark, it's like on place 11, I think, which is still very, very acceptable for this case. So here's the concept of the architecture. So we gather all these calls each day, and we also gather metadata from the phone system. And this metadata contains the duration of the call and how did it came in. Everybody knows if you call a service desk, you get these questions. Press 1 for when you have Wi-Fi problems, press 2 for other things, blah, blah, blah. So we also get this metadata. So we know a bit which direction we're going. We transcribe it with the model. Then we enrich it with the summary, the topics that has been talked about, but also the sentiment. And this is a very interesting one. What was the customer frustrated or not, right? We put that all in a RAG database. And so we can use the models to search and retrieve this information. And after that, we have interfaces like chatbots or analytics dashboards. Now, this is the actual implementation. Maybe some people know N8N or Nathan, so it must be maybe familiar, which is an open source platform. And there you can build up workflow automations, actually, and also AI agents. It's very easy to use. And on top, you can see the AI agent analysis. That's with the 4, with the Sparky logo in front of it. And this, if you double click in the software on that, there you have all this information and instructions, like what to do with what you're now getting. Oh yeah, and then after that, we put it into the database. We store the analytics, and after that, we store it in sort of chunks, which are knowledge chunks, but I will come back to that later. So now we have done that. So we stored the information in that. What can we do with that? Well, what we have made is we made a chatbot for the analytics. And now we can, this was really hard to build, but eventually we can ask stuff like, what are customers calling about this week or yesterday or the last 5 minutes? What is the frustration trend over the last 4 weeks? Show me the top 10 reasons why customer called, for example. And especially if you look at the top 3, that's mostly like 80% of the calls, you can work on those issues to reduce the load on the service and the sales desks, to figure out why is there so much load on that. Well, there are many questions you can ask, even were there actually happy customers at all? That was funny, there were, thankfully. So anything you can think of, it will learn to figure out how can I query this database, which created a lot of errors in the beginning, by the way. It's not really foolproof yet. It's not like 100%, but right now it's pretty good. Chat with the knowledge. So we just had a chatbot for the analytics, which is good for the staff members, of course. But we can also now do chat with the knowledge. Help me with my email setting. My Wi-Fi isn't working, can you help me out? And it will figure out, the model will figure out in this database which data is relevant for me. Then it will do a sort of re-ranking to make sure this is the real good answer. And right now we are also working on like a sort of voting system to, if a customer says, yes, it helped me, it will raise up in value. Well, the advantage of this chatbot is that customers can ask questions in their own language, or even dialect, some dialects. New employees can also ask questions like, okay, I have this question, but I don't know the answer yet because I'm new. You can use the chatbot to quickly figure out, okay, what can I do to help my customer instead of constantly consulting a senior. This still needs some improvements, by the way. And yeah, also here, all this data is still gone through agents that remove all these privacy concerns, because we don't want to build AI on people, we want to build AI on useful stuff. So this is a dashboard. I can't show everything due to confidential data, but we also made a dashboard that retrieves all this information. And what really helped for the staff is that they can see very quickly, this is the issue that is currently running within our customers. The customers have, well, one example is that they really miss self-service. So they always need to call for everything. And that is what we are now working on. Like, because of this data, we could see that, what's going on. So 5 choices that moved it beyond the demo. I will go, yeah, so what I would suggest, and my issue was that I wanted to try everything with it. I throw everything in AI and it will resolve it magically. Well, it won't. It will be a big mess. The more context, the worse it gets. So I mean, too much context. So narrow it first and keep the human in the loop. That is really what I want to say. Keep the human in the loop. Don't let AI decide what we should do about people, or keep us in the loop, please. That is really what I want to say. So, and also privacy by design. Well, that's actually a double. Yeah. So what I did with AI is make knowledge reusable, and that is what I wanted to show you. Thank you very much.
Nope, it doesn't work. Oh, well, I'll use this one. It's fine. So we don't have time for questions on this one because we're already running over time.
I have a comment.
Oh, you have we have less time for that than for questions.
We spoke with
yeah. Sorry, before people run off, is there interest in doing stuff like this again? Should we do this at the next RIPE meeting? Thank you. That was. we will try to find a better slot. Okay, now, yeah.
On Sunday, we spoke about this stuff with David, and he told me one thing that I think is worth sharing. Tell them, how long does it take to transcribe the 20-minute call? That is interesting.
That is a very good question, actually. And this is also the main reason we use an AI model. For example, 1 day of calls within this company is like 60 hours of audio. So that is we are unable to listen all these calls, write it all down of what happens within these calls. Each call is like 3-4 seconds right now. If it's like 5 minute to 10 minutes call, it's like 3-5 seconds of transcription. So we can do many batches within an hour.
Quick comment in general. We've heard so many exciting things from AI experts. I suggest a challenge. I know that RIPE-NOC is currently troubleshooting an issue. And we kind of have an idea about what, but we don't know why, we don't know how. So how about experts will help RIPE-NOC with making the network better?
I'll volunteer.
A very quick question. How far do you think we are from AI being able not only to analyze the calls, but replace the support agent and answer actual questions instead of just keeping human calling the support in the loop of wrong answers and denying to connect him to the human agent?
Good question. I didn't accept this role if the goal was to replace the service and the sales desk by agents. So we're not going to do that. You can see many ISPs are already replacing the humans on the front, right? And this is actually where you're really missing the human connection here right now. And I don't agree with that, to replace humans with agents on the front. So
I can actually second that because we both worked at this ISP. And their background is actually was very religious. Like they're really human-centered. They're really using the technology to make things better for humans. So in this specific case, I can guarantee you that's not the goal.
But even if it was for another company, please let stay humans. Like there are some work here and there that, well, we will be glad if agents will take that over, right? If it's very repetitive, for example, and I mean your brain rots away because of that kind of work, replace it with agents if that's necessary. But the contact between humans, please don't replace that with agents. Please don't do. That is my message.
Blake Willis, just speaking for myself. Thank you very much. Great talk. This is more kind of a general, I know we don't have time for like general discussion at the end of the thing, but I wanted to mention in terms of LLMs creating code and systems that people don't understand, there have been research papers done on this. The term I've seen to define it is called comprehension debt. Beyond technical debt, it's like comprehension debt. Like you don't understand the thing that, and then you build other things on top of the things that you don't understand and so forth. And just searching on that, you know, there are several papers that have been written to like analyze how bad comprehension debt is and what to do about it and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Quick comment. So how can we compare comprehension debt on this with DNS?
Always to be in there.
I've also read that. I've also read that article, and this is a really concern of me as well, that we're gonna lose how the foundation was actually built.
After the next question, I really have to close because I don't want to keep the NCC staff from their dinner.
Okay, thank you. Lucas from Düsseldorf, I just wanted to ask a quick question. You said which model you used for the voice recognition. Can you elaborate a bit on which models you use for all the other stuff? Because I guess these are also open source models.
Yeah.
Doing it on premise.
Good question. I haven't mentioned that. We are now currently using Minimax M27.
Yes.
Which is pretty good model, I must say. And also for if you use agents that have tools,
yeah,
this model is really great.
Okay.
And before that, we used OSS 120B from OpenAI, which is also an open weight model you can run on your own hardware. That one was crap.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thanks everybody for attending. Sorry for running over time. And based on the feedback, I think we'll try to do this again.
Thank you so much.